What's going on, everyone? Phil here for KO Gaming, and let's turn the clock back a bit to E3 of 2015. At the Microsoft press conference, there was a huge announcement. Not only would a major AAA game release be getting modifications on a console rather than just PC, it was actually going to be Fallout 4, and Xbox One would be getting the upper hand when it came to the release window of modifications, while PlayStation 4 gamers would have to wait a little bit longer. Now, this was a semi-huge announcement because previously, mods were a huge part of gaming on the PC, including games such as The Elder Scrolls and Fallout, all those tried and true Bethesda game IPs. However, they had always been exclusive to the PC, and for the first time now, console gamers were going to be able to entertain them. Well, I'll be honest here, I actually kind of danced on the fence of whether or not I was going to get the Xbox or the PlayStation version of Fallout 4. In the end, I ended up getting an advanced review copy on the Xbox One, so it all worked out nicely.
Hello.
This week, those mods finally released, and today I had a chance to check them out.
Hello.
And in fact, last night on social media, knowing that I was going to be checking out these mods today, I actually asked my viewers and fans, what are the best mods for Fallout 4 right now, and what can I expect? And I got 3 overwhelmingly common responses: Gorillas, Macho Man Randy Savage, and Big Titties. Yeah. So today, when I played Fallout 4 and checked out the mods, we got Gorillas, we got Macho Man Randy Savage, and we got Big Titties. Alright, so those are some of the weirder things that I found today, but there was a lot more to talk about in regards to mods, so let's take a look together, shall we? First off, 2 things to note. You're going to need to install a patch to Fallout 4 on the Xbox One if you haven't yet. It's around 400 to 500 megabytes in size. In addition, you need to register on Bethesda.net before you try to use mods on the Xbox One because you need to log in order to access the new section of your menu. But once you do log in, you never have to do it again, so it's pretty easy to do. It's a new section entirely in the main menu of Fallout 4. You click on mods, and it'll bring up
EV body replacer.
It's a nicely sorted area where you'll get cool little thumbnails for each mod available. You'll have things such as the best of all time, the best of this week, the highest user rated, and then it'll start sorting by category, things like buildings, character appearances, animals, weapons, etc. And I really did like this menu system and thought that it was pretty easy to use. However, it is important to note, it did have a few hiccups. I actually heard that earlier this week, the menu system wasn't working at all and people were actually getting kicked off of the Bethesda servers. However, I didn't really have that experience today. What I did have issue with was that some of the thumbnails weren't loading and therefore I couldn't see what I was actually going to get with the mod. After backing completely out and re-entering the mod section, it seemed to fix the issue. So also, although there's a few little road bumps still in place, it wasn't too much of an issue for me. Using mods on the Xbox One is incredibly simple. After a quick download, that mod will automatically be enabled, so if you load any save game from Fallout 4 that you already have, or if you start a brand new game, that modification will be activated. Now, you can just deactivate that mod straight from the same tab where you actually downloaded the file, so it's really easy. But one pro tip, I strongly recommend that you favorite any mods that you download, so that way you have an easy access menu in the mods area, rather than skimming around saying, oh man, what was that mod that I had and I installed? You don't want it to be too confusing. In addition, there's actually a load order menu in the mod section. Now, what that means is the order that those mods are going to be booted up while your save game is being loaded. For most of them, it doesn't really affect anything, and I'll be honest, I had about a 95% success rate installing multiple mods at the same time, but there was 1 or 2 that did not work, and it actually states in the description of certain mods, you must boot them last in order for them to work. You gotta be a little tricky with those, but for the most part, it's pretty simple and straightforward. One important note is that you can only have 2 gigabytes of mods at any time.
What?
Some mods are very much larger than others. For example, there was one mod that was some kind of blood textures that I noticed was around 300 to 400 megabytes, and I said, well, knowing that I know I only have 2 gigs, I probably don't want to use that one at this time. However, I was happy to find that most mods were incredibly small, some of which not even as big as a megabyte, and by the time that I had booted up maybe 8 to 10 mods, I don't even think I had more than a few megabytes used, so for the most part, it's going to be pretty tough to fill up 2 gigs unless someone's coming out with some really huge modifications in the future. Now that we're through with all of that, let's get to the good stuff, the mods that I actually tried out. First of all, huge freaking weapons. Insanely oversized, cartoonishly large. I mean, these things looked like they were one of these specialty weapons from Dark Souls. It was pretty out of control, swinging a giant...
Hello, guys. Welcome to the stream. We might as well finish this. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. If it gets boring, I'll stop. Welcome to the stream. I know you guys have seen this before, but look, check this out. Welcome to Brand Dude Gaming. Okay, we're going to be watching this impromptu Q&A plus we've got the thing in the day stream, the podcast where he discovered that the Fightcade was a problem. So basically Fightcade was canceled and shenanigans ensued.
Anchor.
So we'll get to that.
Huge fire hydrant.
Oh, and then
whoops, okay.
And it was, and we'll be watching him live also. So stick around for that if you want. Okay, thank you very much.
Quite satisfying, especially when some of the enemies I were fighting were legendary level, and even though I'm not even a melee build, I was able to beat them within 1 or 2 swings. Definitely a good mod. I got a new water mod
like
that was
mods
supposed to make the water textures look different. I'll be honest, I didn't really notice too much of a difference, so that wasn't too much of a big one. However, another one that was quite useful was one that allowed you to have dog meat and other followers at the same time. One of the major gripes of people with Fallout 4 was that unlike Fallout New Vegas, if you had a canine companion, you could not have an additional human companion. This mod fixes that, and it really worked well. It was pretty cool. One of the mods that I picked actually allowed you to have a Deathclaw companion, which I thought would be...
So one thing I did want to mention with this, DSP Throwback, by the way, my favorite channel to go to for mod impressions and that jazz. When he says that he never took YouTube seriously, and he never really took this seriously until he started full-time streaming. Like, we all know that's a lie, but I think videos like this prove it. He just likes to retcon this entire channel, the KO Gaming thing. He wanted to be taken seriously as a YouTuber guy. He so desperately just wanted to be, like, one of those people that you go to for, like, opinions. What is this video? Why did he make a mod impression video if he didn't want people to know his opinions and to be taken seriously?
Be freaking awesome
to
have a big killer Deathclaw walking around and tanking about. But another mod was one of the ones I previously mentioned, Macho Man Randy Savage. You might say, how the hell does that get itself implemented into Fallout 4? Well, how about if you turned every Deathclaw into a Macho Claw? I could not believe my eyes. Take a look
when
for
10
yourself.
million fire flies?
Oh my fucking god!
That's it. It's over. It's over. No control. I'm telling you right now.
Oh my...
What the fuck? He talks like Macho Man! What the fuck?
Okay.
Where did he go? What is happening? What the fuck? Oh my god! Relax, Macho Man. Roar.
Roar.
Follow me. Roar, roar, roar.
He can't even read roar right. He says roar.
It's over. No control, brother.
What is wrong with this guy?
Oh my god, I've never been here before. This is fucking hilarious. So yeah, after a few minutes of hysterical laughter, I set out with my Macho Claw companion who proceeded to pimp slap the living crap out of everything around me while spewing out some of the very famous pro wrestlers' catchphrases from over the years. It was pretty damned hilarious and awesome at the same time.
I don't even remember him doing
Another
this.
cool mod, lightsabers. That's right. That weapon that's synonymous with Star Wars, the Jedi, and the Sith is now available in Fallout 4 in multiple colors, but I'll be honest here, they're incredibly overpowered. So I immediately departed for the Glowing Sea along with my Macho Claw and a few other companions, by which I ran through destroying pretty much everything that I came up against with...
This is like an IGN video, except really bad. So, you know, it's way worse. It's like worse than an IGN video. Like an IGN video would showcase the highlights of like, look at the silly stuff you can get in Fallout 4 on console. Except this is just a guy rambling. So he has run-on sentences and I don't know. He was so close. That's the thing with DSP. It's like he just can't understand how to make something good. He's like the opposite. He's like a catalyst for just like badness.
1 to 2 hits.
He's so close. All you had to do was like edit this a bit better, maybe cut it down a little bit, and then you could have been like the BuzzFeed guy for gaming shit.
It's of these incredibly overpowered
I think that's like this is what this video pretty much is, but it's like rambling.
weapons. Pretty awesome.
It's too long. This needs to be shorter.
Obviously not too fair when it comes to the fact that it deals insane damage. The gorilla that I mentioned also was available in the game as a companion.
Yeah, minimum
he doesn't really
effort.
talk. He walks around and smacks things.
Hey,
he was
Rainy.
pretty cool, standing right outside a
I agree.
sanctuary, but I didn't really use him because I had a giant mutated macho man at my side. But now let's get down to business. Boobs. Big,
Boobs.
heaving titties.
Okay.
That's what
Big
everyone
boob
wants to
women.
know about. Let's talk about it. Yes, I installed the mod, and I'll be honest here. 9 times out of 10, I did not notice any kind of a significant difference
Come
in
on,
breast
how do you
size
not
in
notice
the females of Fallout 4. However, when I walked to the Red Rocket truck stop and ran into Kate, I was like, holy crap, now I noticed the difference.
I see.
So then I ran over to Good Neighbor to see our resident crooning woman over at the bar, and yes, hers were significantly larger as well. So if you're that kind of person that absolutely needs to see big heaving gazongas in their video game, you can get them in Fallout 4. However, no nude mods on console. Sorry, everyone. You're going to have to go into the PC version if you want to see that naughty stuff.
Okay.
Another cool mod
Thanks,
that I tried
Phil.
out was actually having grass and foliage grow across the land of Fallout 4. Now, I did not get a chance to really fully explore this, but just running around a little bit, I did notice, wow, grass on the ground. It looks interesting. In fact,
Wow,
I actually drew
grass on
very
the
strong parallels to The Last of Us, because it kind of looks like that kind of environment, all those things being overgrown
It's like
by
a shitty
nature
Bro
again.
Duel
That's
video.
a really cool one. I actually noticed there were multiple different ones that had to do with grass and foliage coming to the wasteland and to the Commonwealth, so you might want to check those out for yourself. You can also get a brand new radio station
Right.
or two. I know.
Okay. Let's just go to the end. This is getting a little much for me.
Polished or anything that Bethesda would have put out, but it was really cool to experience, and
It was a
fun to
cool
run into
experience.
at least once. So overall, my 3 hours in the world of modifications in Fallout 4 was a fun run. Was there anything there that completely changed the game, made it incredibly better or anything like that? Not really. Most of it was just kind of silly fun at this point. I could certainly see now that people are getting their hands on these mods that they may go to town with them. Bethesda is really awesome for being a game creator that lets you mess with their games and create your own stuff and kind of wield it and turn it
Yeah, that awesome game creator.
into
Bethesda,
other stuff. I would definitely
dude.
see with 2 gigs of file size available in the future.
Very
people
cool
crafting
game
some pretty
creator.
Awesome stuff. Entirely new towns and cities. Maybe even some campaign style.
I'm a hater,
missions.
I'm sorry.
Who knows? It's awesome when you have that kind of creativity.
All right, it's awesome. Okay, let's move on. He never made a follow-up to this, by the way. That could have been interesting if he just, like, 1 year later. Console mods 1 year later. And he did his little IGN video, but he never did that. Sadly. Anyways, let's move on. Let's listen to DSP has a meltdown over Fightcade and his IP address. Quits it before he starts it.
So, okay, we got that out of the way. Now, what I wanted to talk about.
Wait, he sounds like someone who's never played with mods before. Yeah, that's accurate to who he is. Big up Slacky. Welcome.
Fightcade. Okay?
It's a great
Fightcade.
observation.
Boy, let me tell you guys something. This starts
Oh my god, he's so quiet.
all the way back in the mid-2000s.
There we go.
Okay? In the mid-2000s, GGPO netcode was released. Now, this netcode was basically something to work with already existing emulators. People were already playing fighting games online in the mid-2000s through emulators over the internet. But it was all lag-based netcode, which is really called delay-based netcode. What that means is when there is an issue with the latency or whatever, the game will slow down and start to play in slow-mo.
Yeah, we're already off to a bad start because he's just gonna explain. Can I skip this? I'll fast forward.
That way you can try to catch
Like,
up.
like
No,
he starts off the segment by giving a history lesson. Like you're not that interesting, man. You don't know any like.
things
I
that
don't
it's
know.
having an
Whatever.
issue with the
I
latency.
don't care.
All
We're
right?
moving on.
With the GGPO netcode, it does the opposite. The game keeps running at the same speed. And it uses
Oh
a
my
predictability factor
God.
to kind of guess what exactly it is that's
He's
being
like a
input,
baby.
and then it tries to rectify that after the fact. So if you're playing in a bad connection on a rollback netcode, which was originally called GGPO netcode, what'll happen is you'll see something happen on screen, but then if it was wrong, it'll reverse what happened on screen, take it back, and then show another outcome. Or in the worst case scenario, it'll take it back and just fast forward, and then something happened you never even got to see. And I remember when the GGPO netcode first released, and we were asked to test it out. The FGC was outright asked, hey, everyone, test this out and give us feedback on it. And I played on it, and I was like, wow, it definitely feels smoother than the delay-based netcode. But, dude, it would be teleporting. You would be going all over the place. And then even when you were playing a match that looked good, like there was no teleporting or rollback visible, you'd be playing, and sometimes your move just would outright not come out. Walk forward, punch, literally nothing. Just walk forward, no input. Huh? Where did my input go? And this would happen a lot. It wasn't like, oh, rarely. Probably several times a match. And in a fighting game, you can't afford to have a move just be eaten and dropped and not come out. That's a critical thing about a fighting game. Especially, you were talking mid-2000s. We're not talking modern fighting games. But back then, every move counted. Imagine playing Super Turbo.
Okay, so another thing that really bothers me with this guy, he's trying to use this experience from the early 2000s and translate it to today. He still says rollback netcode sucks today because of the tech that he tested, or tested. Who even knows if he even tried it, but the tech that he played with in the early 2000s, as if that holds any weight in his argument. Man, when this thing first came out, it was super bad. Like, does that even matter anymore? It's not even relevant. Why are you bringing it up, and why do you feel the need to bring it up every single time that you talk about it? That's very annoying.
It's the critical moment, and you press the button, and absolutely nothing happens, and the opponent now hits you with a giant combo, game over.
It's like none of this is even relevant.
Oh god, let me block. Oh, just doesn't block once. Dead. Just instant death. Like, what the hell? Like, what is going on? Right? And that's how it was. So it was shocking for me, because I was like, wow, so this GGPO netcode, which is again what it was called back then, it wasn't called rollback netcode yet. It makes the game look better to me. It looks smoother. It absolutely does. But the actual experience of playing it is not satisfactory. Number one, when there is a lot of lag, you're teleporting all over the place, and things are just, you can't even see what's happening. And then when you have a match when that isn't happening, sometimes your moves just get eaten up. And it was frustrating. And,
your move just doesn't come out.
And said, is this true? And everything you're saying is true. Okay, well then why is it that when I posted my criticisms of this netcode on your website, shoryuken.com, you removed the post and you suspended me?
All right.
Oh, because we're trying to sell this netcode to Capcom.
This is revisionist history. Most of you probably know, but that's not why he got banned. He got banned for posting straight up a penis or something like that.
People saying
so he's just making shit up.
Negative things about it.
Of course.
So all the posts
and being toxic
that kiss the netcode's butt saying, wow, this is so much better than delay based, it looks better, were allowed to be posted. My post, which was honest criticism, was removed and I was punished. Okay? That was 20 years ago.
Capcom doesn't use source GGPO, they use their own version of rollback. Thank you, Meth Bear. So it's even extra irrelevant. All of this shit that he's talking about when he likes to shit on rollback netcode is just completely irrelevant. It's so irrelevant that, like, I don't know.
All right?
It's so bad, man.
Since then, obviously a lot has changed. Okay?
Oh, a lot has changed. Thanks for wasting my time.
In reality, everyone has these different skewed histories.
A lot has changed, but he still uses the same excuses when he loses. The things that he just mentioned are the things that he still says.
He's a Street Fighter.
But it's changed.
Who you were friends with and who you knew and where you lived. And my history of Street Fighter is just very different than everyone else's because I lived on the East Coast.
Okay.
I wasn't friendly with the people who ran shoryuken.com.
Main character?
Who ran Evo. In fact, it was kind of the opposite. I was kind of at odds with them a lot.
He's like Goku.
Because I felt that they had a lot of things that they were running that weren't very kosher. A lot of very questionable practices. The reason we're talking about this is because this all ties into Fightcade. Okay? You don't know. Fightcade. All right? And by the way, Jughead Jones, you're absolutely wrong.
What did Jughead Jones say? DSP's posts are all archived for anyone that would like to search and see exactly what was said. Somehow that's wrong. Somehow that's wrong, even though it's not wrong. Explain to me how it's wrong, Phil.
The posts are not archived there because they were deleted from the site, which you're talking about are unrelated posts, not to the subject, so get banned, you fuckface.
So the posts were not there because they weren't archived there? What you're talking about? What?
From the site. Wrong. The posts are not archived there because they were deleted from the site.
They're not archived there because they were deleted from the site, right? But they were archived.
What you're talking about are unrelated posts, not to the subject, so get banned, you fuckface.
Okay, but you're talking... Wait, so, like... What? So he's not wrong. He's just talking about other things.
Because everything I'm talking about was in IRC chats and shit. These conversations I
what?
had, they
I don't
can't be
know,
archived
man.
from SRK, you dunce. Fucking moron detractor in my chat, trying to hide out, pretending like he's not.
What? Okay, we're off to a good start. Let's go. I haven't seen this, by the way.
Love it. Oh,
just in case you're wondering.
Everything Phil ever said has been archived. Wrong. Wrong. All the deleted posts are gone. So you would never find my posts about this because they were deleted. The ones that you'll see were the ones that were allowed to be posted. They were selective of what they allowed to be on the site. And no, the private conversations that I have with the people behind the scenes are not archived. You're a moron. Fuck off. Okay.
He didn't say private. Okay, whatever.
So,
yeah, private chats are archived.
Let's get back to
That's
modern
totally
day.
What he said.
Fightcade is an emulation suite program or whatever you call it, and it runs
In
on
1984.
GTPO Netcode. Okay? Now, of course, this is 20 years later GTPO Netcode. I'm absolutely sure it's better than the original version that I played in the early to mid 2000s.
Pig Brother is
available
watching.
to everyone in the fighting game community. So make no mistakes. I'm sure today's experience is probably a lot better. 20 years to hash out the wrinkles or iron out the wrinkles, I should say. Probably it's going to be better. Okay. Also, it's free. You don't have to pay for it. They're giving it away. That's pretty cool. All right.
Okay, cool.
Now here's the thing. 10 years ago, I started playing old school fighters on console, and people started giving me crap. Why are you playing Third Strike Online Edition? Why are you playing the Marvel versus
Hey, King Be Cruel, thank you for becoming a member. What happened to the alert?
Huh? I forgot what it was called, but whatever that collection was called. Why are you playing that on console? Right. There's Fightcade. And then we had the
okay, so this is very key. I'm gonna rewind this. This is very important to something I want to say.
Versus collection. I forgot what it was called, but whatever that collection was called. Why are you playing that on console? There's Fightcade.
Why are you playing that on console? There's Fightcade. So people were telling him this.
And then
we
had the Capcom Classics collection, which I played for a good 3 to 4 years, which I really shouldn't have done because it ran horribly on console and had no actual
Okay, so this is important too. Listen to his complaints about the versions he was playing.
Moderation or anything. Trolling was rampant. In addition,
trolling was rampant.
There was the Ultra Street Fighter 2 game on the Switch, and that was a piece of dog shit.
Okay, piece of dog shit. Very important.
Hidden characters that were broken and way overpowered compared to the rest of the cast. They weren't meant to be played competitively, but they put them in ranked play. Okay?
Okay.
And then the latest botch was the Capcom Fighting Collection, which featured classic games paired in with Darkstalkers and stuff. A great collection that had no cross-platform play, no promotion, and literally no ease of use when it came to finding people online.
Okay. We can just pause it there. All of these complaints just for normal console versions. Guy who buys all of these complains that all of these exist. They all suck. They're never as close as the arcade. They're never all of these things. So what's the response? Well, Phil, there's this thing called Fightcade that you can play that exists that you could play right now for free. Maybe that's why people were telling you, because this guy complained about wrong speed. Holy fuck, the wrong speed complaint was so bad. All the time when that Switch game was out, the Capcom whatever, Street Fighter Collection whatever. Wrong speed. The game runs at wrong speed. I can't get used to it. I can't do it. The game's wrong speed. It's like, bro, you could, and that's why people were saying you can play Fightcade. But you never will because you're a bitch and people are better than you, and it takes more than just a plug and play console setup to do. Even though it takes 5 minutes. But he's not willing to do that. Pretty much. But that's why people were saying Fightcade, because this guy complained about accuracy, and game speed constantly.
So imagine there's 4 or 5 versions of Darkstalkers in this game.
Goddamn.
You're trying to play them online, but everyone's in a different one. You can't even find them. So because of that, everyone would try to play and never find matches, or it would take forever. So they really screwed it up, all right? These last 10 years that there's been attempts to make classic fighting games be on console really have been just a big botch job after botch job. Mistake after mistake. And all along, being that I was a console gamer, right?
I was a console
people would say,
gamer.
Man, Phil, you're really missing out. Everyone who plays retro fighting games plays them on...
And that's another thing, too, where it's dude, if your job is the internet and being online and playing video games, why are you limiting yourself just to console? Why would you even do that?
I'm getting too much
There
money.
we go. There's the alerts. Thank you, Lord Kane and Internality, for becoming members, guys. Thank you so much. What was I saying? God damn it.
Fightcade.
Anyway, oh yeah, the fucking console. What? He's using that as a shield just to say why he couldn't play Fightcade. But in reality, if you really think about it, why were you limiting yourself? Why are you currently limiting yourself if this is your fucking job? Why? It's so simple. You just buy a fucking PC, you build one.
On PC, literally.
Right.
There's an entire enthusiast community of people playing retro games on PC, and you're never part of it, which sucks because we can see you're good at old fighting games.
Especially, if you're gonna complain so badly about console ports and shit. And it's something you clearly kind of like. It's one of the few things I think he likes it.
Too much money.
I think. Thank you. Hell Rel. Thank you so much, dude, for staying a member. I think he likes Street Fighter, so why does he not put in even the littlest tiny bit of effort to try it for so long? And he's gonna blame viewers for... Anyways, we'll get to that.
We want to see you play old fighting games at a good capacity, and you're just not getting that because you're playing these crappy console versions of the games. Okay?
Right. So
I always said, hey, listen, I don't have the viability to do it.
Yeah,
I just don't.
Wells.
And also, there's another concern that a lot of people don't realize, okay?
What?
When you talk about Fightcade or any of these emulators or whatever, who do you think is honestly playing Fightcade?
Okay,
Do you
here we
think that
go.
it's just a bunch of casual people who just, oh man, I heard that you could play old fighting games on there. Let me just boot it up, you know, and play it casually, and this will be fun.
I mean,
I have
maybe.
to tell you guys, that's not who's on there, okay? You want to know who's on there?
Look, guy who never played it is going to be an authority and tell you who's playing it.
People who...
This is like him trying to tell you how hard it is to get a job in any sort of way, in any field, in anything. Like, he hasn't even tried. It's that same mentality. I'll keep bringing this up because it's so relevant to the way this guy thinks. It's just like, if I go outside, I could die. Therefore, I'm not going to go outside. That's his whole brain with everything. And that was Fightcade for a long time. Oh, the people playing it are all, they could be cheating, they could be pro players, they can be enthusiasts that are hardcore and play this every day. He does it with Street Fighter also, Street Fighter 6. Oh, the players are playing all day, therefore I will not play ranked. Like, why? Like, what kind of stupid fucking logic is that?
likely are either old school players who this is the only viable way for them to play these games anymore because there are no arcades to play against people anymore. So this would be the one way to get competition in them.
True, but
or people who have come up in the community over the last 10, 20 years who necessarily weren't playing these games because they were too young back in the day, but they've grown an affinity for them. So I would bet, no exaggeration, there's probably a group of 20 to 30-year-olds, younger than me, that are super duper good at old school fighting games now, solely because they've been playing them on Fightcade for the past 15 years.
There you go, 15 years.
I wouldn't be surprised at all. I would. When they do a Super Turbo tournament, how much you want to bet the top placers are people?
Like any of, again, it's like, okay, is any of this even relevant? Because you've been playing Street Fighter 2 for how long? How long? Like 30 years? Does it even matter? Like, brother, does it even matter? Right? If you're going by just years you played equals skill, then does it even matter? Because then you should win, right? But no. That's why he avoids Fightcade, because he would lose, and then he would run out of excuses.
He would just sit around playing on Fightcade.
No, he wouldn't. He would find new ones.
There's nothing wrong with that. But the point I'm making is these people who never stopped playing. They've literally been playing non-stop retro games forever. So
he knows everyone else's life.
As much as I like retro Street Fighter, all right, to step into the realm of Fightcade, literally the people who never stopped playing is kind of like someone who's rusty at a sport trying to now go play against pro players, right? Like, that's literally the situation.
The low-cal logic.
Even if I jumped into Fightcade...
Oh, I'm going to lose, therefore I'm not going to try.
Okay. You're probably talking like I'm going to get non-stop manhandled and spanked by people who've been playing these games crazy high level for years. For example, one of the games I absolutely love from back in the day is X-Men vs. Street Fighter.
Hey, thank you, J-Dog. Big ups, dude.
Not only is he doing his I'm finally doing what you've been asking for thing, he's blaming his fans for not considering every little eventuality.
Yeah, we'll get to that. This whole blaming his fans thing. But yeah, oh, you guys waited years for me to do this. Why is nobody here? Like, dude, what if the people that have been waiting years just left, man? Come on.
This was the game that put the versus games on the map. Before that, there was games
for the 59 Norwegian krone.
As X-Men Children of the Atom, Marvel Superheroes, and this is what started the Marvel licensing with Capcom fighting games, the super jumps, the cartoony
we're getting like a history lesson.
X-Men versus Street Fighter that had the first versus, the 2v2 gameplay, where you could tag in and out and do double teams and do great giant flashy super moves. This was the first game that was super appealing to the eye to watch, not just fun to play. This is what started the big competitive fighting game movement, where people wanted to go to tournaments and watch players because the game was it was like a giant, awesome comic book on the screen, right? So this game is ultra fun. Every character in the game is broken. No exaggeration. Literally every character in X-Men vs. Street Fighter has like an infinite combo.
Okay, what is this rant? I don't care.
It's great, crazy broken.
Like, did I ask,
At the same time, sadly, the game is broken because of it. So if you don't know those strategies and combos, you basically don't have a chance. All right? Now, I knew those strategies and combos.
Okay, good.
20 years ago.
He was a cheater.
But I haven't played the game in so long, it probably would take me a while to get back into the swing of things and start to remember Now imagine I go to play it on Fightcade.
And dude, like he's acting as if he was gonna play Marvel vs. Capcom 1. Like, why the fuck would he play that? Just play your Street Fighter 2 the first stream, okay? Now stop fucking crying about shit you might play. Like, you weren't gonna play that.
And the first match is against someone who's literally played the game since the 1990s, has never stopped playing, plays the game regularly online, and instantly just infinites me, and that's the end. It's like, I get the feeling that's Fightcade. Like, in a nutshell, that's...
I get the feeling that's what it is. In a nutshell, that's what it is. You like that? You like this breakdown of his brain working? Look at this shit.
Has never stopped playing, plays the game regularly online, and instantly just infinites me, and that's the end. It's like, I get the feeling that's Fightcade. Like,
I get the feeling that's Fightcade.
Like, in a nutshell, that's Fightcade.
In a nutshell, that's Fightcade. He switched it. Now that's what it is. Just factually in his brain, that became the statement. That became the truth. That became his truth.
People who are the biggest fans
it's just that.
And hardcore players of these games.
He, like, needed to repeat it to himself to, like, bolster it.
And this is the only way you can
in his brain
get matches. So this is just what they've been doing nonstop. Again, these are probably the people keeping this alive. When you know, what do they call it? Like the enthusiast community? It's not necessarily a pro circuit for these older games anymore, but they keep it alive.
Yo, Tevin!
I'm here.
There you are, buddy. What's up?
They hold their own tournaments as side events during big tournaments, right? So I almost guarantee you that's literally what's going to happen. Now, there's some other issues as well. When you play on PC, you may not be aware of this, cheating is absolutely rampant. I mean, this is a...
Cheating is rampant. Hey, Lord Kane, thank you for the 5.
Focusing solely on negatives can lead to missed opportunities,
exactly.
reduced happiness, and increased stress. That's his life, FR father.
Yeah, that's good life advice, too. Don't let shit get in your way, man. All y'all out there.
How is that any different than the arcade experience he is so nostalgic for?
Yeah, that too. Thank you, Chairman of the Board. That's a good name, $4.99. Yeah, that too, where it's just like knowing tactics and playing for a long time. Isn't that just kind of like how arcades were? Like, people played more than other people. Some people were like, didn't have jobs or lives and they just played it. So, like, what's the difference? What is even the difference? That's going to stop you from playing it because other people play it more than me. Oh, I'm not going to stream today because Tevin streams more than me. So therefore, I'm never going to stream ever. Like, you're not going to do anything if you just think of everything that way.
Free client. All right? There's going to be people who have everything...
I'm surprised he streams because, other people stream more than me. Like, come on, man. Really?
On their controllers, so they don't have to do shit. They're going to have one-button Shoryukens. They're going to have one-button combos and super... All... fucking mash out. They're gonna have infinite turbo mode. Hold down the button and it's gonna go kick, 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 faster than a human can tap the button. It's just a rampant thing that you can't stop. It's going to happen when you're playing on PC on a thing that's free that has no rules.
Here's a new excuse too.
So
everyone's cheating.
It's gonna be pretty ridiculous. I'm guaranteeing you. To get on Fightcade and play these people is literally going to be like a laughable, hilarious experience. The first thing I'm gonna do is just kind of mess around and not take it seriously. Because I feel like if I jump in and I start taking it ultra seriously from the get-go, I'm just going to get pissed.
All right.
Because you're going to see that the most ludicrous things, right? Like, I predict I'm going to pick Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, and the first fight will be against a June, and the June will be perfect, where he'll be able to do, excuse me, not a June, a Yoon. And he's going to do the perfect hit string into super, into the big combo, into the super, into the big combo, into the super, into the big combo, into the super. Which is very tough to do offline, but he'll be doing it.
And Tony in chat also, what is he saying? What's he saying is bullshit. Fightcade has rules and you can have someone view the match for cheating. Exactly. See, I didn't even know that. So it's great to have Antony in the chat, or people that know about Fightcade even. If you know anything, this guy's like, obviously he's lying, but it's great to have people like that know what he's lying about. So that's great. Thank you. There's rules against cheating, which, that seems pretty basic to me to have rules against cheating. But no, he's not going to play it.
Perfectly online. Because they've probably been doing it for 30 years,
there
right?
You go. 30 years.
Now, what the fuck? I guarantee it. I really don't think, for example, when I play these games on console, a lot of the times, the vast majority of people I'm playing aren't great. Because they're just casual people who are interested in retro fighting games. They buy it on their Xbox, they buy it on their PlayStation, they pop it in, and they play it, and you get some comments.
Okay, so, dude, what? Okay, so let's break down his logic there. Because he is saying, people who play it on console are some people who just are interested and they buy it and they pop it in and they just want to play it for fun.
I had to do it to them, snipe.
I'll get back to that. Thank you, Tractor Goose, for the 5, man.
There's an old clip of Phil playing on a physical arcade muttering my moves not coming out. It's an excuse with a legacy.
That's great, man.
Based.
That's great.
Full gout.
That's awesome. That's of course there is a video like that. Thank you, Tractor Goose. What the fuck was I saying?
But it's not necessarily.
Oh, so people casually playing on console for the fun, chill experience of just popping it in and playing it for fun. Isn't DSP the guy that's been playing for like 30 years non-stop? Aren't you ruining their experience? Why is it any different? Oh, it's because you're the one doing it. So it's okay when you do it. But for some reason it scares you away and doesn't make you want to try? I don't know, man. That seems fucking weird to me.
High level comp, but it's good because you can mess around. You know, I can mess around with my Yuri.
Oh, it's messing around.
Pick around with Hugo, characters who aren't, you know, tournament viable for me, but I can at least mess around with them. I'm gonna get on Fightcade, it's gonna go like this, just immediate spanking by every person that plays me. And I know it. Like, I'm already expecting that. I would be shocked if I play Fightcade and I fight people of like average skill level and I can actually hang with them. I'd be like blown away if that happened. Okay?
Okay.
So,
Big ups to spanking.
that's number one. And then number two on top of it, again, I just want to point out the fact, since this is a PC client, I guarantee you this is going to be a way for rampant cheating. Or, excuse me, not rampant cheating, rampant trolling is what I meant to say. For example, I'm already being told, oh yeah, with Fightcade, there's no way to stop the chat on the screen, so people could just sit there saying awful things, and there's nothing you can do about it. Oh yeah, in Fightcade, people could just non-stop spam invites on you to play you, so you have to immediately turn it off, because if you don't, immediately...
What?
They're just going to just constantly spam, and you'll never be able to use the dang thing.
I mean, that's...
It's just constant pop-ups or things in your face that'll
turn it
bother
off,
you.
then.
But like, really?
Okay.
Okay, that doesn't sound very good. Now, I have a legit question for everyone. I don't know how many of you have ever used Fightcade, okay? What about your IP address? That's actually a major concern for me. Like, I can't have my IP address getting leaked and having more people try to DDoS attack me or DDoS me or whatever the fuck it's called, okay? And I have a new IP. I've had a new IP for months.
Okay.
So,
VPN?
I need to find out that using this Fightcade is going to protect my IP address. I can't have it that people are going to have a way to discern my IP using this client. What's hilarious is people have asked me to use it for 10 years. Not a single person has brought up this thing, this point about IP addresses.
Why would they? So why would they? This is an interesting statement too, because why would they? Imagine 10 years ago, you told DSP, Phil, Fightcade might reveal your IP, so you have to enable this setting and do this to stop it. Would he even care? He would say, you know, you're talking about something I'm never going to fucking do, so I don't even want to fucking hear you talk about it. Knock it off or I'm going to ban you. Like, why would you tell him? Why would you tell him when he's not going to play Fightcade? What's even the point?
Doesn't want to
Thank
get
you, VLX.
gang-pegged online, dude. Right pointing finger.
Doesn't
ring.
want to get gang pegged and line dude. That's correct, VLX, except he'll blame everyone else for it. He won't admit that's the reason. But anyways, yeah. Imagine telling him how to bypass the IP thing or that it exists. Either he would just say, oh, look, people can get your not VPN. People can get your IP. I'm never going to play Fightcade. Or he would just say, I'm not playing Fightcade. I don't want to hear you talk about it. It's one of the two. He would do one of those two. So why would anyone tell you in 10 years how to bypass that issue? If it's even an issue, I don't even know.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
So, I need to know tonight, when we're doing a live setup of this, how it works, how to prevent the trolling. Before I boot a single match, I need to have this set up so we're not going to have pop-ups constantly with people inviting spam. We're not going to have people getting my IP and trying to knock my streams offline. You know, this all has to be figured out before I fuck around with this thing. All right? It's not as simple as, oh, I'm just a Joe Nobody, no one cares, so I can just download it and use it. No, you know that I'm a target. So everyone who's asked me for 10 years to use...
So this is good too, because then why didn't you just do it off stream? Like, that's the simplest thing. Why didn't you set it up off stream and then just test it out and see what happens?
Fightcade, I hope you know what the fuck you're talking about.
What?
Because, yeah, it's a major concern for me that something like this could happen.
It's a major concern, except it's not major enough to bother looking into it yourself. You're going to blame other people that need to help you. They have to help you because it's a major concern, except it's not major where I need to look into it. It's a major concern that I don't need to look into.
Okay?
That makes
I hope it
sense.
doesn't. I hope legit this is not an issue. And that we...
That's like saying getting a job is my main concern in life because I'm losing money or something, and then you don't bother applying for a job. It's my main concern to get a job, doesn't apply for a job. Okay, like how is it your main
We'll get it working?
concern?
So,
I don't know, whatever.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do. How do I fix this or how do I make it so that's not going to be a concern? Right? I don't know. Does anyone even know? You can block in-game chat and all that stuff. Well, that's what I need to do. Well, I guess what people were saying, is that when you first boot it up, everything's on, obviously, but then you could turn off the ability for someone to send you an invite. The problem is that means that I have to always go to other people and invite them to matches. There is no matchmaking in this. It's just going to be a listing of people who want to play, and then you have to pick who you want to play, and they have to accept, and then you play, right?
Okay.
So I don't know. We have to see how it works. And if it doesn't work, if it ends up being a fucking mess, then I guess it's a fucking mess, and we just don't do it. And for those, why don't you set it up offline? What the fuck are you talking about?
What?
How am I going to do that?
Me? What do you mean? How is it gonna do that? I don't know, guys. I don't know how do you like look something up? I don't really know. I haven't really used the internet for like 15, 16 years on YouTube.
Literally, the issues cannot be figured out until we're doing it live, right?
Okay.
Like, if I play it offline, no one will know I'm doing it offline. So how would I know how I'm going to handle trolling? It would be
What?
the moment I turn it online that people start trolling me that we could figure out the fixes. Not offline. It doesn't even make sense.
That does,
the same thing people
okay.
say about, oh, well, why weren't you ready for this when you did your multiplayer session? Because I wasn't fucking playing on stream. So I didn't have anyone trying to troll me. How could I have prepared for it when I didn't know how?
You have a Discord, right? You have like a few little fucking mouth droolers there that you like to talk to. You couldn't have used one of them as a guinea pig? Really?
How it was going to work? How would we have known that in Street Fighter 6 there's constant invite pop-ups? How would you know that unless you were playing it and people were trolling you live on a stream? You would never know that.
All right.
Is it people just think the world is fucking perfect and everything can be perfectly
no Discord.
prevented or planned for? Or no, it's not. That's not reality. And if you think that, you probably live an insanely insulated fucking life.
What?
Where your mom probably does everything for you, so you don't realize that things actually happen that you have to fix on the fly.
You know what? He got me there. My mom did set up Fightcade for me. You know, he has me there. I can't really argue with that. I'm sorry. Thanks, Mom.
It's just absolutely ridiculous, over the top nonsense when people say shit to me like that. Oh, you could have just easily prevented every problem early. It's like, no, you can't. That's not life. You're crazy if you think that. Okay?
My mom, my wife.
So, here's the thing. I want to play Fightcade. I want to play old school Street Fighter. All right? But I have to get it working properly, and it's going to take time. This is not going to be tonight. I boot up the stream, and we have 5 minutes, and now it's working. I get the feeling it's going to be a rough setup. We got to, it has to be installed. I think I already have it installed, by the way. And I think I just have to make an account.
What do you mean you
I'm
think?
not sure.
Look at this guy. This little shit bothers me. I'm going to nitpick this. This little shit right here.
Installed. I think I already have it installed, by the way.
I think I already have it installed. What the fuck you mean you think? Like, what the fuck does that mean? Did you install it or not? You fucking snake piece of shit.
And I think I just have to make an account. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure I already installed it.
Fucking weasel.
Last year. I just have to figure that out for myself, like how far I got.
I think I have it installed.
And then I think I got to make an account, and then I have to figure it out. Like, how do you set it up so you don't get pop-up invites, and how can people spam, and how do you get the chat off the screen so that people aren't saying gross stuff that everyone can see on the stream, right? And then also the other thing, how do I get it so that I can use it by sitting here? Because right now,
oh my god,
right
he's
now,
physically
with
pointing.
This keyboard and mouse setup, the keyboard and mouse are way the fuck over there.
Look,
way
you
over
see
there.
it? Look.
So I can't reach them. I'd have to
It's
figure
like
out how
over
to get stuff
there.
to reach over here and use it realistically. Maybe the mouse would reach.
Look, you see
But
it?
I don't know about the keyboard. Plus, do I need the keyboard? Once I map everything out
Map?
to the joystick, because my joystick does work on a PC, is that fine? Or am I always going to need this fucking keyboard for something? Or will the mouse do everything? Right? Like, I don't know. See, now we got someone in chat who's literally said, every time you play a match, someone has your IP. Guys, do you really believe that? Do you really believe that on Fightcade, that every time you play someone, they immediately get your IP address? Do you think anyone would actually use Fightcade if it immediately doxed your IP address?
Wait, so what's the problem then? What's the problem then? Because that's why you're not playing, right? I'm lost. Is this like a bad, like, is he making fun of this guy? Because if that's not true, then why are you stopping playing?
Seriously. What? Don't you think that would be a slight liability for the people who made it and for the people who use it? That every single moment, right?
All right. Whatever.
Like, what are you talking about? I don't know. People are just, I don't know. People are just crazy, right? Anyway, so I don't know. I know everyone's like VPN. That doesn't work. When you do a VPN, it adds lag. What are you? Boy, you have no idea how a VPN works, do you?
Oh, dude.
Use a VPN. That's not how VPNs work, genius.
Oh, you don't know how that shit works, genius.
VPNs reroute you through another location of the planet, adding insane amounts of lag. Then you're going to play an online game? Are you stupid? Boy.
Okay.
Bjorn Turok, I don't know what you're talking about. I've had 0 problems on stream today. 0. The stream is a nice connection. No issues. So if you're having issues, it's your ISP.
Come on, geniuses. You guys are detractors.
Your
mouth
connection.
droolers. What the hell do you know about VPNs?
Everything is fine.
You fucking idiots.
I don't know what you're talking about there.
Hello? Bernal?
So anyway, I don't know.
Hey, Nugs.
This was this Bono Techno says the chat client does not have your IP address. Others cannot find it through the chat client. The lobby only knows your country, but when you play a game, they get your IP address. What? You know? Okay. All right. This is so ridiculous. Do you not understand the legal liability that a company would have?
I don't understand.
If every time that you used something, it gave away your IP address. Right? Do you not understand that? So either you're telling me that people just don't care and they're so idiotically stupid that they would actively use this fighting game client to play the game and literally open themselves up to doxing and DDoS attacks and trolling. And this has been like this for 15 years. All right? Or you're wrong. So which is it? Do we have a...
This idiot could use a dynamic IP instead of a static IP. He has a business line. Why not ask the questions and try something? Snort. Exactly. This fucking guy.
Ginormous legal...
He would rather sit here. I don't know. Is this all a grift? Is this all him just looking for an excuse not to play it? Because I have a sneaking suspicion that that could be the case. I'm not sure. I have no proof. But I don't know. He's avoided Fightcade for so long, right? I don't know. Maybe this is like the last minute bailout for him having to actually play players that are better than him.
Ability,
and
in which case someone could sue the fuck out of the company that made Fightcade because they're constantly giving away people's IP addresses without telling them. Or are you wrong?
Because it's really dumb. Like, that's my thing, where it's just super dumb. I don't know. And he's sitting here yelling at people.
Which is it?
Okay.
I'd like to know. I'd like the honest answer. Okay. Maybe you're right. And then this company will just get sued.
Right. Just fabricate scenarios in your head so you don't have to play Fightcade. You don't have to see Gout in the chat. What a man. What a brave man. Okay. Phil, Bernal, come on.
Bernal?
This is literally like playing a peer-to-peer game via an emulator. This is how it works. I play this with the Tecmo community. So seriously, how would anyone who is a known player who streams, okay?
Okay. Right?
How would you use it? So you tell me I can't use it. You tell me I can't use Fightcade. I'm done. Because all it's going to take is one troll, right, to join a match to play me, and they have my IP address. And then they're just going to fucking post it all over the internet, and then the people are going to DDoS attack me constantly.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. This is 10 years of people telling me to play on Fightcade. And now, the day when I'm going to do it, now you people tell me in chat that this is what happens. You waited this long to tell me.
You people in chat now tell me. What do you mean by that? Come on, dude.
No trolls cannot IP grab you off any
like,
game.
That's great, too, where he's yelling at this guy saying, you're a fucking idiot. And then now he's, wait a minute, this dude is right, apparently? And he has to backpedal, except without backpedaling what he was saying.
They would have fucking doxed me 5 zillion times over the years, so you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's just stupidity saying that.
Just wants to shit on people, regardless of anything. And no information, no source. Any opportunity, just to shit on anybody. Piece of shit, man. Fucking weasel. Who are you banning now?
I just want you guys to put yourself into my situation. Really. Just do this for a second.
I don't want to.
All right? And I want you to, because I think, sadly, most people do not. And they hold you accountable and they treat me like shit. And I just want you to listen to me for a second.
What do you mean hold you accountable? The fuck does that mean?
They hold you accountable and they treat me like shit. And I just want you to listen to...
As if you're not responsible for what you do? What? Put yourself in my shoes and then you'll realize I'm not accountable for anything. What?
Me for a second rationally.
What?
Okay.
Okay.
For over 10 years, I've exclusively played fighting games on console. All right? Exclusively. And every time that I've done this, I've never had an issue with any kind of security whatsoever because consoles secure all your information. No one's going to get
and
your
Tony.
IP address from playing a fighting game on a console, ever, right? But because of that, I've had to put up with lag and inferior versions of these games, right? I have, and we can all agree that the console versions of classic fighting games are not up to snuff with the real versions. They've all had issues with lag, or like I said, with the Capcom Classics collection, literally no moderation
getting a
whatsoever.
repeated segment here.
So pretty bad, right? In that regard, you get the inferior version, but at least you're safe, correct? Excuse me. So, for 10 years, everyone yelled at me, I'm doing the wrong thing. Everyone uses Fightcade. Why don't you just use Fightcade? You're such an idiot. You're such a dumbass. You're such a loser.
Yeah. Where's the lie? Where's the lie, bitch? Where's the lie, fucker? Where's the lie?
Why don't you just use Fightcade? You're such an idiot.
Yeah.
You're such a dumbass. You're such a loser. You don't do what everyone else does. You're not playing the best players because you're not using Fightcade. You should be using Fightcade. So now here we are, 10 years later, and I'm ready. I've been waiting.
Yeah, 42. 42 fucking years old. 42, and he's there fucking mauling over what people say on the internet about him. Really, dude? Come on.
Sit around.
I thought you were happily married, man.
Let's do it.
Get off the internet.
Right? Oh, by the way, that exposes your IP address. Oh. You had to wait 10 years to fucking tell me that? Seriously, now I'm fucking pissed. I'm legit and very rightly pissed.
What?
That you had to wait to the day that I scheduled it. Because everyone asked me for it for 10 fucking years.
Right.
Now you're going to tell me, oh, your IP address gets exposed.
And it's like I said before, why would you tell him before? Why, realistically, why would you tell him beforehand when he was never going to do Fightcade? I don't know. Why is he upset? Like, it doesn't, of course they're going to tell you now that you're doing it, right? Oh my God.
It gets to the point where when people ask for shit and they start to unfairly treat me away, I'm just going to tell them, shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear you bitching. Because that's where the point we're getting to at this point. Like, people screaming so loudly that I'm doing it wrong, when in reality, I've always been doing it right, because there's no way that a streamer should be using Fightcade if it gives away your IP address. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired that because I'm Darkside Phil, I'm the brunt of the abuse. I get the one that gets yelled at and called names and
42.
treated poorly because I'm Darkside Phil. That's really the only reason, right? If I was anyone else, it would have been like, all right, well, you're a streamer, you know, Fightcade's the best, but, you know, for me, it's like, no, fuck you, Phil, you piece of shit, right? You've been doing it wrong for 10 years. Why don't you just listen to us?
You see, guys, he's just an innocent victim. He's always an innocent victim in all of this whole situation.
Right? Okay, well then, I'm listening to you now. Let's do it. Oh, wait, actually, you're
Also, what the fuck is he wearing? I just noticed.
Guess that's exposed. You should have never
Did
done
he
this.
cut the sleeves on this?
See, now Swagonito says, well, streamers use Fightcade all day long. Avoid the puddles.
He's showing off the guns, dude.
How? If it gives away your IP address, as people are suggesting in the chat, how?
How?
Player Essence, please kiss my fucking...
What did Player Essence say? Oh, Player Essence is a check mark. Player Essence in the chat. Bruh, stop playing the victim all day. Laughing, crying emoji. With a check mark. So he gets called out because he has a check mark.
Player Essence, please kiss my fucking ass and
Player Essence has 118k subs. There you go.
enjoy your permanent ban, you dumb piece of fucking shit.
Dumb piece of
Seriously.
fucking shit.
Fuck off.
Seriously.
Asshole. Why am I so angry? Because if you were told for 10 years that you're doing something wrong,
Oh my God.
for 10 years, you were told you're the one who's doing everything incorrectly.
Again, more context for this. It's not 10 years you were being told you're doing something wrong. It's 10 years of you complaining. 10 years of you playing console versions of these games and then complaining that they're bad. And people saying, well, Phil, you can just play the free thing that exists already on PC. There's a slight difference there. With you complaining that everything sucks and everything's terrible and all these console versions are bad, and then people give you an alternative. That's what really happened. That's what it really is. Except you chose to just keep playing the console versions.
Why don't you just listen?
It's not what you're saying it is.
The reason. And then the day you're actually going to make amends and change and try to do the thing that people have said this is the right thing to do, you get told, oh no, you can't do it anyway. How would you feel? It doesn't even matter that's Fightcade. This could have been anything.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, Iron Aesthetic. That's a great point.
I don't know, you know?
Oh, thank
No, you see,
Krampus
Fightcade
Smart.
is something that the
Thank you, brother.
FGC is so heavily into and has been. So if you're in the FGC, you probably know about Fightcade. Outside of that, you probably never heard of it. It's not something that you would hear. It's not advertised. It's not something that they're trying to get tons of people to use or anything like that, right?
Fightcade is free, man. Thank you,
If
BB11.
Phil's YouTube channel is a ship, Phil is the captain. He can't blame his F-ups on the detractors or dents. Phil has ultimate responsibility.
Thank you, BB11, for the £5. Yeah, exactly. It's just, at the end of the day, regardless of what people are saying about you and what you're doing and criticizing you, you're the one that's in charge. So, ultimately, of course, all the blame goes on you, because you're the one that's deciding to do what you're doing, right? As a human in life, that's how that works in reality, correct?
So now I don't know what to do. You tell me. What am I supposed to do, right?
What am I supposed to do? You can't just shift the blame to the jades in your chat, man. Really?
What do I do? Maybe I'll just sit here tonight and I'll just fucking sit back like this. I'll just be like, yeah, I'm just gonna sit.
He'll sit back like this as he sways back and forth.
Maybe I'll just sit here tonight and I'll just fucking sit back like this.
Right.
I'll
His
just be
little
like, yeah, I'm just gonna
autistic
sit here.
swaying.
I'm just gonna sit on stream and do nothing. Right? I don't know
Right.
what else. It's just ridiculous at this point. It really is. At this point, I'm just so flabbergasted.
Yeah, King Jack.
I'm just so it gets to the point where like you get, what is the word? Like you get desensitized. Like I'm not.
What?
I shouldn't be upset.
This is the
I
most sensitive thing ever. How is this desensitized?
shouldn't be surprised.
This is like the opposite of
that for
that.
10 years people gave me misinformation and yelled at me for that misinformation and acted like I was a villain or stupid or whatever, doing the wrong thing.
They weren't wrong.
You know,
Okay.
I guess I shouldn't expect to be treated with respect. I guess that's actually the best way to put it. I should not expect to be treated with any kind of respect. Yeah, whatever people tell me, 9 times out of 10, they're fucking with me. They're just, any criticism of me actually isn't valid. It's just people trying to basically make fun of me just for the sake of making fun of me, right? I thought this was legit. I thought it's like, oh, people really haven't, Phil's been really missing out on playing old school fighters, right?
Okay.
He's really been missing out because he just doesn't listen, because he's stubborn, he's obstinate. And so after all these years,
I don't think
I get to a
people
point
say
where I
that.
actually have a situation where I have a PC that I can play Fightcade. Let's do it. I'm excited to do it. We have the time to do it. I made the
Yeah,
time
you
to
should
do
have
it.
looked into it,
I want to
man.
set it up. I want to
Like,
do it.
even with all of these stipulations and context cues and shit that he's adding, at the end of the day, like BB11 was saying, dude, it's your stream. You should have looked into it. If you're that excited about playing it and you finally have the means to play it, as if he didn't before somehow. But dude, you should have looked into it. It's your stream. It's your business. I'm not making money here. Like, the viewers and the Jades and the Derricks and shit are not the ones that are going to be making the money to stream Fightcade for you. Why the fuck should they have to do that?
And then the morning before I'm going to do it, you tell me it gives away my IP address. It only took 10 fucking years.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's embarrassing. This does not make you look any better. Is that supposed to make you look better? I don't get it. I really don't.
Horny Gordon Rule says Fightcade doesn't openly display your IP. It's still accessible during gameplay due to peer-to-peer nature like Call of Duty. So explain this to me. How does anyone ever stream Call of Duty? Because don't you think there's malicious parties who would get someone's IP address who's a streamer and DDoS attack them or post it all over the internet? So how is it possible that people play Call of Duty? How is it possible that Avoid the Puddle plays on Fightcade and doesn't get his IP address doxed? How is this possible?
All right. I don't know, dude. What's a VPN? What does that stand for? Dynamic IP? Something? I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm not like
No, not a VPN, you incredible dunce. Stop saying VPN.
What?
VPNs are not for online play. Wow, that is a stupid answer.
It's like he heard me. Look at this shit.
VPN, you incredible dunce. Stop saying VPN. VPNs are not for online play. Wow, that is a stupid answer. Just the very nature of the fact that you don't know how a VPN works is hilarious. Just say that in a chat, that you think that you want to add latency by using a VPN in an online play. That is incredibly stupid, what you're saying.
So, okay, let's assume that's even true, what he is saying. He told us at the beginning of this that he's going to not care, and he's going to play it for fun, and he's going to see how it goes. And he's yelling at people that adding a VPN is going to add delay. Like, why not even try? You can't even try? I thought you're just going to have fun. This is supposed to be a fun, chill stream, right? I'm not feeling very chill, Phil. I'm really not. I feel like I'm being yelled at a lot. And criticized. At some point, infers he needs a VPN sponsorship before he tries a VPN. Really, Barrett? That's good. Of course he does. Brunel? What's happening?
Brunel?
Damn, instead of doing this, you can Google something. You're really reading your chat instead of just looking something up. He's on a laptop reading his chat.
I guess we're just not doing it. You know?
All right. Cancel.
I guess we're not doing it. What a waste of time this whole thing has been. Seriously. What a hilarious waste of time this discussion has been all these years that people have yelled at me to play Fightcade. Because I'm being told, like legit, someone who's trying to help in chat says, this is why in things like Fightcade it's considered friend groups or friend lobbies, people you trust playing against each other. That way it's not people who...
As if this is any better. He's just saying, I don't have any friends. Aww.
information maliciously against you or anything.
I don't have any friends. They're not malicious.
Yeah, play with trusted friends only. Well, then I can never use Fightcade, ever. Not a single fucking time can I ever play Fightcade, right?
Right.
So I'm done. That's it. Fightcade is off the table.
I can't play it because I have no
the schedule
friends.
For the next 2 nights, because I cannot play this program, even though people have demanded that I use it for a decade. Outright told me I'm an idiotic moron buffoon for playing console versions of fighting games.
I mean, you're just an idiotic moron buffoon, regardless of the console version. That's just how it be sometimes.
It exists, and you know, I mean, literally, outright been insulted as if I'm just fucking stupid as shit because I've been playing on console. But now I find out actually I was in the right all along, right? Like,
what do you mean you were in the right?
tremendous.
As if you were, okay, that bothers me specifically. I was in the right the whole time, as if he wasn't playing Fightcade because he knew the IP would show, and there's no way around it. Like, fuck you mean you're right? How the fuck you retroactively right? That doesn't make any sense. That's not why you weren't playing it.
That's absolutely tremendous.
That's like his ego, his narcissism getting in the way there.
Amazing. And again, guys, I was 100% gung-ho. I was going to do this tonight. 100%. I was in line to play tonight with all of you to enjoy retro fighting games. And apparently, I'm just not allowed that luxury like everybody else is. I'm not allowed to. Because I'm Darkside Phil, and everyone just wants to fuck on shit on me constantly. Right?
I mean, you deserve it, man. To be honest. Like, for real. When you really think about it, you don't even have to think about it. You deserve to be shat on, yeah. It's kind of how this works. Okay, can we talk? Sad life. I cannot play Fightcade.
So unless anyone can prove differently, I guess it's off the table. We're not doing Fightcade. It's done. You know, I'm glad I didn't fucking do anything early, because again, everyone's saying, oh, just do it early. Set it up early. Imagine if I did, and then it gets canceled after all that work. Fuck that.
Imagine if I did. Imagine if I wasted 5 minutes during my music playing segment of my stream to set up Fightcade. Wow, that would have killed him, right?
You know? No, a Google search wouldn't have done any of this, because you need to hear it firsthand from people who use it to truly understand anything. Google searches are pretty fucking worthless.
Okay.
Right now, if you do a Google search, it'll tell you that fucking there's aliens on Earth and all kinds of weird shit. You know what you're talking about. You need to actually talk to people who actively use the technology regularly to really understand.
You need to talk to... Whatever. I'm moving on. Fuck you. This fucking guy, man.
So, yeah, I have no idea what we're doing tonight. Right?
All right.
I don't know. I guess we're just going to have a random stream where I'm just coming on stream and doing whatever.
Great.
Where there's no gameplay and we just fuck around. You know, we could do a Game Pass night, which originally is what we were talking about doing, is just exploring Game Pass and seeing if there's any games in there we're interested in.
Snood, that's a great point. What if someone told him firsthand that there are aliens? You must talk to a human to confirm, correct? That's how that works. That's the logic. Okay, Phil, come on.
According to Gordon rules, you have no idea the implications of what you're saying. They're like, you know, it just, that person, what they're saying, it doesn't happen that often. They should just do it anyway. You should just stream Fightcade and see what happens. Yes, because if my IP address gets doxxed, right, totally I'll just be able to easily stream every day, and it won't affect my business in a negative way or anything, right? I won't be able to not make money because I can't work. What are you talking about? Oh my God. Oh my fucking God.
Okay.
Well, I'm definitely titling this podcast the Fightcade Disaster episode, for sure. I mean, thank God we had this conversation, because if we didn't, I mean, that would have been really, really bad, right? Like, it would have been, it just would have been terrible.
I love having one-way conversations and calling them conversations.
it didn't come to that, and that
Unironically,
we basically dodged yet another bullet, right? Oh my god.
Oh my god. Are we done? Yeah, we're done. Come on.
All right, no Fightcade tonight. I guess we'll either just have a hangout session, or we'll maybe do some Game Pass exploration or something like that. And then I guess tomorrow night,
Game Pass Sexploration. Okay, so next video. This was the night stream. I don't think we're gonna watch all of it, simply because he will be live before we gain any ground on this. But there are timestamps. The AI timestamps came through, and so we will be skipping through it. I don't care enough to watch the whole thing.
Well,
So big ups.
Everyone, welcome to something completely unplanned, and I'm not too happy about it, to be quite frank. It's actually Tuesday, the 23rd of April, 2024, and this is my typical late night stream where I would have something interesting for you, whether it be gameplay or a special event or something. Tonight, particularly.
I had to do it to them, snipe.
Hey, thank you, Meth Bear, for that 5.
Phil deserves a Canadian top hat like an Insta influencer living in Hawaii.
In Hawaii. I'm not sure what that means. I'm not up to date with current events, I guess. I'm very worldly, as you can tell. But thank you, Meth Bear, so much for the 5.
Deck on schedule here with something fresh and different and new. Something that people had literally requested from me, built up in hype for me for many years. All right, tonight what I was supposed to do is I was supposed to check out something called Fightcade on PC.
Is he going to recap it? Okay, fuck you. I'm skipping the recap. I'm sorry, guys. Recap gets banned from me.
Strike versions of the Alpha series, like hell, I do things on it. Like I played Chrono Trigger on PC.
Okay.
We actually tried out like Phasmophobia during a Christmas holiday and stuff like that. We've done a few little things on it, but the whole idea was that eventually we were going to play Fightcade on there. That was the big epic thing, and I said, let's just find the time to do it. And now's the perfect time. We actually have 3 freaking weeks until there's major new releases.
I don't even know if I believe that, because from what I remember, the PC was for him to play Chrono Trigger, for him to play Steam games. I don't recall him saying Fightcade was the reason why someone donated a mini PC. I don't remember that.
So I'm like, oh, this would be perfect.
Yeah,
to set it up, get it in rotation, and be playing all these cool classic fighters and all this stuff. And that's what the purpose of tonight was supposed to be. Right now, we were supposed to set this up so that we could do it together and start playing, like pick games and stuff and start trying it out, right? So, no exaggeration, 10 years since I lived in Washington, I've been streaming classic fighting games on console and been told, oh, Ultra Street Fighter 2, that's the wrong way to do it. It's crap. Street Fighter 2.
Okay, I thought I skipped the recap. I apologize. There's actually 8 minutes of recap instead of 5 minutes.
To something in the chat, it doesn't mean I'm responding directly to you unless I call you out.
Wait, what? Okay, we're getting some good segment here.
Well, they take it the wrong way or whatever.
Okay, people take it the wrong way. Me shitting on you? Yeah, me shitting on you? You took it the wrong way, actually. If you didn't know that.
Talking totally to somebody else. So.
What? Okay, hold on. I'm missing some shit here. Hold on.
Too. So I'm just going to say this to anyone who attends my content or my streams. This is something that I should air out.
Okay, here we go.
Basically, if you think that I'm directly addressing you, you should probably ask me and make sure that I am. But the truth is that usually if I am addressing someone directly, like a person directly.
Could you imagine that? Hold on. Imagine this dude's like, people are fucking saying, stupid shit like, Phil, you're a fucking dinosaur. You're stupid. Imagine you ask him, Phil, are you talking about me? What do you think he's going to say? What the fuck do you think he's going to say? Of course he's going to say no. This fucking weasel. He's such a weasel. He's a snake. I hate him. He is a weasel.
I will tell you.
Of course I wasn't talking about you. Come on. I was just meant like in general. Come on.
Like you're messing around, don't do that. Or I will call you out. I will moderate. I'm not in general just attacking people for no reason in my chat. They're always doing something stupid that allows me to then have to basically.
Yeah. Who deems it stupid though? Who's the authority on what is stupid and what isn't? So anything could be stupid. Saying a VPN, use a VPN is apparently stupid somehow. I wouldn't consider that stupid. But it is, apparently.
Do something about it. You know what I'm saying?
Whatever. Let's move on.
But yeah, like someone completely misunderstood or misconstrued what happened and took it as a personal insult. I mean, obviously, I apologize to whoever that person is.
It was misconstrued and you took it personally. I didn't mean it that way, but I apologize anyway.
I actually thought I was insulting them. I wasn't talking to them at all. In fact, I don't even know what they said in chat.
This is how you do an apology.
Talking totally to somebody else. So, but be careful. You got to be careful about this, guys.
Wait a minute. I wasn't being mean to you. I was being mean to somebody else. As if that's any... As if that makes it any better. Yeah, I was being mean to somebody else. Not you, fucking idiot.
At all. In fact, I don't even know what they said in chat because I was talking totally to somebody else. So, but be careful. You got to be careful about this, guys. Here's why. I'm one person. You are many, right? Right now we have a chat.
I'm actually not.
I do my best to talk with you and have conversation or whatever, but I can't basically be perfect all the time and be clear exactly who I'm addressing. Right now I'm talking to everyone generally, right? Don't take it to heart. If I say something on stream and you get upset, did he say that to me? Did I? Well, if I did, I would have said your name and I would have moderated you if I felt that you broke the chat rules. If I didn't do that, then I wasn't talking to you, right?
Okay.
So I actually feel like that like some people, they take it the wrong way or whatever. I'm not. Like, literally, this person, I apologize to them.
Look at that. I feel like some people take it the wrong way. If I chat in saying, Phil, are you talking about me? Of course he's going to say he's not. Of course he's going to say he's not, because he's a weasel. He's a weasel. He wants to hide behind the fact that he can throw stones from a glass house. He wants to be able to say whatever, and then if you fucking question it, he can just shit on you, and then not specifically at you.
Well, they take it the wrong way or whatever. I'm not. Like,
you just take it the wrong way.
I apologize to them if they took it
buffoon.
that way, but that was not the intention. I wasn't insulting this person whatsoever. I wasn't even responding to them talking in the chat. I don't even know what they said. So there you have it. Anyway, I just want to get that out of the way. Please be careful. Don't always take what I say as like I'm directly talking to you, especially if all of a sudden I'm responding to something in the chat. It doesn't mean I'm responding directly to you unless I call you out. Then you know I'm talking to you. Okay? I do feel it's kind of unfair. Like I said, I'm one, you are many. If everyone takes every word I ever say as I'm talking directly to you, I guess we're going to have some problems, right?
Okay. That's hilarious.
Fair enough? Okay.
It's not
Now, getting back
enough.
on subject. As we're doing the podcast this morning, the Level 1 podcast, a few good Samaritans actually came to the stream and said, hey, just so you know, it sounds like no one has ever told you this before, but when you play Fightcade, your IP address gets exposed.
Nobody said that.
Now, it took us about a half an hour to hash this out. But by the end of a half an hour segment on the podcast, we kind of figured out exactly how it all works. And so here's how Fightcade actually works.
Right.
There's a chat room.
Guy who doesn't know how it works is going to explain how it works. He didn't Google anything, by the way. He's basing it off people like Jade in his chat. Like, no offense to Jade, but like, come on. Come on. You're going to explain to me how it works? Third, fourth hand explanation of how something works that you've never used. Okay.
No, your information does not get exposed in the chat room.
All right.
Okay? There's like a client where you search for people, and all you see in the client where you search for people is a geolocation. So you'll see, oh, okay, this person's located in the USA. This person's located in the UK. This person is in, Mexico or whatever, right? So you at least know what country they're in. But you don't see their IP address. However, from what I'm understanding, Fightcade is a free program, all right? It's totally free. There is no paid version that's better, that has features. It's just something that everyone uses in the FGC for posterity to keep classic fighting games alive, which is to be well respected and regarded. Thank you to the people who make Fightcade for doing that. That's very nice of you to keep fighting games alive that normally wouldn't have any player base because there's no way to play them, right? It would be nice if we had perfect versions of these games on console. We do not, correct? Anyway, apparently it's peer-to-peer. What that means is there's no central server that you connect to. Instead, it's you are directly connecting to someone else. And even though you can't actively see it yourself, yes, your IP address gets exposed when you connect to someone. Now you might say, well, why is this not a big deal for anyone? Well, because normally people don't have endless armies of complete mentally challenged weirdos on the internet chasing them around trying to ruin their business and their life, but I do. Okay? It's sad. It's just a crazy hate mob of weird people that follow me around to try to do this stuff, but it's just present. So what happens is apparently you need to have third-party things going. So for example, it wouldn't be in Fightcade, but they could do something.
Did he say mentally challenged? I wasn't listening.
Like use an IP sniffer, which is a third-party program you can get, and it can interact with Fightcade, and it can find out the IP address of the person that you've matched against to play. So it might not happen immediately, but within, a session or two, there's definitely a chance that one of these trolls, okay, that they will do this, right? One of these trolls will eventually match with me, get my IP address, and there you go. In fact, Bonos Temo says, if you do a Google search for Fightcade security issues, the 6th result is an X post explaining everything about it. It is definitive on this issue. There's just a no-go here. So unless the makers of Fightcade work with some other method to hide someone's IP address in the app itself, which I don't think they're going to do. It's a free app, right? They're not, maybe if they were receiving payment for this app, they could develop something that makes it foolproof, much like when you're playing these games over a console through a GUI or its own matchmaking system where you have no access to the back-end data. But apparently you can do that just easily just using.
Wait, now he loves Google? So when someone else Googles something and tells him the results, the 6th result, then it's okay. He'll believe them. but apparently you can't Google it yourself and look into it.
IP sniffer program. You can get the IP right out of
Derek
Fightcade.
Ip
You can
sniffer?
get someone's IP. So why isn't it a big deal for anyone else? Because no one else gets harassed like me. Everyone else just plays casually for themselves. Even a casual fighting game streamer, you know, you get a few hundred people on your stream or whatever, no one's going to dox you. But because I'm Darkside Phil, and people hate me for literally no good reason, they're just nuts, they will dox me. They will basically get my IP address, put it on the internet, and probably get a bunch of people to DDoS attack me. Great, right?
Right. Sniff. Snort.
Now, before we get ahead of ourselves, because all day people have been saying, use a VPN, 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 use a VPN. We already addressed it on the podcast, but I'll readdress it now.
We addressed it. You're an idiot. That was the address.
There are services out there, VPNs, that essentially spoof your location so that you look like you're somewhere else. So no one can actually find out your true IP address. Okay? So, for example, I could get one of these. I know there's a bunch of them. There's NordVPN, ExpressVPN. There's like a ton of them that are commercially used. And you pay a subscription fee a month. And basically, when you go to do anything, before you actually get to the destination you want to go. So let's say, for example, I was going to stream on YouTube, but I wanted to protect my IP.
Do we
Instead
really
of
need this,
connecting
Dora?
directly to YouTube and then streaming to YouTube, I would connect through this VPN first, then to YouTube, and YouTube would actually think that my broadcasting location was another country or another place. And apparently they have things all over the place. Like some of them are international, some of them have several things in the United States. But the one big problem with VPNs, okay?
Okay. Explain.
Is very, very simple.
What?
They add lag.
It adds
because
lag.
you're not broadcasting
It's
from
like
where
a
you are,
DLC.
you're going from somewhere else. So, for example, if I were to use a VPN to change my IP address, all right, so that I could play Fightcade and protect my IP, number one, it's going to add input lag to the game. In which case...
Source? He helped the internet guy fix his internet, okay? That's his source. He knows all about the internet.
Why bother playing online if you're adding delay to make it lag? The other person won't have the lag, I will. Right?
Right?
I'll have
Yeah, that's how that works.
It's already rollback netcode. It's already rollback netcode where things are going to be going all over the place, teleporting. Now imagine that added with a VPN that's adding lag.
Okay.
Correct? And as much as people want to be...
Don't even try. Don't even bother trying. Just say something and then it becomes fact.
Really optimistic about this and say, well, you can get a VPN that maybe will broadcast out of Seattle or whatever. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's going to add lag enough that it's going to make it not viable. It's going to make it as laggy as it was on the console.
Wait, Seattle to Seattle connection is somehow laggy?
Anyway.
What?
So there's no point. I could just play the console version, which is also broken and laggy, and there's no point. You know what I'm saying?
Wait,
so,
what? Oh, wait, whoa.
You know,
whoa.
So there's no point. I could just play the console version, which is also broken and laggy, and there's no point.
So why did he play it? That's my question. Now that he said that, why did he ever bother playing it then? There's no point in playing it. That's why I played all of them that come out, and I will continue to play all of them that come out. But Fightcade, nah, I won't even try. What? How does that make sense?
You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's just dumb. Why would I do that? Why would I pay to get a VPN only to play on Fightcade for the few times that I will do this a month? You know, Fightcade probably be something I'll do like once a week, you know, 4 times a month. I'm going to do a specific subscription just to get a VPN, just to change my IP address, just to stream that one particular app.
Bitch. You fucking bitch. Bro, you play Street Fighter, correct? Once a week, correct? Why'd you buy PS Plus? This motherfucker right here bought a fight stick, Street Fighter Gold Edition, and PlayStation Plus for a year. For what? For what? To play Street Fighter once a week. How much was that? How much is PS Plus up for a year? Why is that okay? Why is that one okay? But you can't pay like $5 for a VPN. What?
Your mouth drooling fucking retard. I shouldn't have said that.
All right, dude.
4 times a month and add lag and make myself miserable. Right? It's insane. You know what I'm saying? And by the way, I don't even have confidence. I don't have confidence that this would even work without the VPN. What I mean by that is this is rollback netcode. I don't like rollback netcode. I think rollback netcode hides lag from the viewer. If you're watching, it doesn't look laggy. But half the time when I'm playing a game like Street Fighter 6, my inputs are delaying and dropping. When I do them, it's not good. It's already frustrating. Now I'm going to add even additional delay to that situation using a VPN, right? And then on top of that, there's no guarantee this thing's even going to be that fun or work.
There you go.
It's one thing when it's just a free thing, you mess around with it, big deal. It's another thing when you're paying a subscription service just to use the stupid thing, and then it ends up being a flop or
get a free trial.
on to play. It's just not worth it. There's
It's
no
not worth
guarantees
it.
that a VPN would do anything to
The
help.
JPEGs are worth it, but a VPN for my business that I could write off as a business expense, yeah, that shit's not worth it. I know all about business, you see? I got a degree. Yes.
Okay.
Listen to me. I know business. I can't
So-
write that shit off.
Basically, it's shot. It's kaput. It's off the table, and there's nothing that I can do about it. I'm sorry. I wanted to play Fightcade for you guys. For years, people came. I want to say you guys, but I don't want to say it was all of you, because who knows actually who it was. But I remember particularly as I played games like Ultra Street Fighter 2 on the Switch, or the Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection, you know, on my Xbox.
Why does
and
he do
PlayStation.
this?
People would say, "Man, you're just stupid. Everyone who's anyone is playing Fightcade.
That's not
and
what they
you're
say.
dumb because you're purposefully dodging
That's
the
not what they say.
competition." That's what they
Yes.
would say.
Yes.
DSP is purposefully dodging the
Yes.
competition by playing on console.
Yeah.
'Cause it's like a small pool of people who aren't good, right? Oh, if he played on PC, he'd be playing the cream of the crop, the better players, and he would be spanking, or he'd be getting spanked by everyone. Now, I'm not
What's this do with spanking?
disputing that.
I'm not disputing it, but there I gave you like the troll voice. The troll voice argument thing.
The people who play on PC on Fightcade probably play all the time.
But I'm not
Unlike me, who
disputing
rusty,
it.
and I play these occasionally. These are probably people who've been actively playing these games for ages and ages and ages. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like people would always come by
Uh-huh.
and say, "Phil, why are you not playing the real comp? Why are you not?" And so all these years I'm thinking, you know, maybe when I finally get the capability of doing this, I want to play Fightcade. And now I have it, and I advertise it. And we talked about this for months. We talked about ever since I got the mini PC that I would do it. We said I was going to do it in December.
this
Then it got
is annoying.
delayed. Then we said
This is
January. Then
annoying.
it got delayed again. There's all these opportunities.
It got delayed, by the way. It got delayed, as if he's not the one that's controlling the release date of him playing Fightcade. But this is annoying too. Saying that you've been talking about this for months, is that supposed to make it better? Because it just makes you look even stupider. Why didn't you prepare? You didn't prepare anything. You didn't even do a Google search, because for some reason Google can tell you aliens exist on the planet. I don't see how you admitting that it was something you've been planning for months to years makes it look any better that you're dropping it the day it's supposed to happen. Like, that just makes it worse to
find out about this. It wasn't until the morning that I was going to do the Fightcade setup tonight that I was told that this happens. It was the morning of, during a 10-year span, that everyone crapped on me saying I was a coward dodging the competition.
Yeah?
The truth of the matter
You're
is,
still
I never
dodging
would have
it.
been able to do it because it exposes my IP,
Okay.
and it was all a lie. And thankfully, it
Look
was
at him
people
jiggle,
like
by the way.
Bonos Tecmo and a few others. It was him and like 2 or 3 other people who were all finding the information and putting it in the chat this morning. I basically
Hey, where do you think they found the information? Where do you think they found it? Like on Google or something? Right. You can't use it, though.
once again have dodged a huge bullet. Ladies and gentlemen, 2024 is officially the year of me dodging a million huge bullets.
I was going to say, too, this is very similar to him dropping the documentary and then fabricating a bunch of fake scenarios in his head as good excuses for why he dropped the documentary. And then he just brought it up himself. Because this is very similar. It's just this lol-cow logic, this loser mentality of like thinking of things that could potentially happen, therefore I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to continue to exist because, well, existing is safer than not existing. I could die if I go outside. I'm not going to go outside.
So far, it's like the fucking Matrix, and I'm just doing Matrix dodging like Keanu Reeves right now.
Shut the
All
fuck
these
up.
bullets are passing me by because there were so many opportunities for bad things to happen, and somehow I'm dodging them. I mean, this is good, obviously, but it definitely is frustrating.
Oh, thank you, Rebsy. Thank you, Rebsy. 2 copies of Street Fighter 6 plus MK1 Early Access version plus Canva Q7 Obsidian 2 wired joystick PS Plus 1 year is $629.96. American, by the way. So that's like fucking, what, like $970 fucking Canadian.
So
Goddamn.
many things, you know, are kind of
$1,000
not working out in a positive way. I wish they did.
Let's
you know?
go.
In this
VPN? Nah, I can't do that. What's a VPN?
case, I don't like the fact that I can't play classic fighting games. I want to. This sucks that I can't, that I don't have an access to it, but others can, right? Because others don't have an army, a legion of fucking trolls after them. It's kind of like, it's very similar to the situation where people are saying, what about all these gifted memberships that you keep getting from trolls that you're saying, you know, they're not real? Well, they are real, but they're basically discounted because they're using an exploit. They're using a VPN. to pretend like they're in another country where the pricing is incorrect on memberships, and then they're mass buying them for a few pennies.
What?
And so it ruins the whole membership system. It breaks it.
How did
People are
this
like,
come up?
So why is that affecting you and not others? Because I'm Darkside Phil, and I'm the one
What?
who's stalked by literally thousands of mentally ill people
Mentally ill.
who think that that's okay to do. It's okay to exploit a system as long as it hurts Phil. It's okay to skirt the rules as long as it hurts Phil. It's okay to literally break the law, which has happened to me many times over the years. People breaking the law just to hurt Phil. That's sick. There's other fighting game streamers out there literally right fucking now who are playing on Fightcade. And there are no trolls going in using IP sniffers to find their IP address, post it up on the internet on Kiwi Farm.
I got a very simple answer to that quandary you're dealing with for why you feel isolated. Because you're dark side, Phil. That's the simple answer. Look in the mirror, there's your answer. Like, bro, you're not a victim in all of this. You're really not. You're really fucking not.
And have everyone DDoS attack them. That's not happening. People even said it earlier. Avoid the puddle is a prominent fighting game.
Like, I don't agree with like doing illegal shit and whatever to DSP, like to anybody really. But like, come on, dude. You kind of created the monster with this whole thing. You really did. And to pretend that you're just an innocent victim, like you haven't done anything, and you have the most trolls out of anybody, like, bro, Wings trolls are way worse than DSP trolls. As worse as in they do things that are worse. They literally called him a pedophile, dude. Like straight up. That was a thing, like on TikTok. Like, come on, that shit doesn't happen to you. Not seriously, at least.
A streamer who gets to play Fightcade all the time, and he does never had this issue whatsoever. Not once has this happened to him. He could just play it with no issue. Why? Because he doesn't have an army of weirdo, loser, mentally ill people following him around.
All right.
So he can have a normal life. I can't. I'm not free to have a normal life because of this. And then people idiotically say things in the chat like earlier, oh, victim complex. It's not a fucking complex, you idiot. It's documented factual shit
Yeah,
that's
Jono.
happening. I'm not making it up. You say victim complex if you're actively trying to make yourself a victim for sympathy. I don't want anyone's sympathy. I just want to do the normal shit everyone else can fucking do, and I'm not allowed to. This is not a victim complex. It's my fucking reality. That every place I turn, I get harassed by weirdos and losers and people who should be mentally examined for help. Because if they think this is a use of something normal in their life, they're out of their minds. They are infatuated with me and my family, and they're actively trying to harass us at every turn.
Okay. All right. You heard it here first, folks.
So,
we're infatuated.
it's this simple. I'm not allowed to do the things everyone else does. Just like back when I was on Twitch, I was not allowed to have a sponsored stream because my trolls would harass whoever the sponsor was, and the sponsor would demand from Twitch that I no longer get these sponsored opportunities because they don't want to be harassed by trolls. So
this is good pignosis, too. He just throws in the word harass. They would harass my sponsors. As if showing sponsors clips of this guy, just showing him clips of what he says and what he does and what he's did. Sure, we'll go with that. As if that's harassing. I don't see that's pretty convenient that you're throwing that all under all the umbrella of fucking harassing. Showing them clips of you is harassing.
And they kicked me out of the program and never told me. They literally lied to me.
Very convenient. When it fits your narrative, you can just like fucking throw in words there that make you look good, right?
Outright lied and said, oh, it was a coding error. They weren't man enough to say, oh, we're kicking you out of the program unfairly because of your trolls. They lied about it and said it was a coding error that I couldn't see the page. Yes, that's what they told me. Okay? So it's just one of many, many things. It's why I can't have a merch page. Because if I have a merch page, my trolls go to the vendor and complain that I'm a bigot and a racist and a sexist and the king of hate and I'm a horrible person and they don't want to do business with them. So then they kick me out because they're getting harassed. You see? Not that any of this is true, but they don't care. They just don't want the hassle.
I think it's a little true.
This is why.
Hey, thank you, Jay Wasso, for the 5, man. Thank you so much.
His outfit is the golfer that got kicked out of the country club for yelling slurs at the groundskeeper Cruz. Also, the self-projection, wow.
Yeah, dude, but he's not a victim, okay? He got kicked out, but he's not a victim, okay? It's just everyone's out to get him, but he's not a victim, right? Jay Wasso, okay? It's a good observation.
I can't get
thanks, man.
The same things as everybody else. This is why when people say, well, why don't you just take on sponsors? Because I can't take on a sponsor.
I can't take
even
on
if I
the whole sponsor thing. I was thinking of doing something with the sponsor thing again. It's just he's had so many different lines about sponsorships. Like he doesn't want sponsorships and he frowns upon them, but also at the same time he can't get sponsorships, but also he does get sponsorships, but he says no because he's morally against them. And also the trolls ban him off every opportunity. Like, I don't know. There's so many different lines that he has, and he just uses whichever one is convenient in the moment. Now he gets banned. Just wait for another rant and he'll say that he does get sponsorships, but he's so morally against them. When he does another YouTuber rant, he'll complain and he says how against them he is.
Insert funny quip, he'll love the content DOOD.
Well, thank you, Penitent Sin. Thank you so much, dude. I hit you with a
big boobed women,
Big juicy butt.
There you go. That's what you get. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for the two.
It wouldn't last because of this. Do you understand? I have to basically make a living just off of streaming. That's it. I can't get income from anywhere else because of these idiots. That's not a victim complex. That's actual reality for me because these idiots won't leave me alone. What they don't realize is all the things they don't like. So, for example, they don't like it when I go on a stream and I talk about this. They don't like it if I'm on a stream and I say, hey, guys, will you contribute to support my stream tonight? Oh, he's an e-bagger. Oh, he's a victim. But I have to do that because you fucked my life up. You understand that?
Great. Chris Chan fucking energy, bro. What the fuck is this? You're 42. You're 42, man. You're 42. And here you are yelling into the void. Like, think about this out of the screen, right? Close your eyes. Imagine you walk into the room. It smells like a fucking pigsty, unironically. And you see this fucking guy yelling into a webcam in front of a laptop and a little mini desk thing that's portable with a bunch of cables on the floor. Like really picture this. And he's actually yelling like this about what people say about him online.
They're blaming on me, REE.
Me, Re. Thank you, VLX, for the two. It's ridiculous. I can just imagine walking into the room on this guy doing this. It's crazy. It's embarrassing.
But I have to do that because you fucked my life up. You understand that? If you would fucking stop, if you wouldn't dox me, I could be playing Fightcade right now like everyone else who uses it. If you wouldn't fuck up sponsors, I would have had sponsors years ago, and I wouldn't have been in the financial situations that I got into. You created the problem with the level of harassment you did against me, and then you complained about the consequences of the problem. Your consequences created actions for me that I couldn't avoid.
Wait, what? Wait, let me hear that again. Your consequences will have actions?
Problem. Your consequences created actions for me that I couldn't avoid, and now I'm living with those repercussions of your actions, and I'm just
hold on, I'm so twisted here.
The consequences of the problem. Your consequences created actions for me.
Created actions for me.
That I couldn't avoid, and now I'm living with those repercussions of your actions.
But I'm living with the repercussions of your actions. What?
And I'm just trying to make a living, but you're not happy with that. But you created the situation. You're fucking stupid.
Okay, I don't know. Apparently I'm stupid. Maybe I am stupid. I didn't understand what he just said. I was lost. I got twist-turned. He pig-nosed me. I have no idea.
The dumbest people on earth. Do you get it?
I had to do it to them, snipe.
Sure. Thank you, Movie Sign, for the 5.
Sponsors? I thought he didn't need sponsorship. He's not a shill, right?
Yeah, exactly. Movie Sign. Just wait till YouTuber rant number 747 when someone takes a sponsorship and he'll complain about it. And he'll say how moral he is and how he's against that. Just wait till that one. Then the story will change.
We're literally the dumbest people. You created a situation you don't like.
Thank you.
I wasn't ever having to do shit like this back.
Man needs therapy. This is a certified session IN.
Yeah, that's a thumbs up. That's a heart. That's everything, dude. Yeah, that's, I don't know, man. It's just crazy. It's kind of factually, literally crazy. He needs to get off the internet for like a year and just exist and remember what it's like to be a human and not care what people think about you on the internet. God damn.
The day.
It's kind of sad.
I was 10 years ago before This Is How You Don't Play.
It's kind of sad.
I played games. I uploaded videos. I went on trips. I did everything. I had no issues with my income. So because of that, I was able to do whatever the hell I wanted. I was free. I wasn't sitting there begging people for contributions. I wasn't saying, oh, we got to have a Patreon and we got to have a PayPal and we got to have this. It was literally just, here's my videos, watch them, ad revenue. Thanks so much. Done. And I gave shit away constantly, like giveaways every fall, all this shit behind the scenes. Hell, I used to be able to afford to give money to charity. And I did many times behind the scenes back when I actually made money to do it. But I can't anymore because people fucked with my life so much. So you created the monster, you created the situation, and now you want to hold me accountable for it when you did it. Fuck you. Fuck every one of you. Every one of you out there who acts like this and does this horrible things to me and my family. That's why I can't play Fightcade. That's why I can't do the normal things other streamers do. It's you. You're the problem. If you don't exist right now, if you were finger snapped out of existence.
Here we go. The LTG baby LTG rant. Listen to this shit. This gold dust.
That's why I can't play Fightcade. That's why I can't do the normal things other streamers do. It's you. You're the problem. If you don't exist right now, if you were finger snapped out of existence, things would be better. Think about that.
Think about it. What the fuck? Yo, he doubles down at the end of the sentence. Think about it. If you fucking disappeared, bitch, think about that shit. Nobody would miss you. What? This dude's going crazy. What the fuck?
You do is you sit around, you hurt people all day long, and people would probably be happier if you would just change your behavior immediately. But you won't, because you've been doing this to me for over a decade. Right? It's just insane how they act, these fucking people. So anyway, that's what's going on. That's why I'm trying to express.
Man, it's crazy to think back to, and Fightcade is the reason that this happened. Because he couldn't play his little arcade video game on the computer. Like, it snowballs into this. It snowballs into this.
How
Insanity,
openly
man.
disappointed I am right now with the fact that I can't play retro fighting games. I was stoked and pumped for this. You guys built this up for years that it was going to be something great. And now I can't do it. You know? And now, I mean, to be particularly honest, it just sours me from wanting to do something. Like right now, what should we do tonight? I don't fucking know. I'm not even in a mood to fucking do anything. I'm not. I'm pissed that I'm not allowed to have the things that anyone else who turns on their PC to stream can do. I'm really ripping pissed. And I don't think that I should now have to fucking come up with some bullshit, extravagant fallback plan because of the actions of a bunch of shitbags out there who have no fucking lives.
Okay.
So I don't think I'm going to do anything. I think we're just going to hang out. I'm going to talk with you guys. I have some things I'm going to shout out. Thank you, because a couple people have already contributed. And I want to shout these out, okay? And I want to hang out. And I just kind of want, at this point, I just kind of want to unwind because I'm just upset. Like, I don't even think I'm in a mood to say, oh, let's just do an impromptu stream of another game. I don't think I would even be fair to the game because I'm actually in a bad mood. And I don't think that that's fair to the game.
But somehow that's fair to your audience. To sit here and berate people and shit talk people and complain like a crazy person. Somehow that's respectful to your audience. To sit here and do this. How is this guy real, actually? Why is this okay? How is this respectful to your audience?
To play a game and be all pissy at the fucking game and just be upset.
I don't know.
Mr. fucking Sourpuss. I feel like we definitely should be able to at least, you know, talk a little, hang out a bit and have some good time without having to worry about that shit. Right. You know what I mean? I'm already upset to that point, right?
Yeah, I'm upset. Give me money to feel better. Okay.
So notably, let's get to some shout outs. I want to say Danny the DK, thanks for 7 months as a member.
All right, don't care. We got some timestamps here. Let's skip ahead. Let's do addressing trolls and detractors. Let's do that one.
I don't give a fuck about what they do.
That's a great start immediately, but I gotta rewind it. Let's see what he's saying.
Look like it happened when it didn't. They do whatever they want. It doesn't matter what I say or do.
Sure.
I'm not a fucking pussy coward.
What?
Who thinks that, oh, I better not say anything because God forbid my trolls might attack me. They do it anyway, so I don't give a fuck about what they do.
Fellas. And injured. And do that. What the fuck did we just watch? Really? We just watched him rage quit Fightcade. Because trolls. And now, like, what is it? Like, let's see the timestamps. 4 minutes after that rant, he's saying he doesn't care. Somehow he doesn't care. Even though he stopped doing something because he cared. Okay.
Do you think I give two flaming turds what the fuck they say about me? They can eat my shit out of my ass with a spoon.
Okay. What? We're getting this again?
There you go. I don't give a fuck. I'll say what I want, and I'll talk about what I want. And in this case, I needed to talk about
politics, by the way. He doesn't want to do politics because he might upset people, but he'll talk about what he wants.
Because it's unfortunate, because a lot of people were looking forward to Fightcade, including me, and I can't do it now, and it's their fucking fault.
But also, he's changed, by the way.
Too much money.
Thank you, King B. Cruel, for staying a member, man. I appreciate it. What was I saying? Fuck, I forgot what I was saying.
Shit.
They can eat shit. That's what I was saying. Cool. Awesome.
Antonio, there's absolutely no reason to play arcade mode on Fightcade. If you're not aware, arcade mode in Street Fighter games particularly is awful.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
An hour into this stream.
Please stop.
And I feel like I have gotten all the crap off of my chest that I had on my chest. It's disgusting to have crap on your chest, let me tell you. You gotta clean it.
Really,
Bro.
thank you.
He never leaves his house and interact with real people. He is so afraid and stuck in his hamster like that. Earl and see what happens.
He's so stuck in his hamster wheel. Talk like that IRL and see what happens. Thank you, Legions GG, for the 50 Norwegian krone. I appreciate my Norway brothers and sisters. Yeah, he's eternally online. And it's to the point where it's kind of sad to witness. To just sit back and when you think about it. Just this guy yelling into his webcam. Like, spurging out over the fucking internet. He's spurging out about the internet, on the internet. It's similar to other lolcows, as I've been seeing recently. I don't know. It's just a thing with these guys. I don't know. It's very interesting.
Smells terrible.
It's fascinating.
But anyway.
It's like a zoo, when you think about it.
It's
really
off my chest now. And, and so, let's now chill, shall we? And just see what you guys want to talk about tonight. Like I said, at this point, I was seriously considering doing something
it's
tonight.
Like Arkham Asylum. Yeah, that's even better, Darksea.
Gameplay, but I'm just so upset that
You're
I
walking
don't
through
think that
Arkham
it makes
Asylum.
any fucking sense to do it. I'd just be pissy, and it would definitely affect the gameplay in a negative way, and I don't want to do that. That's not fair. That's not fair to the game. That's not fair to the audience. It's not fair to me. It's not fair to anyone.
Yeah, I don't get
It's
it.
just gonna be shitty.
Him being pissy and sitting here being pissy on camera full screen apparently is okay. But him being pissy while playing a game is not okay. I don't see why that's okay and one's not okay.
Content. So
I
I'd
don't
rather just kind of chill, even if it means that we just shoot the shit for an hour or two and nothing else happens and nothing, I'd just rather do that. Okay.
Okay.
So let's see what you guys have to talk about. Let's see. Rolor says, "Is Shadow of the Erdtree the most hyped DLC for any game ever?" I'm not the judge of that. It's definitely the most hyped DLC of any game recently. Being that it's the first.
Okay, we're moving on. Don't care. Let's see. Reflecting on arcade memories. No. Reflections on past gaming events. Oh boy, exciting. Yeah, this is a better stream than playing a video game. Hold on, let's just check if he's live real quick. Because I will be watching him live, as I said earlier. Are you live? No, he hasn't even started streaming yet. Boy, he's really late. What's he saying in his chat? Let's see. Real quick. We may have even more new animations today. Give me a sec to take a look. And good morning. Okay. How exciting. Very cool. Okay, let's go to part 2, because there's part 2, because there's nothing here. Hold on, give me a sec. There we go, part 2.
All right, welcome back. Part 2 of this impromptu hangout session, since we can't play Fightcade ever. Let's see what you guys want to talk about.
Oh, this is a good one. Exploring the idea of creating content around mobile games. Let's see this.
There's a couple things to discuss here. Number one, obviously, there's an incredibly stupid controversy around me in mobile games. That, I don't even have to talk about it anymore, because it's so stupid and old and dumb. But obviously, if I were to try to make any mobile game content, immediately my detractors would be all over it, trying to microanalyze every single piece of everything possible.
Microanalyze, by the way, translation, look at his account name. That's the microanalyze. Because I doubt he would be playing a game he plays off stream, on stream. So there wouldn't really be anything else to microanalyze. It would just be check his name and look into it in other games.
Right? To try to get some
Unless he was stupid, which he is. So maybe there would be more.
kind of weird evidence or some kind of
Like, imagine if he pulled up playing Champions on stream. Then he would have a problem.
shit. And by the way, I'm just going to ban a couple people right now.
Oh, great.
Hold on, let me handle it. Okay. So, yeah. So that's number one. Just the if you even say mobile games near me,
What?
it's like the drama squad. If you even say mobile games near me,
Okay.
it's like the drama squad shows up. Correct? They come charging in. So
Drama
number
squad.
one, I would be very
I
deterred
heard
from
Iviga react to this in the morning.
ever doing anything with
It's
mobile
pretty
games.
funny.
Much like with pro wrestling as well, it's the same deal. Okay? That's number one. Number two, to actually cover a mobile game, to my knowledge, you can't really just do it. So for example, let's say
What?
right now I wanted to play Pokemon Go. Well, how exactly would I do that? You can't just capture from a mobile device. Mobile devices have
Yes, you
HTTP. which is a copyright protection protocol. So if you were to
okay, this is so fucking annoying. Really? Like, if I go on YouTube, right? If I go on YouTube, I'm gonna freaking artistically check this. Okay, thank you, DSP, for starting your stream. Let's go look up Pokemon Go. Gameplay. Not even. It's right there. What is this?
Quite possibly the great
What is this?
back into the
How did he do that? How did he do that? How did this guy right here do this? Whoops, my bad. Full screen, go away, please. Thank you. How is this possible? Like, really, dude? The internet exists, and he's sitting here trying to convince people that it's impossible for him to do something. When the fucking internet exists. Like, bro, I just fact-checked this in a second. It took me 1 second to look this up. This guy that I've never seen. Oh, how did he do this? I don't know. It's impossible, apparently. If you watch this fat fucking loser, it's impossible, apparently, to do anything on the internet. Right.
try to rip a video from it, it actually blocks it.
Yeah,
right?
it'll get blocked.
So I would have to find some kind of an elaborate workaround for that.
It's ridiculous.
In order to do it, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying it would be
but
a
he's
pain,
not saying it.
Okay.
It's a
plus
pain.
The quality, like, would it be good quality? Would it be reduced
Like a
frame
back
rate and
pain.
shitty because you have to find workarounds and stuff to fix this? I don't know.
Okay.
but
Doesn't know
mostly,
anything.
The main reason why you have never really seen me do any mobile game content is because I don't think that mobile games are something to be covered in a playthrough style on a channel like mine. I'm not saying that there's not content to be made of mobile games. There's entire channels on YouTube dedicated to covering specific types of mobile games or mobile games in general, and they have tons of content on them, correct? But basically, like, it's not playthrough style content like I do.
Could you imagine if this guy was, like, uploading his pulls on Champions and actually counting it as a business expense the right way? I think he would have gained some traction. Like his YouTube... Oh, maybe not, because he's boring, and he wouldn't edit the videos. But some people like to live vicariously through, like, a YouTube video and gamble and shit through a YouTube video. So if this guy was pulling shit on a mobile game and doing that, then I think, like, people would watch it. I think a little bit, at least a little bit more than he has now. I don't know, man. Plus, there's the hype of him playing a mobile game after all of his mobile game shit. But
it's not. It's
anyways.
Most of them don't have narrative-based stories. Most of them are a lot of action or a lot of activity, a lot of repetition, right? Because they're meant to be time wasters. They're meant to be things you can mindlessly click.
Okay, thank you,
With a
Legions.
slanted mouth and chronic snorts comes great responsibility. Quote by Sun Tzu from The Art of War. Have a great stream. Also, F you, Phil.
Thank you, Legions. GG. That's great. That's a classic quote. He's a big fan of that quote, by the way. I think I saw a compilation once where there's like a 4-minute compilation of him just saying that quote throughout the years. It's pretty weird. I don't know. It's specific. I don't know if I can find
or
it.
touch or mess around with, for the most part, to kill time, and they're not necessarily the most intelligent things ever either. For example, they actually have games that I've seen that they call, like, AFK games. Literally, you set it up, you turn it off, you come back later in the day after you went to work or school, and the game kind of plays itself.
Yeah.
And then you see your results of the day and what happened over the course of the day when you weren't there or whatever. And it's like, wow. So the game literally knows that it's not like nothing smart or anything. It just does itself or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, yeah, like from what I've seen, most mobile games are not full-fledged game experiences, of which would be worthy of a playthrough or the kind of coverage that I did.
From what I've seen,
there definitely could be, channels that have things that tie in with certain games, or partnerships with certain games and things, promote events, and there's definitely content to be made. It's just not the kind of content that I make. That would be the equivalent of me becoming one of these 2K sports games, and all I do is Ultimate Team content.
This is
Or
dumb.
Opening packs
This is
all
dumb.
day of Ultimate
This is
Team
so stupid.
and trying to get the best team and playing with that team.
this is
That's
so
what Ultimate
fucking
Team
dumb.
is, right?
Because, dude, that's like you. That's like me starting a reaction channel where every week, I kind of sit down and just, like, watch YouTube video. Like, bro, this is dumb. Using this logic, this is things you do. This is you saying I won't do it unless I do it. Or I don't make things like that until I do make things like that. This is really dumb. Him saying this. Him using this argument for anything. Because he's done this before. You've done this before, man. It's just been with reaction videos and edited reviews and throwback channel. It's the same shit.
Right? So it's kind of the same deal. Like, I'd have to
It's the
completely
same
change
deal.
the format of my content up to be something completely different. And, that's not what I do. For a public-faced YouTuber here, making content for public consumption, I don't think that that's viable, at least now. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm not saying there aren't people who do it. Again, I know for a fact there are. There's people who just do mobile game content and they're profitable business owners. They can do that kind of stuff. I'm not known for that. And there's so much controversy around me already that's complete nonsense in regards to mobile games. I don't think that it would be worth even exploring, honestly. Okay. I received a $2 tip.
Okay.
From
Santa Claus.
I found this joke online. Here it goes. What did one hat say to the other? You wait here. I'll go on ahead. I love you, Phil.
Okay, we're skipping ahead.
You the best and
Let's
happiness
see.
in the world.
Benefits of being a
variety.
variety content creator. Let's see him stroke his own ego for like 5 minutes.
Phony guy. I never wanted to be. If I only, let's say my one game was Street Fighter 6, I would be so burnt out on Street Fighter 6 right now, I would hate my job. I don't like only doing one thing because then I get bored. I get completely out of steam just doing the same thing.
But you're already bored.
By doing the variety, it allows me to move between things on the fly, keep things fresh. And by the way, variety streaming and content creation is absolutely the reason why I've been able to stay prominent, or I should say pertinent, over 16 years. While a lot of other people who are always like, oh, I only focus on this one style of game. Well, then when that one game is prominent, you're going to be popular or whatever, but you're never going to have a following once that falls out of favor. And too many people do that, and then they end up struggling. For me, since I bounce from genre to genre.
I don't even know who he's referring to, really. Because if you really think, I don't know, someone like Jax Frags. Jax Frags is like a Battlefield guy, and I really like Battlefield, so I used to watch him. And he just plays other things. It's not really that deep. If people enjoy you and you're not like a toxic, negative person, and they just like your videos and your commentary or whatever, they're just gonna watch you. Like, give me an example of what you're even talking about, man. It's so frustrating.
And I can adapt to that so well. That's why I'm still here 16 years later. Well, a lot of
it's just another thing where he just goes, the thing I am currently doing is the best thing that I can possibly be doing. Because other things are things that I am not doing. Therefore, they're not as good as what I am doing. It doesn't make any sense. And it falls apart when you try to think about it, even a little bit.
people just either, they just kind of get burnt out. I won't get burnt out because I get to bounce around and do variety stuff, you see?
Yeah, you do bounce around all right.
At any given day, just give you an example. So today I had 400 people on my podcast. I had around 300 people for Elden Ring. And now tonight, we've got another 300 people. Actually, almost 400. But I would guarantee you it's not all overlap. You maybe between those three streams, there's 100 common people, but then you got 200-300 others. So over today, I probably had about 1,000 people watch my content just on stream. And then we got people watching on demand. If I was just doing one stream of an FPS today, I would have 300 people watching me play an FPS, and that's it. But because I have all these different people from different walks of life watching me play different things and do different things, it allows me to have that broader appeal.
Hey,
that's
thanks,
why I'm still here. And by the way, that was always intended from the start. That was not, I stumbled into that. That was intended. One of the actual things I designed this content to do is to be broad for an audience that will come back at various times for different kinds of gameplay. That was 100% by design. I saw other content creators that...
But like the by design, though, you're already burnt out, like Indrid said in chat, and like I said earlier. None of this is stopping you from being burnt out. You just hate video games. You just don't enjoy them. Like this whole variety thing, they're all, at the end of the day, still video games. And you still are obviously burnt out. You don't enjoy doing this. You just sitting there and telling me that you do, it doesn't really prove anything. I can just see it in the way you do things.
All I do is play Call of Duty.
You didn't even bother to research how to play Fightcade on your little computer. I don't, like, what?
In first FPS, all I do is play MMO. All I do is this. I didn't want to be that. Like, I wanted to kind of be all over the place. So that way,
I'm done.
I'm a jack of all trades, maybe a master of none, but that's okay. I don't need to be known as a master of anything, right?
You're a master in Street Fighter, dude. What do you mean? Thank you, Movie Sign.
You feel my channel's missing out on sports games? That's because I don't really like sports. Let's be honest here. I'm just not into sports. If I was into sports and I followed sports and all of that, I probably would totally be into it, right? But I'm not. If I don't follow the sport, then I can't really be expected to play a sports game and be into it and like it and even understand it, right? That's just something that's personal preference. If I like sports, I probably would be playing sports games.
That's a weird thing, too, because I can give an example. I'm not really into basketball. I never really followed it. I should say that. But I like the video games. Or at least I liked them for a while there. But I didn't really follow basketball. But I still like the game. You don't really have to, I don't know, whatever.
Probably I'd be playing sports games and no fighting games. Right? That probably
the same thing can also be true the opposite way. I love hockey, but the fucking NHL games suck. I hate them. They're terrible.
Honestly.
They're all the same. That's every sports game, though.
Coop is feeling maybe we can play retro games at some point. We'll see about that as things maybe die down. We'll see. So I have no enemies. Says they're going to play Sandland on Friday and let me know what it's like. Let me know. Let me know if it's good. Am I a big coffee guy? I have 2 cups of coffee a
Oh
day.
yeah, good point, guys. He did a Super Bowl stream, right? I totally forgot that happened. Yeah, multiple Super Bowl streams, money milking streams for a thing he doesn't even care about. All of a sudden, he doesn't give a shit. Thanks for the money, idiots.
1 cup with breakfast and 1 cup right after dinner, and it keeps me going. Gives me enough caffeine that I don't have any problems. You know. But am I a big coffee guy? Like, do I drink coffee outside of the streams? Yeah, on my day off, I have 1 cup of coffee in the morning and 1 cup of coffee in the late, early evening, just like I do on my normal days. But that's it. I don't go crazy. I'm not a coffee aficionado. That I must have my Arabica beans flavored. This acidity is perfect, and you know what?
So annoying. I don't even want to hear him. I don't even want to hear him do this stupid fucking joke. If you like coffee, you're a coffee aficionado. And you're annoyingly specific about certain things in your coffee. Yes.
Speedrun? How on earth would I do a Super Smash 64 speedrun?
Fuck you, man.
I don't own a Nintendo 64. I've never played Smash on 64 before. How would I speedrun? And what am I speedrunning? Isn't it a versus game? I don't know what you're talking about. Have I ever used thumbstick grip attachments? I just bought some for the first time.
$300 coffee
I feel like
machine.
one time ages ago I had some. I don't really remember. But no, it's never been something that I've regularly used on a controller. Walk Warrior says, a lot of your audience likes sports. Do you think it'd be helpful to at least look at the latest sports trends? Again, though, I'm not interested in sports. You understand? Like for example, okay?
You don't watch sports, though.
Let's say,
dude,
that
watch some playoff hockey tonight. You might be interested. That shit's insane. It's so fucking good.
You guys had a big affinity for something, I don't like it, or vice versa. I really like something you guys don't like, right? Like, I really like retro RPGs.
I don't know.
Any day, I can pop in an old Final Fantasy, an old shit. I could probably play like turn-based Fantasy Star.
Okay, I don't care. I really don't. I'm sorry. Let's skip ahead. Let's do critique of detractor narratives and straw man arguments. Let's see this one. Thank you, Dorzak Zetro in brackets. Thank you so much for becoming a member.
And he gets support because people genuinely find entertainment out of what he does, and that's why they want to continue.
Okay, hold on. He's talking in the third person, so you know it's good. Third person DSP ego stroking.
The next major thing, but outside of that, take a look. People like who I am and what I do, but their narrative is so hyper focused on me.
Been an LA Kings fan since '93. Hey man, big ups, dude.
Me look like a horrible villain.
I'm a Habs
That's
fan,
how they make
so I
their
can't.
video.
I can't celebrate the playoffs, man.
That's how they do their stream.
Let's go, Caps! Hell yeah!
The story doesn't fit the narrative. All of a sudden, they look like assholes, right? Wait a minute. So we're making fun of someone who legit has a fan base who likes him, who doesn't make toxic content that's harmful, and he gets support because people genuinely find entertainment out of what he does, and that's why they want to continue, so they support it. No, their narrative is, oh, there's 2 guys out there who are rich, and they're nutty, and they just keep throwing money at Phil nonstop. And because
who do I have winning the Stanley Cup? I chose Dallas. I don't know why. Okay, he's starting, guys. You guys excited for this new intro of the fucking sand dunes? Get hype! Great. Oh wait, there's gonna be the intro to the intro, isn't there? Is this the intro to the intro? Brunel? Okay,
what's
good.
going on, everyone? On today's show, it's my final consecutive streaming day of the week, and things are heating up because we're getting a head start on a brand new playthrough that I'm doing this week, plus some other schedule updates and a lot of gaming news to discuss today. So it should be a pretty packed show on today's episode of the Level 1 Podcast.
All right. We get the double, triple intro style thing.
Those 2 people, it's the only reason why Phil can ever be successful. First of all, I was successful before those 2 people even existed as part of my content. You understand? I had a fan base.
Oh, John Rambo and fucking Howard Rambo.
One of the reasons why I am still pertinent is because I've been around for 6.
Okay, he's back. I won't play the music to save your ears, so I'll hit you with the
big boobed women. Alrighty, everybody, welcome to the show. Today is Wednesday, the 24th of April, 2024. This is the Level 1 Podcast, and as you can see, I'm in full Fallout mode today for very good reason, which we will discuss in a bit. First of all, I have some housekeeping things to talk about today to get everyone caught up on everything that's been going on around here. So sit back, relax, and let's get started. So first of
What?
all,
You couldn't even
we
hear
have
them.
a ton of new animations now added to the stream. And I haven't really officially talked about them in full force yet. And as of this morning, I actually even added another
Splatoon-ass
new one.
shirt.
So, I would like to let everyone know that there are new animations for all levels of tip, up to $100 basically. So, $5,
Wow.
$10, $20, $30, and $50 tips on the stream.
How
all
exciting.
Have new Street Fighter related animations. We've seen a few of them, right? So, anyone who tips, thank you. And you'll get to see a cool new animation
I had to
there.
do it to
Now,
them,
there's also a
snipe.
Fallout animation that I added.
He looks like a dented Nick Cage from Raising Arizona.
Yeah, with his Splatoon-ass shirt. Thank you, Punished Lasagna, for the 5, man.
For
And
$5
for the skip
super
juice.
chats. That'll play whenever you do
Thank you so
$5
much.
or more. I think the threshold is 10. When you do a $10 super chat, then it'll kick to the next tier.
Man's really sitting
So
here
that's pretty
selling
cool, too.
animations
I like new animations.
that he didn't even
You may have
make.
noticed recently also, I have these new bumper animations on my streams for the podcast. If you are sitting here watching on demand, you only see it for a split second before the show starts, but those on stream get to see it for like 30 seconds every day. I really like those too. So to everyone who recently has been contributing with new animations and helping me to spruce up the place, thank you so very much. That always makes it feel fresh and interesting and different, right? I mean, look, cool new border today for the podcast featuring all the different protagonists that I've created for my previous Fallout runs. That is correct. I've played Fallout 6 times, 2 times Fallout 3, 3 times Fallout New Vegas, and only once Fallout 4.
Okay.
But we're going to change that tonight on the late stream, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a bit. Okay, so good stuff there. Now, what we should do is get everyone caught up
Yeah, Iron
on
is
what's
there.
going on with the current playthroughs and the like. Because today's schedule is completely different than what it originally was going to be, and that's perfectly fine. But we definitely needed to adjust things on the fly because of everything that's been going on. So let's
What?
talk a little bit about that.
Okay.
Yesterday, I played Elden Ring on the first stream, and
I just want to
did
say,
pretty
though,
darn good.
I don't care about his recap schedule segment. The fact that he's... Oh, well, I'll say it after this. Thank you, Movie Sign, for the 2, man. Thank you so much.
Really nailing that Ace Ventura look.
Ace Ventura.
to the Imperial City
That's pretty
and
good.
take on Godfrey.
What was I gonna say? I forgot.
In the first run. Then
Fuck.
even because we had a little bit of like 20 minutes left,
I don't know.
even took
I
on
forgot.
Radagon and the final boss, and actually got to the second phase and was starting to learn the pattern to get to the second phase, and then I ran out of time.
Oh,
So-
fuck. Okay, he's gonna play console Fallout 4. So, like, first of all, it's Fallout 4, which, you know, is, I mean, it's Fallout 4. It's okay, but it's Fallout 4. Second,
and then
it's on console. No mods. I bet you he won't even get console mods. He won't even bother. He won't even try to do anything.
And yes, they're definitely
It's gonna be vanilla console-ass Fallout
We'll talk about
4.
that in a sec because we are actually playing it
Like,
today.
come on, man.
The
Really?
late stream last night was completely unexpected.
Your mini PC could run Fallout 4 now. Come on, really?
Basically, Fightcade, I don't know what you call
Maybe
it.
not.
A matchmaking tool, an app suite, whatever you want to call it. But the emulation tool used on PC to play classic fighting games online against other opponents is off the table for me completely. There is no way to foolproof play that thing
There we go.
and not put my IP address at risk for being discovered and posted all over the internet. Not to say that that would be the end of the world, but it's a pain in the ass with my ISP to change an IP address. I can't be having it exposed. Okay?
VPN.
So, that being said,
Shoutouts.
after all the discussions and everything that we talked about, oh, could we do this? Could we do this and this? It's just not, it's not viable. It's not.
Okay.
It sucks. Other people could use it. I can't. I'm in a special case with thousands of losers on the internet trying to constantly ruin my life and harass me. So I can't do it.
Okay.
All right. So instead,
Hello, it's me. I'm Loser.
we had a late night 2-hour hangout session. And
Yeah, he's special.
basically, it was pretty fun. We talked about so many different topics. You know, we covered games. We covered, my history. We covered detractors. We covered everything that everyone wanted to talk about.
was
I
like
like
a
having late night
podcast.
hangout sessions. You know, I don't like having them too often, but it was just a totally impromptu thing. Over 2 hours of just open discussion with the chat. And I think you'll enjoy it if you like that sort of thing. So check it out. It is on demand here on the channel. We even had a live roasting of an idiot who came in and tried to toss like 10 pieces of detractor
What?
non-logic at me. And
I missed that.
They basically got put over the coals and looked like an idiot. So it was a good time. Honestly, it really was. It was a good night.
All right.
Even though we didn't get to do
Yeah,
Fightcade.
shitting on
It sucks
people
that
is a good
Fightcade
time.
is just not in the cards for me ever. If ever there is some other client that is made
Yeah,
that you
live
can play old
roasting.
school fighting games and not have your information at risk, I'll use it. But it just seems like it's not viable. Only
like a
on
comedian.
console right now is your information protected. And
Man,
the
look at
console
this one.
versions of these games stink, you know? Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection never had any anti-trolling measures, so now it's impossible to play. Capcom Fighting Collection, no one bought, which is sad because I think that version of Super Turbo is not bad, but no one bought it, so there's no one to play against, you know? So, it is what it is. I just gotta, I guess, I have to resign to the fact that I just can't play old school fighting games.
You just
There's
can't.
no way for me to do it viably.
You know, all of
It stinks, but-
the solutions that you were giving him, nah, those don't matter. He just can't do it. He just can't. Factually.
It's just
He's
it's
not
life, I
allowed.
guess,
He's
okay?
special.
Okay.
Okay.
So, that was that. And thank you for understanding, and thank you so much to those on stream yesterday who allowed me to understand that Fightcade was not secure. You know, I was led to believe that it was. I was lied to for many years.
I was
I'm happy
lied
to know now
to.
that, you know, I was safe in doing that last minute switch. Man, it would have sucked if all my
I like how the first time he brought it up, he was upset that people never told him about the IP thing. But now he just says he was lied to. That's the equivalent of lying, apparently.
information got out there, right?
You didn't tell me, therefore
Okay.
you were lying.
So, moving on from that, we had to redo the schedule for this week entirely from scratch because of everything going on. And I had a couple options, and I'll be honest, I felt like Elden Ring is the right choice to play again today. And there's a couple of reasons. Number one, I like Helldivers 2, but I feel like if I play Helldivers 2 too much, it's going to end up being like too much of a multiplayer game. It'll get kind of tired.
I had to
As
do
opposed
it
to Elden
to
Ring,
them,
it's not an endless game.
Thanks for the skip juice, Gengar Green.
Tell me the detractors run your life without telling me the detractors run your life. Not even 5 minutes in and already 3+ mentions.
Yeah, thank you, Gengar Green. I don't know. I mentioned it before. I don't know if you were here, but just the fact that he sits there as a 42-year-old adult, mature, in quotes, male, in quotes, and he's rambling to the webcam about how bad his life is because people online say things online. It's embarrassing.
We're
It's
approaching
embarrassing,
the end.
man.
You know, this rush to the Haley tree and then the Haley tree itself, that's what we have left for the game. So we're nearing the end of it, and it's perfect because if we end up finishing it in, you know, early May, then that's a month to give it a break before we go back to the game for the DLC in late June.
Pathetic.
So
Yeah.
great
Thank you,
pacing and
Andrew.
everything, as opposed to if I played Helldivers 2 again today, I almost feel like that would have been too much. Even though I just played it Monday and it has been a couple days, you know, I don't want to get burnt out on it. So that just, it felt like it made sense to me. Plus, everyone wants to see Haley Tree again. You know, it's the toughest part of the game.
Everyone.
So that's what I'm going
Including
for.
you guys in
and
chat
We'll see
right
how that
now.
goes today on the daytime stream. And then on tonight's night
Yes.
stream, we are doing something that I already told you I was going to start this weekend, but we're jumping the gun a bit. We're actually going to do my second ever playthrough of Fallout 4. Now, there's 2 reasons I'm playing Fallout 4 again. Actually, I take it back. There's 3 reasons. Reason number 1, because it's the only Fallout I've never played a second time. Okay? I only played it once 9 years ago when it was a new release. I remember some things about it, but I don't remember all of it. I just remember certain things. And in the meantime, I've watched my wife play the game a few years ago. So it kind of refreshed my memory on some of it. But I didn't watch her play the whole thing. You know, every once in a while, I'd sit down and watch her play for an hour or two in a relatively long playthrough. So it's really the only one I never went back to and re-explored in any way, shape, or form.
Look at this guy.
So-
He looks so depressed.
There you go. Also, I never did a modern playthrough of it, meaning when I was playing this 9 years ago, there was no no face cam, there was no chat interaction. It was as if I was just sitting there playing the game for myself, ignoring my audience, which I personally today think it was incredibly stupid. But
Why?
hey, it is what it is. In retrospect, now I know I should have had
Okay.
interaction with you guys, but now I do. And
I think
that's why
I think
this new
something
play-
interesting to pay attention to is that Fallout 4 was a 9.5 mixed bag. So let's see how much he hates it now, because he's gonna hate it. I'd be curious if he reviewed it again. Is it still a
the
9.5
game will end
mixed
up being
bag?
better. Okay, that's number 1. Number 2, the Fallout TV show released
on
a little over
console.
a week ago. Well, at this point, almost 2 weeks ago, and everyone, up a buzz about it, loving it and wanting it, and wanting more, wanting a season 2 and everything. And a lot of people have jumped back into the world of Fallout, or for the first time, played a Fallout game. And it just made sense
Sorry.
to play it
I'll
now
stop.
while people were very interested in Fallout in general. Okay,
Except
and
they
then number
won't.
3, there's an update for it tomorrow that supposedly improves graphical performance, adds a performance versus quality mode. has tweaks, improvements, and apparently a free DLC added to the playthrough. All right,
Could have done this with mods.
It just makes sense.
Literally the year the game came out.
You know, it makes sense to do it now.
But
But
okay.
I was going to actually start it over the weekend, like on Saturday. And in consideration of everything going on right now, I actually decided to do it tonight as the late night stream instead. And you might say, well, why? Why are you doing it now instead of Saturday? Well, because I realized something. The game has character creation, then it has an extensive intro where you have the intro to your life, and then you have the vault segment, which takes a bit. And
Can't
then
do it
the
off
vault segment, you have
stream.
the intro segment to the game where you go to the first town, and you essentially have to meet up, I believe, with the Minutemen, and then you have to do town defense and stuff like that. It's kind of like, it almost is like a 90-minute to 2-hour intro. That once that's done, then you can go start to exploring the wasteland and have a good time, but you have to go through the intro first. And I was thinking, you know,
Oh, we're live.
I realized if we do that, right? Do you really want that to be like 2/3 of my first stream of the game is just the intro and then we actually start playing it? Or would you like it that when we actually sit down to do a major stream of it this weekend, we actually get to play the real game, right? So I was thinking about that.
Is he
And I
gonna
was
play
like,
it off
is it really
stream?
going to matter about this update or whatever? You know what I'm saying?
What? Now he sounds drunk.
Is it going to matter in the intro segment? Probably not.
This is normal
Plus,
speed.
think of
He
it
sounds
this
drunk
way.
to me.
If we play it tonight for a couple of hours and we get past the intro, we can see how the game runs and performs on the Xbox Series X tonight, and then we can directly compare that to when they update the game tomorrow and we play it again on
You
Saturday.
know what would be hilarious? If the update doesn't work with old saves, and then he has to replay the whole thing. He's gonna complain
So
for
I think
hours,
that'll be
for
fun
days,
to compare.
for
So
months
I think
even.
There's all these reasons.
That'll be
To
hilarious.
start off
Please,
with Fallout.
please,
tonight.
Bethesda,
Let's do it.
please.
Let's start Fallout tonight to get into that, you know, that chunk into it, and then actually really hit the ground running on Saturday.
Please.
Fall Gout. So, cool. That's what we're doing tonight on the late stream. I hope you'll join me for my second ever Fallout 4 run. We'll see how it goes. I hope that people enjoy it, because I've actually wanted to replay Fallout 4 for a while. Honestly, it was my Game of the Year pick for
Why?
2015. In retrospect, no, I don't think it's as good as I thought it was back then. I think then, having a new Fallout, I kind of had stars in my eyes.
It
or
wasn't.
whatever.
No,
Still a
whoa,
good
whoa,
game.
whoa, 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 whoa. It wasn't just the stars in your eyes. I could explain why he gave it such a positive review. He got a review copy. There was a whole thing. He skipped Leanna's brother's wedding in order to play Fallout. He was hooked up by Machinima. He got to play it early. There was all that shit. That's why he loved it. He's not a shill though.
Game.
He loved it.
But in comparison,
There's a lot
to the
more
previous
context to
Fallouts,
that,
I do think that the
DSP.
previous ones are better, but I do think that it was a good game.
You know how embarrassing I feel like it would have been for him personally to like not like the game after skipping his girlfriend at the time's wedding, brother's wedding, for a game that was like fucking terrible.
Regardless, and
He
I am
had to give it a high review, or else he would have looked stupid. That's my Theo theory.
excited to do another run.
That's why it was
You know
a mixed bag 9.5.
What's funny is I actually don't remember what ending I did or what endings I did. Did I do more than one ending? Like, I don't even remember.
Yeah, that's a
9
true
years ago,
story.
I know that there's all these different endings where you can side with different factions, but I have no clue which one I actually did. So I guess we'll see this playthrough what I end up doing, right? I'm not sure. But anyway, it should be fun. So again, I hope that you will join me tonight, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time, for the premiere of my modern Fallout 4 playthrough and all the intro segments. Okay?
I missed it injured. I don't even know. All right, take a sip.
Cool.
Cool. Leg slaps.
Then I'm off from streaming tomorrow because it is my day off, and I have a lot to do. My wife and I will be out and about doing many, many different things. So I hope that you will have a good, safe, fun day. And hey, get caught up on all the stuff that's going on all of my channels. You know, on the React channel this week, we had a new DSP versus the Internet show. That was a great variety of clips, and the final part should be going live today, or is live now.
Great.
On the DSP Throwback
Okay,
channel.
I'm
we've been
skipping the
continuing all out
schedule.
for upscale, better audio, longer parts, proper titles,
Longer
thumbnails, all the
parts?
things to make it
All right, let's go live.
a very proper playthrough. Okay?
Just
So
pause.
I hope that you will join me
I will not. I will not. Definitely.
on that journey.
Will
I really
not.
liked Fallout 3. And it's actually, people have already been saying, would you do a retro react to it? And I'm like, well, yeah, maybe once we have more parts. But I think that's the whole point. Is to get like a bunch of parts live so that if we choose to do a retro react to that playthrough later on, we have enough parts to go through and we don't run out right away, right? But I hope you'll check that
And
out. That's
Tony,
going
I wouldn't
on
be
the DSP
surprised if
Throwback
that's what he
channel.
said.
Plus,
He made up a bunch of
continuation of my
excuses. He also
Walking
said
Dead
that he never
retro
skipped
react
the wedding
through all of the Walking Dead Telltale
which is just straight up a lie because he did.
Episode 3
That was
now.
a whole
And
retcon,
that
the
continues
whole
this
wedding,
segment with
Leanna's
Parker
brother's
live
wedding
every day.
thing.
So there's
That's
all
an
that
interesting
content on
saga.
the other channels,
Mini
plus,
saga.
of course, on this channel this week, there was lots of Street Fighter with Zangief. There was the continuation of Elden Ring, right? There was Helldivers 2 fun. So, good variety of stuff going on.
Just add fun
across
to the
all
end of
my
the game.
channels. All
Then
right?
it becomes
Cool.
fun.
Now, when I come back on
Okay,
Friday,
come
it'll be a
on.
premiere of a new game.
This sucks.
On Game Pass, there is a game called Another Crab's Treasure. It is essentially a Souls-like game
Why is he
starring
playing
a
this?
hermit crab doing all kinds of stuff under the sea. It certainly seems like a cutesy
What?
take, but if it really does play difficult, like a Soulsborne game, it could be pretty interesting. I want to give it a shot. Now, I'm not promising you a full playthrough.
Great.
It really depends on how people
Cool.
take to it. Much like when I tried Harold Halibut
Oh,
last
what does
week.
that mean?
And we played it once, and people were super bored within the first stream.
Explain what that means
If the
to
game
me.
does not take and people aren't too interested in it, then we're not going to continue on with it. But who knows? It is a Souls-like game,
Interested.
so if it is
What
difficult
does
and it catches
interested
on and
mean?
people like it, I would consider doing a full playthrough. That's the beauty of Game Pass, is I get to try these kind of new games, put them in the schedule, see if they work. And if they do, great. And if not, well, move on and do other stuff. All right, so Another Crab's Treasure premiering on Friday's day stream, and then Friday night is Friday Night Fights, Street Fighter 6, more Zangief. As I attempt to level up even more, I'll probably study some more tech along the way. Saturday, that will be the first major stream of Fallout 4, and it'll be the first stream of Fallout 4 now with this patch applied that apparently is going to improve it for the modern console. So we'll see actively what are these improvements and what actually got better about the game.
As if you'll
and then
even
Saturday
know.
night, we'll do some Helldivers 2.
Like, this dude's just gonna look at a Twitter fucking article or something. He's just gonna read something and then tell you what's different. He's not gonna know what's
We
different,
got Elden Ring. We
but he's
still got
pretending that he'll
Another
know.
Crab's Treasure if you guys
Come
like
on.
it. Fallout 4, maybe some more Street
Come
Fighter in
on.
there, maybe Helldivers. So lots of stuff to do. And essentially, this is going to carry us into May for the foreseeable future. In May, the first new games that I'm interested in are like May 21st. So we've got like 3
May
weeks in
1st
May
burst?
to juggle all those games and get as far into them. I predict
20 days
we'll
too late.
finish Elden Ring within that time frame for sure. And, you know, dependent on what else we're doing, will determine, you know, how far we get into the other games. I'm not sure if we're going to be playing Another Crab's Treasure or not. We'll see if we like it or not, right? Cool.
Who's we? Cool.
So, excellent.
Okay, can we move on now,
That's
please?
the plan for the schedule. I hope that sounds good. Now, we do have a little bit of a conundrum.
All right.
A little bit of a thing we got to figure out.
We.
I'd like to start planning for the next big event here on DSP Gaming. And as you know, when I do big events, it essentially means it's going to be a day-long thing with a variety of content. Typically, I've got some food. Typically, I've got some booze. Typically, we've got some cool special things going on. And sometimes there's gameplay. All right? So, for the next marathon event, you know, one of the front-runner ideas
Okay.
that we were considering doing
We.
was a
Again?
fighting game fiesta celebration.
What?
And what this was supposed to be was me playing a variety of fighting games, eating food from the Street Fighter cookbook, where my wife was going to dive in and make some more dishes. She did this last year. She
You
was
hear
gonna
that
do-
again?
From the Street Fighter cookbook, where my wife was going to
I'm getting too much money.
Thank you, Turtles Game Kingdom. Guys, listen closely, okay?
eating food from the Street Fighter cookbook, where my wife was going to dive in and make some more dishes. She did this last year. She was going to do it again.
on.
In addition to that, I was going to do some reacting to old fighting game videos of myself in the past at EVO tournaments where I beat prominent players like Justin Wong and Seth Killian. And I was going to commentate on them and explain, you know, what was going on in different matchups and situations. Something I've never done before. That would be like a first time thing. And also there's going to be a segment where it was just going to be like Q&A about the old days of being in the fighting game community. You know, talking about what it was like to be part of a grassroots movement to keep fighting games
Oh my
alive.
God. How many
at a
times
time
do we
when
need to hear
Capcom
that?
was not making active fighting games. There was a good 10-year span where Capcom just kind of gave up on making Street Fighter. And it really was in the hands of those who loved those games and had passion for them to try to keep things going with zero support. There was no sponsorship. Capcom didn't want any part of it. So it was all on us to keep things going.
Okay.
And I can talk all about traveling, what it was
Us.
like, hanging out with various different groups of players, the rivalries and the drama and the stuff that was back then. I basically am a source of information from that period. Most people from that period just aren't around anymore or talking about it.
What?
Everyone wants to
What does
talk
that
about
mean?
the modern FGC, which started with Street Fighter 4, 14 years ago, 15 years ago. And yeah, that's a story to be told because that's when big money started happening. The esports teams and people streaming and all of that. But really, it was the grassroots movement back in the day that kept Street Fighter alive. Street Fighter very well could have died if people didn't keep it, active. Capcom was so focused on Devil May Cry, Resident Evil, their other franchises, that Street Fighter was just neglected for a very long time.
I don't get it. So he's
he's
hyping up an event to do this like whole historical thing, and then he's just giving us the history now. What else is he gonna add to that? Nothing. What's the hype in this fighting fiesta celebration, fighting party celebration? I don't get it. What other context are you gonna add? You just explained everything.
Reminisce about the old days. You know what I'm
We're
saying?
gonna reminisce. Man, I was a piece of shit back then.
That could be a fun event. Now, you guys.
I like the theory that he's doing that just so he can retcon or try to get ahead of the story that might come out in any documentary that might be coming out about his old FGC days, to try and like make up for anything that he might have exposed in within the next year.
I think this was a
whatever.
great idea.
I
However,
like that theory.
It was kind of hinging on the idea that we were going to do some Fightcade and play old school fighting games.
Because
And guess what?
then when the documentary comes out and people see what a piece of shit he always was, he can just say, well, I already addressed that last year in the Fighting Fiesta celebration. He'll just do that.
But that's now pretty much off the table, at least from like a multiplayer aspect. You see what I'm saying? It's just not viable. So what could I do is we could do some Street Fighter 6, right? We could do some Tekken, right? Which is fine. But what else could we do? I mean, the
Thanks,
only thing that I
Tony.
could really do with old school fighters would be to try to play one of these more modern console versions. So, for example, there is the Capcom Fighting Collection that is on PlayStation, which I bought and played, as much as I could. But there was just no one playing it. There's no one playing this game online at all, right? I could just do like offline content, like maybe I could do a challenge run where I try to play Super Turbo on the hardest difficulty.
Man, one day after canceling the Fightcade shenanigan thing, he's really sitting here telling us he's gonna play the console collection stuff.
I don't know.
The thing that he said there's
But
no
anyway,
point playing. He's trying to sell it as a
This
celebration.
was what we were gonna do. Like people were gung ho. Oh yeah, this sounds like a good idea.
Great.
But now that Fightcade multiplayer is off the table,
It's off the
it does
table.
take an
Because I say
aspect
so.
out of it, right? For sure. And I am disappointed at that. Obviously, I wanted it to be better than that. But what can I do? I'm not gonna put my IP address at risk and make it so I can't work. So that was one of the considerations. Now, other considerations we talked about
As I
was Indie
sway
Marathon,
so.
where you guys would nominate and vote on independent games for me to play, and I would go through like maybe 5 of them during the course of the day, maybe play an hour each, trying these different various games and seeing which ones are good and or would fit into my schedule. Perhaps I would actually, play one at length if I really liked it at some point, because that's happened before. When we do these
can we
marathons and I
move
try a
on,
variety of games.
please?
And, hey,
Thank you for the skip juice, man. I'm about
Really,
to skip
thank you.
forward. Thank you, Wesley
You
H.
really can't do a viewer lobby.
Yeah.
This effing guy.
Yeah. He doesn't trust his own audience enough. He can't get like 8 guinea pigs or something to play Fightcade or whatever, or even the console version. You
I'm
can't get
getting
8
too
guinea
much
pigs
money.
to just play with you on your fucking collection little fiesta thing. And Dune Messiah, dude, thank you so much. I got something for you.
Swag Messiah.
Big ups, man.
like 1 or 2 of them it catches, it sticks, it's fun, and then I actually go back and I play it at a future date, right? So that's something we could do because I haven't done an indie marathon in a ridiculously long time. Or we could also
Okay,
do
fucking, I don't care anymore. I'm
nominating
over
and
it.
voting for the games that make sense. I'm a little nervous about that because we've done Rage-a-thon
I'm
before.
nervous.
and people would nominate
Rage-a-thon?
6 games, and out of that, only 1 was really a rage-inducing game, and everything was just kind of, not a big deal.
Oh god, so I want to watch his Rage-a-thons again one day. Cause his Rage-a-thons, he goes in, it's like him playing a horror game. It's like him playing Phasmophobia or Resident Evil 7 or something, PT or whatever. He goes into it with the mentality like, I'm not going to rage or I'm not going to get scared. So everything that he does during that stream is just like the polar opposite. So it becomes very annoying to watch. It's such a specific thing. I'd have to watch it to show you guys what I mean. But it's so annoying.
I'm
If you
not
know,
sure.
you know.
I want your opinions because now it's the 24th of
He's
April.
like a 12-year-old who's like around other 12-year-olds, who's like, I'm not afraid. I'm not gonna get afraid watching this movie.
April.
That's
what
how
I would
he
definitely
acts.
like to do
With the
is I would
Rage
like to get
and with
this
the
kind
horror
of,
games.
like hammered in. This is what we're doing.
All right.
Games and stuff
Vote
like
in the
we do.
poll. There we
You-
go. He made a poll. That's what happened.
Oh, that's that. Now,
Very cool.
before we move on with today's podcast,
Hold on, I gotta close his
what?
poll.
it's time for my favorite segment,
Okay.
for your favorite segment, for everyone's favorite segment here on the show. Ladies and
Hey,
gentlemen,
1 minute man,
it's
welcome.
time for DSP News.
There he is.
On the Level 1 podcast. Let's do it. We've actually got a good variety of stuff to do on
Hit
today's
time
show when it
news.
comes to news. So let's talk, shall we? So just listen to this. We got so much variety of news today. We'll start off with Apple has reportedly cut production on the Apple Vision Pro product
Why is
due
he?
to incredibly low demand.
Why is he talking about this?
Wow, I think we're starting to see a pattern here. Do you remember a few weeks ago?
It's not a
when
VR
I
headset.
almost gave you exactly the same story, except it was for a different product.
Okay, it's not
That's
really
right.
like a gaming
It was about
thing.
a month ago when I announced Sony has stopped making
It's not the same.
PSVR 2
All right,
because no
whatever.
one bought the PSVR
It's similar,
2
I guess.
since it hit stores last year. So Apple is in exactly the
Now
same
we ran out, penitent. I'm sorry.
situation. They manufactured a piece of technology that is way too expensive. What is it, $799 or something like that? And all the reviewers who reviewed it essentially said, listen,
No
it's
problem,
not
John
bad.
Smith.
It actually
being here.
does have some cool features or whatever, but it's not like they've advertised it or promised what it would do. It's definitely not that good. And it's
do you
definitely
know?
not worth $799.
Okay.
So what happened is the initial early adopters of Apple technology ran out and bought it. Reviewers bought it and said, it's not that good. No one wants it. All right.
Okay.
Are you surprised? Can we be honest here? Apple is on the downward trend. Apple used to be
What?
the hip company for tech.
Is that
Everyone
true?
wanted an iPod, an iPad, an iPhone, an iWatch. It was all Apple Watch, excuse me. It's not iWatch, it's Apple Watch, right?
Okay.
It was just the hip thing to have, right? Everyone, oh man, you got the new phone or whatever. But dude, it's 2024.
What's his point?
You know, the fad died out
It's current year.
a million years ago.
I don't think
You know what I'm
Apple
saying?
is a
Is
fad.
it really? Hobo X says it's not $799. It's $3,499.
Doesn't he have an iPhone?
The Apple Vision Pro is $3,499. Oh my god!
It's not a VR headset.
Oh my
You're comparing
God.
it to. But this is so annoying.
Okay,
it's-
hold on. I
it's
have to
not a
adjust
gaming
my
device,
brain for a
dude.
second.
It's a whole other thing. It's meant for like business people. It's ridiculous. I know, but
Okay,
it's not the
continuing
same
on
thing.
from what we were saying, the era of Apple being the hip company of tech is
All right.
past. Now there's all these different competitors when it comes to phones, when it comes to tech watches, right? And you don't have to break the bank to get the competitors' products like you usually do with Apple. I mean, let's face it, Apple had to concede with the
What?
fact that no one wants proprietary connections for their stuff, and now they even have gone to the USB-C standard when it comes to charging their devices.
I don't think
and
if they
stuff.
just. I don't.
So,
I think they got sued in like Australia or
it's
something.
pretty apparent, right?
They just want to avoid
that
any
Apple
potential
is
lawsuits.
not prominent the way they used to be. They
I don't know,
may
man.
be rolling in money from those
What do
years
I
of
know?
prominence, but they're on the downward swing. So what on the holy hell?
Yeah, the
made them think
EU
to
forced
release
them
a
to change, bro. They're just avoiding
$3,500
any future fucking issues.
accessory.
They're,
Essentially, it's
they're not going to have to make
accessory.
two separate
It's not even
iPhone
like,
fucking
it's a
versions
device you need, it's gonna change
and
your
create
life. It's
new
just an
manufacturing
accessory for
plants
things
to
you already
fucking
do.
make new ones.
Just doing them in a
Anyways,
different way,
man,
right?
he's so dumb.
I mean, how boneheaded. And much like PSVR 2, right? If you're going to spend a lot of money on something, you want to be convinced that this is a killer app changing, life-changing way to do something, right? PSVR 2 failed
I don't.
because there's no games for it.
How is he
There's no
comparing
reason
it to
own
that?
it.
I really don't
They had, like,
understand.
maybe 2 or 3 prominent games that came out all at launch, and now there's nothing, right? Apple Vision Pro, what do you need that thing for exactly? What exactly does it do for you?
It's like a
It
PC
changes
on your
the way that you
face,
would work,
a Mac
where
on
you
your
would live.
face.
You know, is it a new and maybe unique way to do the stuff you do? Yes. But does it actually change anything?
I mean, Depends on
No.
who you are, right?
You're
What
still
do you
doing
mean
the same
no?
work. It's not improving your work day.
What?
It's just, a thing. And again, you gotta wear this giant fucking visor.
All right.
No one wants to walk around with a fucking giant visor. Makes you look like fucking a scuba diver or Cyclops from the fucking X-Men. You ever seen Cyclops from the X-Men? He's not happy he has to wear the fucking visor.
Right.
He hates it. He wishes he could be normal
Okay.
like everyone else.
You're the prettiest
no one
girl at the
chooses
dance,
to wear
Phil.
a fucking visor on their face
Yeah, I
all
get
day
it.
unless they're a moron.
I get it. You're funny. You're the prettiest girl in school. I get it. I really get it, okay? You're hilarious. You're the prom queen. You happy for the attention, man?
Anyway,
You're so
it's
funny.
dumb. It's too expensive. Of course it's not going to sell, right? I mean, duh. So, yeah, no surprise. But I think the thing that does surprise people is that, wait a minute, an Apple product is failing? Yeah, an Apple product is failing. Prepare for this to be the first of many.
What?
Because Apple had this writing on the wall. They just refused to see it. They didn't realize that they're not as prominent anymore as they used to be. They still think their shit doesn't stink, and they're like these
Oh my
elitist
God.
people who think all their products. It's like a snooty fucking guy. He's like, everything I do is high and up to society. No, Apple products are not special anymore.
I don't get it.
Everyone else has caught up.
I don't see... Like, okay, I'm gonna fucking pause him real quick, because I don't see how he's comparing this to PlayStation VR 2. It's a totally different thing in a totally different market. It's not the same type of people. Maybe. I don't know if you're a tech enthusiast, maybe, I guess. But, like, dude, why does this have to mean that Apple is going downhill? If anything, it just means that people aren't ready for a big VR. Like, the tech isn't quite there yet, and for the price point especially. This is like phase one of a launch of something that hopefully will become better in like 10 years from now. How does this all mean that Apple is stuck up their own ass and fucking Austin Powers villain? What, like, I don't understand how he's doing this, and he's just projecting here. It's just pure projection.
And in some cases, they're
I don't understand this.
surpassing the Apple products.
I really don't.
Yeah, I don't think that Apple is really going to be doing so well very soon. Give it a few years, I think we're going to be getting more stories of the next iPhone didn't sell that well and stuff like that. And they're going to really have to actually try hard to do something they have not done in the last 15 years, actually innovate.
Look at this. Look at this fucking asshole. This asshole right here. Listen to what the fuck he just said.
Hard to do something they have not done in the last 15 years, actually innovate.
They have to try hard to do something they have not done in the last 15 years, actually try to innovate. What the fuck do you think the Apple Vision Pro was? What the fuck is that, if not an innovation? What is that, if not, like, something they haven't done before? Really? Like, really? How do you not see this? I don't know. I'm fucking lost, man.
And create new tech that other people aren't doing, rather than just the same product again the next year with a few
Right.
things.
So they do something new, they get shit on. They do something old, they get shit on.
Here's a story for you that some of you,
Very
if you're
cool.
like me,
I
are
don't
going to
know.
be pretty angry when you hear this story. Okay, ready for this?
So weird. He just
Stephen
hates
Ogg.
everything.
Maybe a name you recognize. Stephen Ogg is a prominent actor for various different roles.
Even Ogg? What the fuck's he saying?
Recognize. Stephen Ogg is a prominent actor.
Oh, Steven. It's
for
cutting off
various
his
different
S's.
roles. Notably,
It's the
he was
Trevor
one of
dude.
the major supporting characters in the Walking Dead television series. But also, Stephen Ogg was the mocap and voice actor for Trevor in Grand Theft Auto 5. In an interview, he stated, listen to this. He filmed a bunch of story mode DLC for Grand Theft Auto 5 featuring Trevor. The story was that Trevor goes undercover and has to do work for the FBI.
Yeah, this was already known. He just confirmed it.
Yeah. Or I guess it's called the FIB in the world of Grand Theft Auto, correct?
Yeah, this was
So
already
he
known.
literally
DSP.
filmed an entire DLC. And it just they did nothing with it at all. They didn't actually make it even an expansion for Grand Theft Auto Online. They just basically shelved it. You know? And people are like, "What?"
Right.
Like,
He's gonna shit
seriously?
on gaming again.
Yeah, but I think we already knew this. We just didn't have the confirmation from anyone yet, right?
Okay.
So I
the
want you to
source
think about
code
this.
was
Imagine
leaked, but okay.
you're part of GTA and you do all this work and you think it's great, just as good as the work that you did in the main game. And the plot is great and it continues the story of the characters.
Great.
Or
He's
whatever,
putting
a
words in
canon
his
way
mouth
too,
now
because remember in
too.
GTA
He's creating a story. He's fabricating a scenario in his head now.
5, there's multiple endings.
That's
where
awesome.
certain characters can die. Well, obviously the DLC is going to tell you the canon ending, right? So
Cool.
now we know, hey, if Trevor's alive, that means the canon ending is that he survives. We just don't know which canon ending where he survives, but he's alive, right?
Sure.
And how cool would it have been to have these story DLCs? Each character.
Yeah, Punish is only a good point too. Not an entire DLC. He only said they started shooting. Yeah. I was gonna point that out, but I wasn't sure if he even said it. I thought I was dreaming, dude.
Character was supposed to have
He just claims that the dude said something that he didn't say.
their own story DLC.
Like, come on, man.
And
This is a
actually,
news
was alluded
segment,
to
right?
in the, Mount Chiliad mystery,
All right.
where players of the game
Whatever.
have pieced together these hidden Easter eggs and clues throughout the world of GTA 5 to actually find this like cave drawing on Mount Chiliad in the game that shows what the plot lines of each of the character-based DLCs were going to be.
Okay.
And then they just never made them because GTA Online came out and made so much money that Rockstar just didn't give a crap anymore, right? So that's pretty stupid, in my opinion. Obviously, I mean, come on. I think what's happening is gonna be eventually people are gonna get fed up with this crap.
That sounded like Cat. That sounded like Cat's opinion.
So that's pretty stupid.
That's pretty stupid. I could imagine Cat sitting next to him saying that. He really toxified this lady. They're just the same person. She just like me for.
In my opinion, obviously.
Goddamn.
I mean, come on. I think what's happening is gonna be eventually people are gonna get fed up with this crap. And they're gonna be like, we just want it. You have it. Just fucking make it. It doesn't even matter if it's 15 years later. Make the fucking DLCs. Make a standalone. Make it a $20 purchase. And it's just the 3 character stories that you
And by the way,
actually make
Cat
them and
agrees
sell.
with me.
Enough with this bullshit that you just focus on a frivolous, meaningless online experience that's a disposable experience, but it's a social experience. Good for you. If you wanted to make Second Life, go fucking make Second Life. But what about the games that everyone liked and got you popular to begin with? What about all the people who supported Rockstar and put them in that level of prominence so they could actually go make GTA Online? Oh, fuck all of them, right? Who cares about them? Just keep printing money from these people who are addicted to our online game.
I don't know, man. Okay, like,
So-
is it frustrating they don't do DLC? Yes, of course. But also, he's saying, fuck you, we don't care about you. It's like, dude, they still made Red Dead. They still made GTA 5 single player. They're making GTA 6 single player. I don't see how they're doing that. I don't know. It is annoying, but DSP, you're really
I'm pretty sad
fucking special.
about it. I want these story DLCs to be heard and seen and played, but I don't think they're ever going to do it. Sad that they fucked it up that bad because they were so greedy.
Right. Everyone else is
By the
greedy,
way, this
except
really isn't
me.
part of DSP News, but I forgot to talk about it. So the other day, I did an impromptu and random poll on my Twitter account. For those who don't know, I do have a Twitter account. And yes, I still call it Twitter because X is fucking stupid. It's twitter.com or x.com/
This fucking guy. This fucking weasel. This. Oh my god, I'm so angry.
random poll on my Twitter account. For those who don't know, I do have a Twitter account. And yes, I still call it Twitter
Yes, I still call it Twitter. Immediately, what does he say?
because X is fucking stupid. It's twitter.com or x.com/
Fuck you.
@they call me DSP, or just search for @they call me DSP. Okay.
He's so annoying. He's so specifically
FYI, I did a
annoying.
poll, and basically, here's what I said. I said, curious question.
God
Does anyone even
damn.
care about me posting to X or Twitter anymore? I pretty much only use this for my schedule since Elon bought it, and being verified has lost all meaning. I have no idea why I even still have 27,000 followers on here. Thoughts?
Yes,
And the
I
poll had
still
3
call
options.
it Twitter.
Number
and
1,
it's
just keep posting
fucking
as is.
stupid.
Number 2, just post to YouTube. Forget about X and Twitter.
Go
Or
to
number 3, I just don't have a preference. Okay. So, if you're not aware, when I first started on Twitter a long time ago.
Okay, this is a skip for me. I don't give a fuck.
Stuff. Sometimes inflammatory, insulting stuff.
What?
Choose your
Okay,
after
hold
fill.
on.
So I think that's really why people wanted my Twitter back in the day. Now, over the years, I've used Twitter for various different reasons. Sometimes I just used it to post up completely nonsensical stuff. Sometimes inflammatory, insulting stuff. All right?
Oh, great.
Sometimes I actually used it to post up intelligent stuff. For the most part, I use Twitter to post up my daily schedule. So at least people know that I have these games and ideas and streams coming up. And I usually post up there as a stream is going live, so people know what to expect on that live stream that's now live. It's like a trigger, so you know, oh, come on to the stream, okay? Now, what's happened is over the years, I just stopped using it for various things. Like, I even had some tweets that went viral over the years.
Oh,
I had a tweet
cool.
at the Oscars a few years ago during the Will Smith slap incident that got insane amounts of retweets and faves. People loved the tweet, right?
Wow,
But
they
it was
loved it.
basically like social commentary on the whole situation of what had happened. So I know that if I wanted to use Twitter more seriously, I could. And I could get noticed if I felt like it. And by the way, my Twitter account was verified. Why? Because actually I was being impersonated constantly by trolls and idiots. And so having the verified account made everyone know, hey, this is the real Phil. That's how I got verified. A lot of people wonder, how do you get verified on Twitter? Essentially, you had to prove that you're someone who is dramatically impersonated. So that way, if you own a business or an entity like I do, I say, hey, here's my business.
That's not necessarily true, but okay.
I need everyone to know this is my real account, and then they verified it for me. Okay, that's how it used to work anyway. So, being I was one of the few YouTubers with a verified
I'll
Twitter
be right
account.
back, man. I
A lot
can't
of others
handle
had
this
tried to get it verified for years.
artistic guy. Give me like
people
1
actually
second.
paid attention to my tweets, you know, even though I didn't even use it that much. But then Elon bought it, right? And when Elon essentially bought the site, he changed so much about it that now the site is almost unusable for someone like me. I'll give you some examples. He made it so that no more verified users based on any kind of useful criteria. You just buy it. Oh, if you just spend money on the site, now you're verified. So what does it mean to be verified? Literally nothing. Everyone can be verified. There could be 400 impersonators of me that are all verified. So then verification is worthless, okay? People who pay now get their tweets amplified, meaning someone who pays for the check mark actually will always get priority, and people will see their tweets way more than someone who's not. Not saying that people who aren't verified never get seen, but it's incredibly hard. And it's funny to me because there's people out there who outright hate Elon Musk and hate everything he stands for, and they pay for the check mark because they've resigned themselves to the fact that they are a slave to social media. They need people to recognize them on social media, so they pay him anyway, even though they claim that they hate this guy's guts. So ever since this happened, I essentially said, you listen, I just don't see the point of using Twitter anymore. My tweets would never get seen regardless because I'm not paying for a blue check mark. There's no real advantage to having it unless you're going to be using Twitter frequently for stuff that you feel is important. And all I do is I post up my schedule, right? So I had enough of it. And I said, I'm just not going to use this thing anymore. You know, I'm literally just going to post up my schedule and when my streams are live, and that's it. So I've been doing that for about a year. But now I've posted a lot more on the community tab of my YouTube channels. I feel like if you're subscribed to my YouTube channel and you want to be in the know, I'll post up stuff to my community tab. That way you don't have to go to Twitter to find out. You can just be subscribed to that channel that you're interested in. And that's how you're going to get, you know, the information about me. So that's how I've done it for about a year. And it seems to me like it's been working, right? But what I'm noticing is that literally, I'm not kidding, I have 27,000 followers on Twitter. And they're all probably legacy followers. These aren't new people following me because I don't post anything of interest on there. If you're already subscribed to my YouTube channels, you don't need to follow my Twitter. Get it? But with 27,000 followers, how many people realistically actively still follow my Twitter, right? So I did this poll, and here's the results, all right? 590 votes. That's all I got. In 24 hours, with 27,000 followers, only 590 people bothered to vote. Think about that. So no one cares about Twitter anymore. Essentially, Twitter has gone boo down and no one cares. Which I'm not surprised. I'm really not surprised. Elon has killed the fucking business. No one follows it anymore because no one gives a shit. Here's the poll results, by the way. No preference, 22%. So 22% said, I just don't give a shit. Okay. Just post to YouTube only. Don't post on Twitter anymore. 27%. All right. And then 51% said, keep posting here as is. So if you take a look at that, 590 votes, 51% would be what? Like around roughly 300 people said, keep posting on Twitter. And 22% said, I don't even have a preference, right? And that would be what? Like another 100? So essentially 400 people actively care about me on Twitter. And that's it. So I went, just think about this. I went from having 27,000 followers. When I would post up tweets, I would actually get hundreds to thousands of likes and retweets depending on the tweet. But usually I would get a lot of attention on my tweets. And since Elon bought Twitter, now only 400 people actually care about Twitter out of 27,000. Wow. By the way, Tesla's not doing so well either. Tesla is tanking right now. All of their products are failing. They're not delivering the product they've promised. Their sales numbers and stock prices are down. Mr. Musk is in a bad way. He's just ignoring it and not talking about it. But anyway, excuse me. Sorry, there's something in my throat. So yeah, so I'll be honest with you guys. It really is dumb as shit that the business has tanked the way it has, and I'm not gonna put effort or anything into it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna keep going forward as I have. I'm going to just post up my schedule and post up when a stream is live, and I guess that's it. There's really no other reason to ever post a thought or anything on that site. It seems to be a complete waste of time. Oh, by the way, yes, Coop, listen. I'm not saying that Twitter was great beforehand either. Before Elon owned it, it also had a lot of issues. Don't get me wrong. But the point I'm making is that basically it was a usable site that functioned properly, and you could actually use it to get noticed and get attention and get your thoughts heard. Now you cannot. The site has literally suppressed everyone who doesn't pay for a blue check mark. I mean, case in point, I have 27,000 followers on Twitter, and 590 people voted on my poll in 24 hours. No one sees my account. No one cares. Which, again, I'm not complaining. I'm just stating a fact that I don't think there's a point to using that site for anything significant at this point, unless you're just going to pay for it. Fuck that. Elon can kiss my fucking ass. So anyway, all right, let's continue. The next story. PS5, or Sony in general, has put out a new promotional artwork promoting their new controller, the DualSense version 2. Okay? But the only actual information on this promotional piece of art for the DualSense 2 says the following. Exceptional 12-hour battery life on a full charge, supports long gaming sessions.
I had to do it to them snipe.
Exceptional 12-hour
All because of
battery
Phil.
life.
The whole of Twitter is going down.
It's almost like every other fucking wireless controller out there. This controller is the only one on the market that will only last about 3 hours on a full charge. And they've had this controller packaged with PS5 since launch and have not made an improvement to it until now. It sounds like they're finally going to improve it. Why does this controller only last 3 hours? Because it has a touchpad, because it has a built-in speaker, because it has haptic feedback, because it has adaptive triggers. It has all these features. Now, are these any good? Well, in some cases, yes. I would argue if you're a driving game, the adaptive triggers, adjusting the amount of thrust that you're giving to your vehicle, that could be a good thing. But for the most part, most games do not at all make advantage of the features of this controller. Again, this was another case where Sony thought way ahead, but didn't actually check with the industry to see if the industry would be on par with them. I also compare this to the 6-axis. Anyone even remember the 6-axis controls that existed in the previous PlayStation controllers? None of you probably do, because the thing was so poorly used that everyone just stopped developing it. So there used to be this thing in PlayStation controllers, the PS3 era, that it had built-in motion controls. And games like Uncharted and others used it, where you have to balance and stuff with it, but no one liked it, and it didn't even really work that well.
I'm back.
So no one really used it.
Great.
And again, it's another thing. Bluetooth. Why were the controllers using Bluetooth to connect? Did anyone care if it used a standard wireless radio style adapter, or if it used Bluetooth technology? No one cared, but Sony did. So they put all that shit in there.
I missed
and
nothing.
No one really
Yeah, big
cared to use
surprise.
it, right? So this is kind of the same thing. This controller looks nice, has all these features, but no one actually cares about them, right? Can you name in the last 2 years more than one game where you even remember what the haptics felt like on this controller? I can't even tell you one.
Okay, for him, I know I just came back, but for him to say this, the haptic thing is actually pretty cool. I actually think it's really cool. I think every controller should start doing that. I think it's really interesting. Not that it adds so much to the game, but I do think it kind of, immerses you in it a little. I think it's cool. I don't know.
Things have become
Why is he shitting on
such
everything?
a afterthought that most of it just feels like the standard rumble that you would get on an Xbox controller somewhere else.
No, it
doesn't feel any better to be playing a game on this than it does on a Xbox controller, quite frankly. And because this has a built-in battery, it's heavier. I don't like that. I like a lighter controller, right? So anyway, the one thing that I have to say to this, so there's a DualSense 2 coming out with a 12-hour battery life. Great. How about all the people who have that controller, who paid $80 for that fucking controller that is not a good controller?
It's not a good controller.
It has stick drift issues, the thumbsticks melt, the battery life's only 3 hours long, but now you want us to buy another one that will last 12 hours. Oh, you mean the battery that should have been in that controller, right? You want me to spend more money now on another one.
Okay.
How about no? How about kiss my ass? I'm not buying a DualSense version 2.
Like, as if you were going to buy it anyways.
PS5 from the launch, but Sony was greedy. Fuck them.
I don't know, man.
What they should do is they should drop the price of this controller.
Like, complain about the fact that there's no games on the thing. How about you complain about that? Why the fuck you complaining about the controller? I don't know, man. Just don't buy it.
Down to about $30. Since there's going to be a version 2
$30
with a 12-hour battery, and this one only has a 3-hour battery,
right.
Then you should sell this for $30, and then you could sell the version 2 for $80.
Yeah,
Do
that's
you
how
think
that
Sony
works.
will do that? Will they do the right thing?
The right thing.
Probably not, right? Okay.
What is the right
continuing
thing
on.
in this scenario? You could argue with this dude's logic. The right thing is just give it away for free. Why don't you just give it away for free? I don't know, man.
This is actually a follow-up to
Whatever.
a story that we talked about earlier in the week. Remember I told you that the House of Representatives in the United States passed a bill, and this bill is going to ban TikTok in the United States within 9 months if its company owner or its owner ByteDance.
Oh, let me
does
check
not
for
divest
super
the company.
chats and shit,
What
by the
does
way.
that
I'm
mean?
sorry, guys.
It means that basically the U.S. government thinks
Movie sign with the 5.
based fall gout.
Thank you, dude. You get a fall gout. All because Phil. The whole of Twitter is going down. Yeah, exactly. I know I missed it, but I was listening to it like while I was gone. And everything that he was saying applies to his own business, which is really funny. I love when he does that. The mega projecting. So that's always interesting.
TikTok is gathering information on U.S. citizens and using it for malicious purposes because the owners are Chinese. Essentially, they almost think
What?
that TikTok
Chicky
is a way
Chang?
to intel on the American populace.
Uh-oh.
And the American populace is too stupid to realize
Watch it, DSP.
So they're going to outlaw this program.
You know what you
in the
feel
United
about
States in 9
Chinese
months
people.
Unless the owner sells the company to a non-Chinese company. Okay? It's official because as of today, President Biden signed it into law.
I just realized what that could have sounded like out of context. I swear, YouTube, it's a reference. Please don't kill me. Don't take me down.
9-month timer has started. They have 9 months to sell it off. Do you think that will happen? Do you think that the owners of TikTok are going to sell their company off just so the app can continue to work in the United States? I don't know. Right? I don't know. The interesting premise. I don't know. There might be some big
That's pretty funny.
stories coming out about this. Maybe companies that'll vie for try to buy it, and will they sell it? I don't know. Why does TikTok need the United States? It's a good question. TikTok is worldwide. TikTok is an app that's all over the place. It's not just the United States. Now, I'm sure the United States is a big customer base for them, but do they really need the United States? I don't know. I don't really know the ins and outs of that.
Stupid question.
Okay. All right, we have 2 more news stories.
How is there still
One
2
of them is
more? I
incredibly
was gone
stupid,
for like
so I'm just going to get past it right now.
6 minutes.
So there's a game coming out on Friday called Stellar Blade. I'm not interested
Oh, hell yeah. We got our Stellar Blade segment. Let's go.
babe.
in it. But the reason I'm talking about it today is because the stupidest thing ever has happened.
Okay.
Are you ready for this?
The hard R?
I'm not ready for this.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, Stellar Blade has a store.
To them snipers.
Hey, Penitent Sin, thank you for the 5.
You abandoned us, Brandod, and I will never forgive you, frown.
I'm so sorry, guys. I was gone for like 7 minutes. I'm sorry.
In the game, and it's called the, I think, R store.
VOD will be timestamped. I'll timestamp that out, of course.
Letter R, and it says store under it, and it's a store where you buy items.
Hold on, I want to hear him say the hard R.
Letter R. It has a store in the game, and it's called the, I think, R store. It's just called the letter R, and it says store under it, and it's a store where you buy items and stuff in the game. Okay, well, supposedly by random chance, and apparently this is not intentional. All right, right next to the, it's a neon sign that says R store. It has like an arrow pointing down. Here's the store. Well, right next to this neon sign that says R store, there's some graffiti on the wall.
Too much money.
All right. And what does the graffiti say?
I'm getting too much money.
Oh, VLX with the 5. My member bomb alert.
Too much money.
Fucking doesn't work, dude. VLX, thank you so much, man.
I'm getting too much money.
A la Bloodborne.
Thank you so much, dude.
I'm getting too much money.
Okay, let's get to this hard R story. Thank you, VLX.
Hard. So it says hard R store. Okay? So you might say, well, what's the problem with that? Well, in truth, there is no problem with that. Because in truth, it means nothing. Actually, that graffiti that says hard is used randomly throughout the game. It's not the only place in the game that it's in place, and it's probably not intentional, right? That should have been there. Okay? Now, you might say, well, I don't even understand. What does hard R mean? Depends on who you ask. Okay? The actual original meaning of the term hard R, do you know what it means? It means it's a hard R rating for a movie. What does that mean? It means a movie that has intense gore or sexual content, meaning it's pushing the highest level of rating, NC-17. Okay? But it just majorly made the cut to make it a hard R, meaning it's one of the harshest R ratings you can get, but it still made the cut into the R category. Okay?
Now you might be wondering, what does hard R mean?
That's actually what it means.
Did he really say that?
But in the last few years,
What?
people on social media have decided to change the meaning.
What?
Okay? Compare this to any other use of a word that in the past had a completely different meaning and then got changed because of social things.
Feels
and now
hard
everyone uses
R.
the word completely different. All right? So, I mean, everyone, I think you probably know that today the term
Say
hard
it.
R essentially means the N-word. Okay?
Go
The real
ahead,
N-word.
say it. Go say it. Go on, say it.
Differently. All right? So, I mean, everyone, I think you probably know that today the term hard R essentially means the N-word. Okay? The real N-word. Not the slang version that's used, you know, as like a term of affinity between people, but the really bad N-word, the full one. Okay?
This one.
Maybe people just like to hear what my wife is good at making or whatever. I don't know.
Say it. Say it.
Oh,
Go
that's
on.
terrible.
Say it.
When stationary, negative 75.
What? What's the word? Huh?
Word. Not the slang version that's used, you know, as like a term of affinity between people, but the really bad N-word, the full one.
Oh, that's terrible. When stationary,
What?
Okay? So that's why, hence, hard R. That's what they're talking about, the end of the word. So to have a video game that says hard R on the wall, you would think, oh, not a big deal. Except, as we all know, games media are incredibly liberal. And they saw this on the wall and immediately made a big deal about it and started complaining to Sony, why does your game have hard R on the wall? Don't you know how offensive that is? To which the game developers were like, what? The fuck are you talking about? Like, no, we have no idea what you're talking about. Sorry, we don't just sit on Twitter all day listening to the ways that you've changed what terms mean in the last 5 years to be offended by something like this. It's not even intentional.
Man.
It's graffiti next to a neon sign. They don't even coincide. What the fuck are you talking about? But sadly, in our modern day, everyone has to pander to everyone. So apparently, from what I'm to understand, it's being changed. I don't know if it has been changed already, but I believe that it's being changed.
I don't know, man. I don't think it has anything to do with being liberal. I think it's just, I don't know, you just don't want to even make people think of that. Just avoid it altogether. You can just move the texture. It's fine.
Away. God forbid someone's offended that this is randomly in the game by chance.
Okay.
It's not even meant to mean anything. And the term doesn't actually even fucking
It's because
mean
they're
that.
Koreans, dude.
People invented this meaning for it. All right?
Bro, every word is invented. This is stupid. I don't even know why he's throwing in this argument that hard R means a rating system. It could mean two things. Everything is invented, DSP. I don't know why you're being so fucking dumb about this.
So, yes, I think it's incredibly stupid. And it's a non-issue, but that's the world we live in today, that everyone has to get all upset about things that literally don't even fucking exist. Invented outrage for the sake of invented outrage.
I don't know that
Everyone
it's
has to pussyfoot
outrage.
around everything, correct?
I think it's just the company would rather move it, so you don't even see it that way. I just think it's that simple. They probably didn't notice because they're Korean, and they didn't notice. And then they're just like, oh, that means something? Okay, we'll just move it then. I think it's just that simple. I don't think it's a really big, like, rant moment. I don't know. I don't know. Who do I know?
Okay. People are saying that now they've changed the word hard and they replaced it with a new graffiti that says crime. So now it says crime R store. What?
Is that any
So now
better?
people are freaking out that that's even worse.
It's pretty good.
Because now you replaced hard R with crime. And that means something.
Does it? Does crime R mean something?
Here's what they should replace it with.
Okay.
I'm serious. They should patch it again, and you know what it should say?
Gout.
Fuck you.
Should say
That's what it
gout.
should say. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Just do it like 10 times. Fuck you on the wall.
I had to do it to them snipers.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Matt, by the way, for the game over.
You should listen to Bonfire by Childish Gambino. If you know, you know.
I like that song.
That's what I would do. If I were the game devs, I'd be like,
Big ups Wesley H for the 5 and Mr. Matt for the 199. Super sticker. I love super stickers. I always like seeing the different ones. Thank you, dude. Thank you so
now
much.
you can't misconstrue it. Here's what we really meant to say.
All right, cool. Saying fuck you is really funny.
All right, we have one more
story
today. I told you I had a lot of news to cover today, and then we can finally get to things like shout outs and the like. Okay. All right. Our final news story of the day. Apparently, there has always been a loophole in the way that Steam works with its refund system.
What?
Well, excuse
What's
me.
the loophole? Now this bitch doesn't use Steam, okay? I'm real curious what he means by loophole, because I don't even know what he's talking about.
Bad news for all of you who've been taking advantage of this loophole. The loophole is about to get plugged.
Okay.
Like this.
You're so funny.
All right. So there's your hole, and there's the plug.
Okay, bruh.
So what is this loophole? I'm going to read you the story from The Verge. 8 years ago, Valve began offering no questions asked refunds for any game that you buy on Steam, as long as you ask for that refund within 14 days of your original purchase, and you haven't played the game for more than 2 hours. Okay? Now, that's not the whole. That's the intended refund policy. But when
Fun fact, the 2 hours is actually pretty lenient. I've played a game for 4 hours before, and I've gotten the refund. It's pretty lenient, I will say. Fun fact.
Valve started letting you play games ahead of their intended release dates with early access and advanced access programs, it introduced a loophole. People could play for many, many hours ahead of launch and still request a refund after. Okay? So what does that mean?
I don't know if that's a loophole.
It basically means that it would only work properly for games that were fully released. If a game hadn't been released yet, you could play it infinitely because the game didn't count playtime hours until the game was fully released. That's kind of confusing to me. Like, as long as you're playing the game,
oh my god,
why would you think it doesn't count as playtime hours? But I guess that's how they had set up Steam.
Because the game's not out
So there were
yet.
people who would actually go out and buy early access games just because they knew that they could get the refund. So they would play any game in early access as long as they could, and then they would just refund the game right away. Okay?
What? They would play it?
They would play infinitely. They wouldn't just play 2 hours. They would play it for weeks and weeks and weeks, and then they would refund. Well, guess what, folks? The days in Milk of Honey are over because officially, I guess Valve figured this out, and they have plugged the hole, right? There's the hole. There it is. You see it? And they took their fist, plugged it, just like that. So now you can no longer get a refund for any game you've played longer than 2 hours, even if it's in early access. There's no loophole
That's a
anymore.
little weird.
2 hours is the limit.
I don't know if he's telling the truth, right? Because I haven't read this article, but that seems a little weird. Because what if a game never comes out? That's happened to me before. You get a cool game, early access, it's cheaper. What if the game gets abandoned? I don't know. I'd have to look into this, but I don't know. There's extreme cases for this.
And there you go. Plugged.
They can take your money and run.
All right. Well,
Bleh.
no one can accuse
Like Project 7.
Valve of not being good at plugging their holes. All right, guys, that is the news for today. We covered a lot. That was a lot of news, right? All right, well, FYI, the initial response to my poll, all right, about what this new upcoming marathon should be, 52%. Well, first of all, we have 365 votes. So 1 vote per day of the year, which I guess it makes sense. We have 440 people on stream. So, FYI.
Damn it, I'm so close to him.
Rage-a-thon is in the lead with 52%. And then Indies Marathon and Fighting Game Fiesta are about the same. I see they're dancing back and forth between around 24%, 25 to 23% each. So here's the thing, though. All right? Because you're saying Rage-a-thon. Fair enough. But here's the thing about the Rage-a-thon that I need to emphasize with all of you. All right?
Cool.
The Rage-a-thon only works if people actually legitimately find games that are going to make me rage for various different reasons. Not, oh, you know, I know that Phil probably doesn't like this particular...
Okay, so I love all the skip juice we have, by the way. The Rage-a-thon's really dumb because just play Street Fighter. There shouldn't even be a marathon. The marathon should just be play Street Fighter ranked for 3-4 hours, whatever the fuck. Because that's the only thing that really gets him mad. Street Fighter, any online game where he just complains. Like, the gimmick of the Rage-a-thon is kind of played out, in my opinion. Because it's the same shit every time. I told you guys before, if you were here, he doesn't try to rage. He goes into those Rage-a-thons trying not to rage. He goes in with that mindset. So it's just really boring. He just goes, wow, okay. Whoa, this is stupid. Whoa, he does that. It's like a child going into a horror movie who doesn't want to get scared. And it's just like, I'm not going to get scared. Whoa, look, that's funny. Ha. That's what he does.
Particular game. So I'm going to nominate
The real rage is just Street Fighter and Tekken and any fighting game.
it because it's going to bother. It's going to, you know, I'm going to annoy him. Annoy-a-thon.
Like, he's going to play Super Meat Boy, and he's just not going to rage because he doesn't give a fuck about the game. So it's not really exciting, it's not really interesting, it's nothing new.
It's not rage.
And he knows it's a rage-a-thon. So he's just going to try not to rage. That's, like, the gimmick is gone. The gimmick sucks. It's flawed.
Rage-a-thon. Do you understand? For example, some games that have worked, like Super Meat Boy, right? That
What?
game is
Super Meat Boy?
fast-paced, very difficult platforming action. Yes, that game absolutely made me rage when I
No,
played
it didn't.
That was a successful game in the Rage-a-thon.
Shut the fuck up.
Here's games that didn't work.
No, it
right?
didn't. It made you clown mode.
Street Fighter
What?
5. I told you guys I didn't like it.
Street
People
Fighter
said, well, we
5.
insist on it anyway. And I played it, and it was the most boring hour ever because the game just sucked. It wasn't fun to play. I didn't rage.
That's what
Actually,
people wanna
I won
see.
most of my matches. It just,
Okay.
it was shit. And I was like, why did you fucking nominate it? I particularly remember the last Rage-a-thon that I did not work very well because people didn't nominate good games.
like the
for it. It
last
was like,
three
out of
that
the
you
5,
did.
6 games that were played, only like one actually made me rage. So it just didn't work, and people complained, oh, it was boring. And I was like, so what do you want me to do? It's your event. You nominated and voted for the game.
What? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me?
That were played, only like one actually made me rage. So it just didn't work, and people complained, oh, it was boring. And I was like, so what do you want me to do? It's your event.
It's your event. I know it's my stream, but it's your event, you idiot. What did you expect? It's your stream, stupid. Why don't you make me rage more, idiot? What the fuck is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Actually.
You nominated and voted for the games, not me. I don't know. The whole idea of the Rage-a-thon is that you guys know games that are
Come
rage-inducing.
on.
You're going to nominate them for this event. You have to do that, or else the event ain't going to be very good. You understand? So I'm okay with the idea of
Make
a
him play
Rage-a-thon,
Jackbox
as
or
long as people are
something.
going to find actual
That'll
games
get 'em
that cause
angry.
rage. Now here's the thing: people are saying, "Oh, Ghosts and Goblins again, getting over it again." I already played those. Me playing those games again? No, it has to be new stuff. It has to be not Super Meat Boy. I played it already. This have to be a new, fresh batch of games, stuff that I have not played before. So it's something new, or else what's the point, right? That's the whole idea. Is we need to get some games that will be rage-inducing, but games I haven't played before that will be interesting. Okay,
Great.
fair enough.
Put all
But I'm
these
not saying that's what we're doing.
stipulations
Let's
on
talk about this further. Let's have further conversation about it over the course of the next week or two, and then we'll lock it in at some point what we're really going to do, and go from there. Okay? All right, cool. So shout outs time. We start off today with
Well, he should, like, the real rage, he should play VR chat. He should be playing fucking Second Life and Street Fighter and World of Warcraft, because then he'll actually get upset. Jackbox. That's the shit that'll make him mad, and he'll pretend that he's not mad. That's more interesting than him playing a game he doesn't even give a fuck about, that he's never gonna play again.
Ken,
Pretending to be upset.
we did a super chat.
Like, that's so
Ken.
shitty.
I appreciate that.
You're 11.
Bookworm, thank you for a membership to the channel. I appreciate that, Bookworm. Thank you for the ongoing support of DSP Gaming. I appreciate that. And it's a new one too, by the way. So that's awesome. I received a very generous
Okay.
$50 tip. Hold on.
1 minute man. He's gone. Okay, Bruno.
Okay, it is a $50 tip from Lisa Lou.
Big
Thank you
ups,
so much, Lisa Lou, for a
OIC.
very, very generous $50 tip this morning, which means we get to see one of the brand spanking new animations. Here we go.
Don't care.
Wow,
Wow, it's a stolen thing from a trailer or something. A commercial.
Cool. All right, so we got a little more classes. Thank you so much to Lisa Lou. Let's get you on the leaderboard in a second.
Great. Look how long this takes him to do.
I would consider doing that. Yes.
What did he say?
The sequel or spin-off that. Oh, I'm aware that there was a Super Meat Boy sequel. Yeah, if you want.
Cool. Look at how long it takes him to do this. We're at 6 fucking times speed almost.
From Largus.
There we go. Jesus.
Largus says the following. Listen to this. Great job handling stuff lately. I think it needs to be explained that a variety content streamer will offer a dynamic and engaging experience for their audience. By streaming to a variety of content, you cater to a broader audience base with diverse
Look at this
interests.
bullshit.
This versatility allows them to attract viewers from different gaming communities, fostering
Fucking
more
AI
inclusive and
chat
interactive community
post.
around the channel. A variety content streamer has the flexibility to adapt to changing trends and preferences within the gaming industry. They can explore new game genres, formats, keep their content fresh. This adaptability helps them to stay relevant and competitive in an evolving landscape. And a variety content streamer showcases their personality and gaming skills across a range of titles, showcasing their versatility and expertise. This multifaceted approach can help them stand out in a crowded streaming market and build a loyal fan base drawn to, and then the comment cut off because it was way too long. But that is true. We were talking about this last night.
This fucking guy, when you send him a message that long, he'll yell at you. He'll scream at you. He'll berate you. But if you stroke his ego like that, you get a full-ass fucking chat read. With enunciation and clarification and punctuation properly fucking spoken.
During the
This
impromptu
asshole,
chill
man.
stream,
Fake
the reason
bitch.
that I have lasting appeal is many reasons. But one of the major,
Man,
you know,
this is embarrassing.
chunks of that is because I'm a variety guy. So, for example, right now on this podcast, we have about 400
So
viewers,
angry.
I think, actually. When I last
Gotta
looked.
relax.
We have like, oh, we have more than that. We have like 450 viewers, right? That's cool. But also, when we start playing Elden Ring, some people will stick around, some people won't, and some new people will come on to watch me play Elden Ring. Tonight, we're going to play Fallout 4. You might have a whole different audience for Fallout 4, right? And then, when I come back on Friday, and I play this new game, Another Crab's Treasure, and I play Street Fighter,
Yeah,
you might get
Satellite
two
Silent
other new
Internet, I know.
audiences. Now, is there crossover? Absolutely. Yes, there is. There's a crossover between. But, all in all, even though you can say, well, Phil only gets a few hundred viewers per stream, that is true. But it's different viewers.
No, it's not.
Right? It
No,
is.
it's not.
It's not. Oh,
It's
every time
not.
Phil streams, he's playing Call of Duty, or he's playing a Dark Souls game, or he's playing an MMO, or he's playing this one style of game.
Man,
I'm
that's
always doing something
ridiculous.
different. So my fan base is broad across many
Embrace.
genres, and they come by for the content that they like. That's what has allowed me to continue to be successful. Also, because I play a variety of games, it allows me to jump into genres at any time.
It's so interesting to me actually hearing that now, because now that I think about it, he likes to say he was red hot popular back in the day, when really he never was. Like, he kind of was when he first started, but then even in like 2012, 2011, he was getting like 80,000 views a video. And even for back then, that wasn't like red hot popular. Like, you go to like Ray William Johnson or something, like straight up million view videos and stuff. So I think he just, even back then, he thought 80,000 for part 1, and then 60,000 for part 2, and then 40,000 for part 3. Those were all different people. Those were all different people. That number just adds up. Even back then, red hot popular.
And at least have my footing in that genre.
That's
for the most part.
crazy.
When I first started on YouTube, not so much. I was basically like a noob and a rube. I didn't know what the hell I was doing, and different genres of games kind of smacked me around, and that was some of the appeal, correct? But in this case, I've done this now for 16 years, right? And now I can basically play a game at least an okay average level and not suck. So that's a good thing. People even were saying last night, it blows us away
Really?
because there actually are 3 genres of games you're pretty good at. Fighting
Really?
games,
Really?
FromSoft style,
He's 42. This man on screen is 42 years old.
Soulsborne games, and Call of Duty. For whatever reason, I seem to be pretty good when I play those 3 genres. Probably not others. But those 3 genres, I do put out some decent gameplay, right? And I agree, and that came through experience, right? So, yeah, being a variety streamer allows me to appeal to a wider audience. Because, again, one of the ridiculous things that idiotic people on the internet say is that, oh, Phil only has like 2 actual supporters. I'm serious. They say this. They say Phil has like 2 actual people who support his content.
Whoa.
Insane. No, I actually have probably, for the size that I am, way more active supporters than other people of that stature. Because a lot of people come here at different times and support the content they like. And
You see, you idiots, he doesn't have 2 people that support him. He has 5 people that support him. Yes, that's the big difference.
that's why I can have a
I
stream
made that
right
joke in
now
Iviga's chat.
that's successful for a podcast. Then people who come and support Elden Ring. Then people who come and
You
support
fucking
other different crowds.
buffoons.
And
There's
that's cool.
5,
If I
not
was playing
2.
one game all day, you're only going to get the one crowd. That's it. I designed my business to be versatile enough that we would have people coming in and out. I
Yeah, Lucky
describe it
Limes.
like this. Think of a big, office building or a big old two-time department store. How they have those revolving doors at the front. That's really what DSP Gaming is. It's a revolving door. There's people coming in and out at all times. Some people like this content, some people like that content,
Man,
and they're in,
this
they enjoy
coat.
it, and then they leave, but then they come back when the content they like is there again. And while they're here, a lot of people say, hey, I like it, and then they support while they're here, right? It's not always the
That's
same
not what
group.
happens.
There's different groups, and that's fine. And I like having that too. I like
Like, just look at the tips goal right now. 53 out of 100, 50 from one guy. What the fuck are you smoking, man?
seeing different people from all over the
I
world
had to do it to them
come by at different times a day.
Thank you, Wesley H, for the 5.
His
Based.
COD gameplay is so painfully
His
bad.
COD gameplay.
He has the spatial awareness of a goldfish, and his weapon builds don't help how slow he plays.
My biggest pet peeve with his first-person shooter gameplay is how he aims at the ground at all times. He just aims at the floor. I don't know. It's just so annoying. And then he shoots people in the legs and complains, I shot them first. What the fuck?
Okay, and hang out for different styles
That's the
of
best
content.
shit.
That's
Thank you,
intentional.
Wesley.
That's what kind of separated me from what a lot of other people were doing on YouTube, is that they were all kind of like, well, here's the one thing I do. I didn't want to just be the one thing. I wanted to be the guy that was known for all these different things. So that's how I designed it. So thank you for recognizing that. I'm sorry your tip message cut off.
Sorry, your chat AI GPT fucking message
Okay.
cut off. Man.
Thank you to Soul Potato 07 for a membership this morning. Appreciate that, Soul Potato. And thank you to the Lucky Gremlin for a super chat. Why are we not playing Sandland? It's out tomorrow. Well, number one, because I'm not here tomorrow.
Okay.
Right?
Really?
And number two,
Semantics?
because it's a Japanese style RPG. And right now, people are
Yes.
completely burnt out on that style of RPG.
I would rather play American style Bethesda game that's disguising as an RPG. That makes more sense. Yes. Fall RPG overload.
I already have playthroughs that are on hiatus of that style of RPG that I'm not even sure we're going back to. So I'm certainly not going to start another one.
What?
Also, to be honest with you, there hasn't been demand for it. I'm just being honest. I think
guy just
at
asked
this
you.
point, people are so burnt out on that Japanese style RPG game that they just don't even want to see me play any more of them. Like Uden Chronicles just came out. One person mentioned it. You're the first person to even mention that Sandland's coming out tomorrow. I didn't even know it comes out tomorrow. Okay?
I don't know. Nobody asked for Fallout either. Like, the Fallout show came out 2-3 weeks ago now. Correct? Like, I think 3 weeks ago. Maybe a bit more. So, I mean, you're kind of missing out on the hype. You should have played it right away. You could have just played it on your mini PC. Fucking boot up New Vegas with mods. Bruh! Like, that's the one people like the most, right? I don't know. What are you doing?
I know what it is. We just had too much of the same style
Nobody
of games
asked
in a
for
confined
Fallout.
space. We now need to branch out to different styles of games, which we've been doing. Right now, I've got Street Fighter 6, Helldivers 2, two completely different kinds of multiplayer games. Elden Ring, a completely different style of game, right? And now we're going to be trying 2 other games with Fallout 4, again, completely different. And this Another Crab's Treasure, which is a cutesy version of a Soulsborne game. We're trying everything, but nothing that's the same. So, there you go. Did I ever play the Hotline Miami sequel? I feel like I did. I can't confirm that, but I do feel like I did. I feel like we did it during another Indies Marathon or something like that.
That's a game for the Rage-a-thon.
Excuse me.
I actually never played that. Even though I liked the first game a lot.
Dig Bix says, Dig Bix. His name is Dig Bix. What's your opinion on South Park? I know the games are good, but have you ever watched the show, and what did you think of it? Yes, I watched the show when it was new, and I liked it. And I saw the movie in theaters, and I loved it. And, you know, I don't actively watch it anymore, but every once in a while when I get back to watching it, I enjoy it. The thing that I've always liked about South Park, it actually is social
South
commentary
Park.
on both sides.
With an L.
What do I mean by that? They will lampoon anyone. Celebrities, politicians, you know, just normal people of different kinds of generalized groups. They've covered almost every topic you can think of in its run because it's such a long-running show. And no one is safe and no one is immune. You know what I mean? Like,
compare yourself to
they
it,
basically
please.
call out all hypocrisy. They call
Please
out all
compare
stupid
yourself
behavior.
to South
Doesn't
Park.
matter if you're left or right or, you know, what gender, what color. Doesn't matter. They call everybody out. And I think that's to be respected. Now, keep in mind, I haven't seen South Park recently. But as long as they're still doing it like that, then I think it's still a good show that's worthy of being watched. I don't know if it has any percentile of its original viewer base. I mean, it was super popular in the late 90s, early 2000s. I doubt 20 years later they're that popular, but there you go.
Come on.
And so Dick Big says, yes, I've always respected how weird South Park is willing to be too. It's clearly a labor of love from the creators. Thanks for answering. Agreed. It's agreed because you know what? Trey Parker and Matt Stone, the makers of South Park, did try other things. They tried a movie in basketball, then they did a different kind of movie in Team America World Police. They did other spin-off movies or
Yeah, those were
They
successful,
actually
I
tried other
remember.
series. But the only thing that really stuck was South Park over all the years. The
What?
one thing that they just keep doing.
All right.
For whatever reason, maybe they just really truly love it and feel like it has
Whatever.
meaning. So good on them for sticking to their guns.
Just like me. Fur. I play video games online, just like them. I stick to it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Anything else, guys, that you'd like to
We're
talk about
out.
this morning? We have a few more minutes.
Is he done?
Did I ever play the game called I Want to Be the Guy? I think I know
You
of
did
it,
play it.
but I don't think I ever played it. Did
You
I?
did
I'm
play
trying
it
to remember.
in
Did you
2018.
guys ever nominate I Want to Be the Guy?
You did. I
Did
remember.
ever play it?
I
don't
watched
think I ever
Tevin
played
watch him
I
play
can
it.
answer that right now. Let's see. Did I ever play
I
it?
remember it because it was so bad. He didn't
I
care.
don't think so.
He just didn't care. He didn't rage. I remember
quick
how bad
search.
it was. DSP is the guy.
Ready?
It's the guy.
Indies Marathon, December 2018. Return to Rage and I Want to Be the Guy. Rage-a-thon event, August 2018. I Want to Be the Guy.
There you
yes,
go.
I played I Want to Be the Guy
2018.
twice. Once
What'd
during
I
a
say?
Rage-a-thon in 2018, and once during an Indies Marathon in December of 2018. So the answer is yes, and yes, I played it. There you go. I don't remember it, but I did play it. There you go. Awesome that I can actually just pull that up at any moment on the channel.
like a
Cool.
like a controller. And play at a professional level.
Rodney just did a super chat. So what shows are you currently watching? Honestly, right now we're not watching much of anything. We actually, on a whim,
Fall Gout?
began watching
Fall
someone play
Gout.
Starfield to see what they thought. And hilariously similar to both of our experiences, this person, in their early hours of playing, actually was intrigued and liked the game. And now that they're getting further into the game, they're finding all these things they just don't like. Oh my god, the space combat's terrible. The space travel's annoying. This is, exactly our experience to a T. You start the game wide-eyed, and like, oh, this is so good. And then actually you get like 20 hours in, you're like, oh. And then you get further and you're like, ah. So that's really all we're doing right now. Nothing too crazy or special.
Man.
I'm getting too
Dude,
much
why
money.
does my member bomb? I like hearing the explosion. Sniper bait, I'm sorry.
Getting too much money.
I fucking scammed you, brother. What the hell? Okay, I gotta work on that. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, Sniper bait. That's amazing, man.
Hey, babe, as baller as possible.
And by the way, Cat agrees with me.
And Cat agrees with me, man. Thank you so much, Sniper bait. I really appreciate that. Okay, Brunel?
World's hardest game, the Java thing where you move the cube around. Hey? I don't even know what that means. Would I ever play Apollo Justice HD Trilogy or the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles? Listen, I actually kind of like the Ace Attorney games. I did play, what was it, all 3 of the originals, I believe. I think it was all 3 of the first ones I played, correct?
Big ups,
Over
man.
the years. The problem is with visual novels. There's a couple of reasons why I don't play them often. Number one, they're incredibly slow moving. Sometimes you'll play an entire stream and barely make any progress, right? They're super lengthy games. Upwards of, one of them I think I played was like 80 hours long, insanely lengthy, okay? Also, many of them are not voice acted. If a game is not voice acted, it means that I need to read all the text. And the problem with reading all the text is, when I'm talking constantly without a break, I can tend to hurt and lose my voice. That actually happened when I was doing one of the Ace Attorney playthroughs. I completely lost my voice for several days and I couldn't work, okay? So, there's all those reasons. And, I'll be honest, visual novels are for a particular
Hold up, I gotta
audience.
look something
They
up.
work for people who are fans, but it's very hard to get a mainstream following of people watching you play a visual novel. Most people get bored, okay? So, this is why over the years have I played them? Sure, I played 3 Ace Attorney games, I believe. I played, didn't I play Phoenix Wright meets Professor Layton on 3DS? So I played that one too. I also played a bunch of the Danganronpas, correct? Did I play anything else? I know I did Danganronpa and I did some Phoenix Wright and I did a crossover. Did I do any other visual novels? I can't remember right now, honestly. But, the problem is, taking so long to get through a game, we have to read constantly, it's just not a good idea for someone who full-time streams like me.
Dude, movie sign with the... Oh my god, you guys are insane, man. Again, with the scam, I gotta fix this movie sign. I always got something going on, man. That's my stream. It's my first stream, guys. I'm sorry. Movie sign with the 10, man.
As baller as possible. Hey, babe.
Thank you so much. You get a
Slime.
You get a slime. It's been a while, guys, with the slimes.
If I can't talk, then I can't interact with you guys, and every stream is bunk, right?
Thank you.
So I'm not saying I would never go back and play a Phoenix Wright game. It's probably not very likely. Okay?
Oh,
Cool.
Duty Stream said he'd demonetize for a month if you don't beg for a month and let the support come naturally. No sneak begging. You gonna do it. That's in DSP's chat. I know it scrolled by quickly, but here, I'll show... Oh, it got banned. I can't even show you. It got blocked. So let's
Have I ever
see.
played Binding of Isaac or Gungeon? Enter the Gungeon.
Let's
Binding
see.
of Isaac, absolutely yes. I particularly
Rewind
remember
the
it.
stream
That was
if
the
you
first
wanna see
roguelike
that.
game I ever played. Ever. In history. And I found it fascinating. I actually played it for a little bit and got pretty decently far in my first few runs of it. And I was actually getting addicted to it, and people were like, nah, move on to the next game. Because this was one of the marathons. And then, of course, the roguelike that I liked the most always was Hades. Hades was super good, right? So...
I never played Hades.
Would I ever play a game like that again? Maybe. But I don't know. Depends on you guys and what you want.
Okay, move on, please. Let's go.
No, I'm not playing Catherine full body. I did a full playthrough of Catherine when it came out as a new game over a decade ago. And I told you guys I had no desire to ever play it again.
Bruh, you're playing Fallout 4! When did that come out, you bitch? When did Fallout 4 come out? 8 years ago, right? 9 years ago?
I don't like it. And
Why
the
are
only
you...
reason people want me to play it is because they want to see
Okay.
cringe sexual content, and I'm not doing that.
What? This is good.
And the only reason people want me to play it is because they want to see cringe sexual content, and I'm not doing that. So no, I'm not playing it again.
His mom would disapprove. I mean, his wife. I mean, his
Mario
mom.
Kart Super Circuit is the hardest Mario Kart ever for Rage-a-thon. What is Super Circuit? That doesn't
Dude,
ring
I
a bell.
loved-
Was that a handheld one?
I
'Cause swear
loved
played all the
Mario Kart
console
Super
ones.
Circuit. I used to play it with my friends.
What's up, Game Boy? How are you this morning? Welcome to the stream. Well, actually, this afternoon. Welcome to the stream.
I like the way it looks a lot. I think it looks really cool. All right, let's get to that Duty Stream super chat, please.
No, I don't have a way to stream PS2 games, right? The only PS2 games I could ever play are the ones that if I got the PS Plus premium package and whatever games they have on there digitally, which is few and far between. Like
Yeah,
they just
there's
never
no
really
way.
increased the
There's
catalog
no
that much.
way to play
Yeah, there's
PS2
really no way to
games
stream them, right?
on stream.
I wish,
There's no
I wish
way.
that Sony would get on the
You
whole
bitch.
backwards compatibility posterity bandwagon to preserve their old games.
Yeah, it's
so you can
Sony's
play them,
fault.
but they've never done it. It's like they just don't give a crap. Well, Xbox is completely the opposite, and they go out of their way to make it that all their old games will play on their modern consoles. It's just, Sony just doesn't care, which is
I
pretty
hate when he
sad.
does that. I hate when he conflates two separate things. Like, bro, he's saying it's not possible to do it, and then he blames Sony because they don't have enough shit on it. Like, yeah, no shit. Sony should support their backwards compatibility shit more. But dude, to say it's not possible is really dumb.
I really wish they would change that.
And he's trying to act like a fucking warrior fighting the good fight for backwards compatibility, when in reality he's just too lazy. That's the real thing. He's just lazy. He doesn't want to do it. But he's trying to act like he's a fighter, fighting the good fight.
Whatever, you can't make them care.
Man, they should do it. They fucking don't care. They suck. They don't fucking do it. Fuck you, you fake asshole. I hate you. You bitch. You lazy.
Is Boone the best sniper in all of Fallout? Are there any other snipers in Fallout?
Oh, I think he banned the duty streams. That was him banning
any
it.
other snipers in Fallout, right? Was I a fan of Contra when I played a Contra collection? Yes, I played Contra in arcades, because for those who don't know, Contra was originally an arcade machine. Then they ported it to NES, and that became the widespread version everyone knows. But actually, the Contra arcade was.
I don't care about Contra arcade.
So, yes, I am a fan of Contra.
Okay.
I don't know anything about Empire of the Ants game. No, I'm not saying
he didn't even respond.
Again, people have talked about this Dave the Diver game. I don't really know much about it.
Okay.
Little Shake and Bake, thank you for a super chat. It's a cute black cat super sticker.
Cat bust? Black cat.
Cool.
Blue block, huh? Big black butt.
This is fun. I'm having fun right now. All right, Phil, come on, let's go.
For now.
Would I play chess as part of the Rage-a-thon?
Do you think he spoke to 1 Minute Man, hence why he's not talking about his absence? Maybe. I'm thinking 1 Minute Man is still around, just under a different name. But the money, I don't know. I have no idea. The whole 1 Minute Man thing is pretty suspicious.
There was a way to play chess. Is there a chess game?
Maybe he did speak to him, probably.
You can download on like PlayStation or Xbox and play online. I know I would lose. I haven't played chess in a million years. I remember most of the rules. Like the rules I probably wouldn't remember. Like I always got confused on
does not play chess.
Flip positions of the king and the tower. I forget when you can do that. There's a maneuver where you can switch positions of the king and the tower to save the king. But I can't remember what the position is, like when you can actually do that. Outside of that, like I remember how all the pieces move and everything, but I know that I would probably lose.
Wow.
Like,
round of applause for DSP. Round of applause. He knows how the pieces move.
I would play. If there was a way to do that, yeah, I would play it. Sure.
Pretty cool. All right. Why are we going to play chess on stream?
Would I ever consider Talos Principle again? Listen, I liked Talos Principle. As frustrating as it was, because it really was a challenging game, I actually really enjoyed it. The audience didn't. Like, I played it a few times, and by the time that was like the third or fourth session, people were already not showing up and actually legit complaining
that's cool.
that the game was boring and they would wish that I would play something else. I just don't feel like my audience has the patience for that kind of game. My audience is way more like action-based. You know what I mean? I liked it. I thought these slow-paced puzzles and remember laser puzzles and things you're trying to figure out, and the story was building to be more and more interesting.
Okay,
and
why are
did
you...
it break the fourth wall? Is that what it is?
Cool.
They're not moved.
Spoil the game for people that haven't played it. That's very nice of you.
Han Solo says, so who are these people's faces? You know, it's silly. I forgot to talk about that, right? Okay. So these are the faces of my 6 protagonists for my 6 runs in Fallout up to now. Original 2008 run from the first time I played Fallout 3. Original 2010 run from the first time that I played Fallout New Vegas. The second time that I played Fallout once a year.
I really don't care. I'm sorry.
You guys voted for New Vegas that year. And that's when I played.
He did it again, bro. Yo, this ass. Look at this guy. Is this like what is this stream? Actually,
posterity bandwidth.
Look at this. I really need to see this again. If you're not looking at the screen, you got to see this. Hold on. We're almost there. Hold on. I went too far.
AI castle. Then of my 6 protagonists.
Look at this shit. Look at this shit. He does it once, right? He does it once. Pigsplains each one. And then he does it again. He does it again. This fucking guy. What the hell?
Tonight for my
he loves wasting your time, man. He points at them twice.
If Fallout 4 is successful, would I consider playing Fallout New Vegas again? I would consider playing it again in the future. I'm not going to play it again right now, especially since the game I played 3 times.
That like specifically annoyed me.
New Vegas is the one I played the most. Fallout 4 is the one I played the least. That's why we're doing Fallout 4 again.
Let's recap the recap of the characters.
How dare you? You don't like the character names? You're offended?
Okay.
How could you say that?
You're the prettiest girl in school, man. You're so funny.
I'm not playing Fallout 76. I tried it last week. It is atrociously bad.
Whoa. Let's hear that again.
I'm not playing Fallout 76. Kat tried it last week.
Oh, I thought he said I tried it last week.
It is atrociously bad.
It's all right.
I already talked about this on a podcast.
Fallout 76 is fun.
Played it,
I like it.
And the first 3 hours of gameplay is literally do a zillion busy work missions for a bartender.
What?
They didn't even try. And you know why? Because originally, if you remember, they didn't even have NPCs in the game. They added them later. So basically, the things you do for the NPCs are fucking boring as shit.
Wait, that is what they
And I
added,
couldn't believe
though.
like it was such a boring experience.
All right.
That like after
This is
3.5
so
hours, she quit it entirely. She's like, I never want to play this ever again. This is so bad.
Wait, she
It's
played
sad.
3.5 hours and she only got to the bartender at the beginning? What?
I want to know why. It graphically looks great.
All right.
It looks really good, but
Whatever.
the VAT system is a joke. It's not real VAT. It doesn't freeze time and let you aim.
I mean, it's
All
not
it
like a
does is
great
like
game
bonus-
or anything, but it's not like terrible anymore.
bonus damage on a certain body
You
part.
might not like it, but
It's
come on.
it's the gunplay
Come
shit,
on, I like it.
and the story is awful, and the mission structure is
I like
terrible.
bad games.
It's
What
because
can
they
I
wanted it
say?
to be a shitty MMO. It just sucks.
I liked No Man's Sky when it was bad, guys. Come on. I'm one of those people.
Yeah, I actually don't know who I'm gonna make tonight for Fallout 4.
All
I don't know if
right.
I'll just make a original character. Like,
He's
cool
gonna
new
make a
characters,
white dude
nothing
with a
like me. Like,
goatee.
sometimes
That's
I've
what he's
done that,
gonna
like,
do.
That definitely doesn't look like me. That definitely up there doesn't look like me. That doesn't look like me. You know. So maybe I'll just make an original. Maybe I'll just hit random. I don't know what I'll do.
Look, they're
Think about
all white dudes with facial hair. You're gonna do a white dude with facial hair. How exciting. Like, it's not that unique, man.
Well, Ellipsy, and just so you know, he says you don't have to do busy work missions. You can head to the new content area straight away, but it doesn't make it any good. She was doing this stuff with the bartender, and it was story based. Like first, she had to go off and rescue some guy in a cave or something, and then she had to go rescue a robot head. She rescued the robot head. The robot was alive, and then they said, "Oh, well, now the robot doesn't have a body. Go get a body." Then she got a body. So basically, this was all like 3 hours of gameplay. And in between here, she had to build a base. She had to do all this tedious fucking work. And by the end of the 3.5
What?
hours, she was like, "Man, this game sucks. Like, just not even close to being as good as a real Fallout game." You could tell that they just cut corners to try to make it fit into an MMO mold, and it's just not satisfying.
Is Phil forcing Cat to play test games for him while he watches?
For a fan who's played the old Fallout games, it's just not. It's, you know, maybe for someone who never played them, this
That's
is
pretty
their first
good.
experience with Fallout,
Maybe.
they like it. But for those who like the
What was the other one that she
previous
played?
games, it's just a huge.
She played something else,
disappointment.
didn't she? I don't know. They played something else. Oh, Skull and Bones! She played Skull and Bones on stream.
Okay, guys, I think it's time for us to adjourn our podcast. I want to say thank you to everyone chilling and everyone who supported
Oh, man. You're welcome, Phil.
the stream so far. Thanks for the conversation, and I hope that you guys are having a good time so far today. I hope you'll stick around for Elden Ring and for Fallout 4. But if
Remember,
not,
guys, he's
then I
not
wish you all the
supported
best.
by
Remember,
two
I'm not here
people.
Tomorrow it is my day off. When I return
That's
on
why
Friday,
his
I'm sure
top
I'll
tip
have a
is
nice day off
$50 while
segment.
only making
Game news,
$53.
talking about how Fallout 4 went tonight, right? We have a lot to discuss. And thank you all for a great streaming week. This was a really good one.
Yes.
Even though the schedule again got thrown for a loop multiple times, we adjusted on the fly. We still had a good time together, and I really had a good one. So thank you, and
You're
I
welcome.
will see you all on Friday morning for another fun episode of the Level 1 Podcast. I'll see you all then.
Cool.
All right, cool.
Unrecorded
I just need to get set up, and
segment.
guys. Nature
my
calls. I do
favorite.
need to use the bathroom before we start today with Elden Ring, FYI. So please bear with me for a little bit, but it won't be a super long break or anything. But let's get started here. Let's get
So
set
it's
up.
gonna
I'll
be
turn on my
10
PS5
minutes
now. I think
instead
it's a
of,
better idea
2.
to just leave the consoles off until I'm gonna play, unless it's a new game and it might have a patch or something. But like, I think it just makes sense. Having these consoles on has actually really heated up the room in some cases. All right, so here's Elden Ring. Let's
What?
just get this set up here. Hold on.
Okay.
Let's get the camera to the right size.
Great.
Your mouth
The
drooling
power of
fucking
the Elden
guitar.
Ring.
I shouldn't have said that. All right, everyone. Today's the serious deal because today we're actually heading back to the northern frozen area to do the odds and ends there, and then unlocking Haley Tree. And this is tough. Like, this is a tough, legit tough part of the game for any build. So today should be pretty interesting and challenging. I predict many deaths. I really do. I think there's gonna be many deaths today. Okay, you guys ready? So I gotta go on a quick break
I'm
to
ready.
use the restroom, and then I'll be back.
Wait, he says you guys ready? I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Why the fuck did you ask if they're ready if you're gonna leave?
And it's time for
What?
Elden Ring challenging stuff. So thank you
Oh,
guys. I'll be
great.
back in a few-
Hey, I missed this. I wasn't here for this.
Two. And
He got a new sign.
shall I put
on break.
the game so you guys hear the title
Yes.
screen music? You guys say you like the title screen music of Elden
How
Ring, right?
exciting.
All right, I'll be back, guys. Thank you.
Great. You ready? You're ready for the sign? And the menu music? I'll just let this play for a bit. You guys excited? Jeez Louise, man. Okay, we'll wait till he comes back before I end anything. So let's get back to this real quick, because we didn't finish this. This is him complaining about, what is he complaining? Fightcade. Fightcade is the thing that he is complaining about today, yesterday, that we are watching today. Oh, he's going to critique detractor narratives and straw man arguments. So by this face, you can tell it's going to be a great segment.
Look at this guy. He looks so depressed.
15 years. True, if I just started 5 years ago, I probably wouldn't be pertinent anymore, but now I'm a meme. I'm literally known on the internet as the guy who doesn't give up and will be around forever and outlives everything, right? And it may be inexplicable because I'm a small-time guy and no one really, you know, is in love with my stuff in the mainstream, but still people are like, damn, he perseveres.
No, dude, like, he doesn't understand the meme of the DSP outlasting X thing is kind of just a joke. It's kind of just, it's not like a DSP is like the cool guy. It's not one of those kind of things.
You know what I'm saying?
Dude, he doesn't see that? It's like you're a cockroach. That's not a good thing to be compared to.
So, it's a fascinating thing.
It's a fascinating
thing. The detractor rationale is to always belittle, downgrade, straw man, right? The whole OIC and Planet Jeff's straw man argument is ridiculous.
What?
Do you really think that two people are responsible for all of my income?
What is this? What does this say right here at the bottom? What does that say at the bottom, guys? We just saw it live. We just saw this. Two people, $50 from one, $3 from another. Two people don't support me.
No, that's an insane
It's
thought.
insane.
To even say that is nutty and crazy and stupid. But that's what they propagate. And their community is so dumb and gullible. They believe it. They actually believe that. They believe that, no exaggeration, that all these people that have come and gone over the years, you know, 1 Minute Man, the person who gifted the ridiculous amount of tier 3 stubs over on Twitch when I was there. I can't remember who that was at this point.
What?
Remember that?
I do not remember that.
Someone came by and gave like a ridiculous amount of tier 3 stubs over
Hello,
there.
person who gave me a shit ton of money and who is apparently a genuine fan. Yeah, I forgot your name. What? Like, dude. How do you think that makes them feel? It was Emerald 7, brother.
And insanely boosted the channel over there. That Planet Jeff with the big tips that he's done, the Only Ice Coffee with his contributions, you know, that all these people are all exactly the same person. They actually believe that. They're that wildly stupid. Who's the other? Jinx, who last year came by for like a month and kept tipping nonstop and then gone for a while, right? As we've seen him once in like the last 6 months, he should have stopped not one stream. But apparently that's the same person.
Weird,
no,
man.
these are not. They're not even close. These are people who genuinely like the stuff. They come by and they support when they can, and then they're off to their own lives again, right? And that's much, 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 much appreciated. It is, you know. And again, in life, it's a revolving door.
Yeah, Planet
People will
Jeff.
come in and out as they will, and there's no stopping that. There's no holding the door and forcing people to stick around to watch the content and support it. They leave when they want. They come by when they want, and that's fine. That's part of the nature of being an internet personality or a content creator. Is that you're never going to be able to control who likes your stuff at one point, who dislikes it, who stays, who goes. It's just a natural part of the order of how.
What a weird thing to even talk about.
But in reality, all right, it's a ton of people. It's a ridiculous amount of people who contribute to my content on a daily basis. Not only you only see this side of it, you're seeing the public stream side of it.
What?
There's a whole back end side of it. There's people who pledge to Patreon. There's people who are watching my videos, doing super thanks on the videos.
Does this mean, like, how often does he receive emails? Phil, I'm gonna send you a direct tip, but don't tell anybody. Remember that shit? Oh my god. Please, okay, somebody help me. Was there a Tevin video when he was getting emails? Not Tevin. DSP was getting emails about the behind the scenes PC. There was the 6K statue guy video. Wasn't there also a 9K PC video? I could have sworn, because they both happened at the same time. There was someone asking for statues and DSP was taking photos. And then there was also a guy who was going to send him a PC. I don't know if I'm going crazy, because I could have sworn it was a Tevin video. And then I could never find it again. And I don't know what happened to it.
Or members every month at different various levels. There's people who are supporting my React content, people who are supporting my throwback content. There's all these different people. You all think that they're two people?
Apparently there
Are you fucking stupid? But again, that's the narrative, because that basically deflates the narrative that I have, that I'm meaningful. Because here's what I started saying recently. Is some people say to me, what do you think is good about your content, or what makes you stand out? Because my content isn't harmful. I'm 16 years in this business. I have a ton of experience under my belt being a video game content creator, right? I have experience in all these different genres. I can talk honestly about my thoughts about gaming and the landscape and how things are going business-wise and everything. I can compare game genres to each other and everything. I've been around for 16 years doing this. So I have experience a lot of people don't. But my content is not toxic or harmful. I'm not sitting here crapping on some other YouTuber to get people to attack each other.
Like, I'm not even going to bring up the examples, man. But really? Really? Who is he trying to fool here?
Right? In order to have a good night. Oh, business is slow tonight. Let's do a shit on someone's stream or something like that. I don't have to do that.
Okay.
So many YouTubers have taken that low road.
I don't have to do it, but I do it.
I haven't had to do that. And I'm happy about that. You know, YouTubers have taken that low road, and I haven't had to do that. And I'm happy about that.
What was that? Did you hear that?
So many YouTubers have taken that low road, and I haven't had to do that. And I'm happy about that.
That was weird. The fuck was that sound?
You know? And so for me, that's why. To know that my content is meaningful to an audience, that they like it enough, that they know it's not toxic, they can come and relax and enjoy and truly have a good time with me every time that they stop by. Then...
DSP tries it 6K statue guy. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It was like the same day. There was also the PC thing where someone was trying to send him a PC behind the scenes and he didn't want to tell anybody about it.
They'll support it.
I don't know.
But that breaks the narrative of my detractors. Their narrative is always, I'm the worst person. It's the worst content. No one supports it. No one watches it. It couldn't be further from the truth. It's a lie. It's a lie. But that's their lie that they propagate so they can make toxic content about me. Because if any of that stuff is fake, they have absolutely, positively nothing to say about me. I'm just some boring guy. So they have to keep that shit going, right? The nonsense.
I know there's no point in me responding to this, but we don't really have to, I don't want to speak for everybody. I don't really have to do anything to this guy because you give him enough rope and he'll like do it himself. That's this guy's whole thing. That's what makes him so fascinating to me, at least. It's just sitting back and laughing at like you think it can't get worse. And it always does. He always outdoes himself. He's like Dumb and Dumber when he sells the car for the little motorcycle when they're going to Aspen. It's this guy. Like, he is fucking Harry Lloyd or whatever. Lloyd Christmas. Fucking, like, that's what I get out of him. I don't have to create anything. I don't have to, like, fuck with his life specifically. It's just sitting back and seeing how the clown show is going.
That's so stupid.
It's just fascinating. Okay. That's all it is. So, it's like a fascination of like a specimen.
There you have it.
In a lab in Arkham Asylum.
Now, by the way, how's the poll going? It looks like Straw Hat has won, so I'll get it. I have a ton of shout-outs to do.
All right,
seriously.
Cool.
And all I'm doing is sitting here talking with you guys tonight, and I have a ton of shout-outs to do.
All right, so next timestamp, debunking detractor narratives. Let's get there. Look at his stupid hat.
Timber bomb bullshit things.
Argentina, let's go. Shout-outs.
There we go.
Yeah, watching himself implode is chef's kiss. Exactly. Exactly.
Okay.
Sean.
But again, that is their narrative, their fake narrative that they spin to try to make me look like a villain, and it's all untrue. And people who actually like my content don't believe that, right?
He's still on the two people
like, what, are you out of your mind? You're insane. Another stupid thing that you would say. It's bullshit, right? Okay. So I received an $8 tip from Jeremy. Thank you to Jeremy for an $8 tip tonight. I appreciate that, Jeremy.
Hello? Burnell? Where's the debunking shit? Oh, it's here. My bad.
What's your point?
Hold on. Timestamps. These are AI timestamps, so give me a break.
But really, when it comes
here.
to everything, this year, I guess the Elden Ring DLC is the one big one for me. Really excited for it, I feel, at this point. So,
all right, let's go.
Okay.
Here it is.
I got a $1 tip. Someone says, so you say, hold on.
Oh, hold on. He's live.
Guys, I am here. I am ready. Get started with Elden Ring.
I was right, by the way. It was a 10-minute break. I was joking. I was exaggerating. He was actually gone for 10 minutes.
Challenging endgame content today as we head towards Haley Tree and probably get to Haley Tree, right? It's going to be the big tough stuff today. Excuse me.
Oops, my bad. Yeah, I'm a dent, though. You're right.
By the way, the
cat agrees with me.
Hold on. Loud. By the way, the landscapers are outside, so I might have to get up and close the window in a bit. I already could smell the fresh grass, but I might have to close the window. All right, let's give up on this for now. We'll come back to this later. I wasn't intending on beating the game yesterday anyway.
Young out. See invisible.
Okay.
All right, is he done here?
All right, guys, ready? Here
All
we
right,
go.
we're not watching the gameplay. I thought he would say something or do something. Okay, we'll get to this, then the stream's over.
When you say detractors make theories about you being supported by only a handful of people, can you admit there's some streams that are generally supported with one supporter? For example, sometimes you'll have $55 in tips and 50 came from one person.
Yeah. Wait, that exactly happened today. Live.
Doesn't that happen? Yeah, so what?
So what?
What's
So
your
what?
point?
So the point is, you said that doesn't happen. The guy's asking if it does happen, and your response is, yeah, so what? The so what is the fact that you said it didn't happen.
First of all, that doesn't happen every stream.
Oh, first of all, it doesn't happen every stream. Oh, okay. Oh, first of all.
In some streams. But it's not every
First
time.
of all, you're a
it's not
bitch,
always
man.
the
Fuck
same
you.
person who would do that one big tip. The point that the detractors make is it's the same two people. That's not true. Tonight, there's a bunch of supporters, and they're all different. Tomorrow, there may be one big supporter on my daytime stream and a bunch of little ones, but then on the night stream, there may be a different big supporter and a bunch of little ones. Why does that matter?
I also love this extremism here because I think he's referring to a Super Crazy video. And in the video, I think Super Crazy came to the conclusion that like it was maybe 8 people or something. I'm pretty sure it was something like that, 8 or 9 or something. But he extremifies it down to 2. Yes, it's literally 2 people. Yeah, okay.
What is it? What? There's no point.
But like, is 8 any better? Because it's the same shit. Oh, it's not 2, idiot. It's 8. Blech.
You understand? There's literally no point to saying one person did a big contribution and a few did a little. It doesn't prove any point at all. It's just like, you see, he had so few people who supported. Wrong. There's a ton of people who support me. A ton. That's how I'm successful. That's why I can have a stream with 300 people on it, but have a really good night. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not what these idiots say. It's literally a group effort among people who like different kinds of content. Right? So there's no point to what you're saying. Unless you can come back and actually say, I have a point. Here's what I was trying to say, because you had none. Then, but there's no point to what you're saying. It proves nothing.
It does.
It's not even an argument.
It does, though.
It doesn't even make, what are you even saying that for?
I don't know. Like, this dude feigning ignorance and pretending he doesn't understand anything. It's so annoying. And the problem is, there's no one sitting next to him. That's why he never wants to talk on the phone or talk in an interview again or do anything where someone can respond right away. He needs a barrier, a shield that separates him from another person so that he can remain in power, because he can just do that. He can do this dumb bullshit and just say, what are you talking about? Yeah, you're so stupid. Yeah, you're so stupid. Yeah. And then ban you and then never continue the conversation again. And there's nothing you can do because you can't respond to him, even though he's wrong.
I have received an incredibly generous.
Very cool. I don't care. Let's see. Engaging with viewer suggestions, positive community dynamics. Let's see. Rebutting detractor logic. Let's see this one. This could be good.
What's so hard to understand about this?
Okay, we got to rewind a bit here.
Yeah, it's like it's like Untitled Goose Game. You remember, I liked Untitled Goose Game. I thought it was quite a good game. So, let's see here.
Yeah, Renee.
There's no point. Oh my God, this guy doesn't understand. This is the guy from earlier who says, just listen, I'm just going to read it word for word.
Yeah, read it.
Here's my point.
Okay, this is what he asked for, by the way, and look at his fucking stupid response.
Just listen, I'm just going to read it word for word. Here's my point.
Looks at the camera. This is what you asked for, correct? Isn't it?
You said you have a ton of supporters, but so many streams have been carried by 1 or 2 people. I have a ton of supporters. Every once in a while, they'll throw $1, they'll be a member, they'll do a super chat.
You just ignored it.
Sometimes I have some bigger supporters come by and do a bigger contribution, but I still have a ton of supporters. I don't understand what's so hard to.
He just ignored the entire point of what he just said.
Understand about this? I don't. I'm really at a loss. Like, what don't you get? I have a ton of supporters, likely thousands.
No, you don't.
They're not always here at
thousands of supporters,
the same time, because I do a variety of content. Some come for the podcast, some come for impromptu.
This is
streams.
insane. So what is this? Really, when you want to break it down, Steve of the Dead, man, shout outs. I need you here sometimes. What is this? Is this him actually believing this, that he has thousands of supporters? Or is this him lying to himself? Like, which one is more true and which one is more sad? Does he actually not know? Or does he know and he's just lying so much that he convinces himself of the lie? And what's worse? Really? Like, how can you honestly think that? As DSP, you can see these people's emails and their address and their name or whatever the fuck you see on PayPal. Like, can't he see their full names when they tip? I don't know, man. How can you believe this? Are you lying to yourself?
Some come for fighting games, some come for shooters, some come for RPGs, some come for everything. But
Gaslighting.
they're all split. But overall, I do have thousands of viewers for my content. They come by at various times.
You didn't say viewers, you said supporters.
In different ways. Super chat, become a member, gift membership.
I love how it's cutting off his words. Listen to this shit.
Support in different ways. Super chat, become a member, gift memberships.
That's great.
Some people do those things on my other
16
channels.
years a streamer.
People pledge to my Patreon. I mean, I can keep going. These are all ways that all of these different people support. Just because one person comes by and does a $50 tip and one person comes by and does a $2 tip, it doesn't make a difference. They're still two people.
What?
I have a large number of supporters. You can't disprove that because it's factual.
Yeah, he's legit trying to argue that every supporter is a different supporter, regardless. So he's really trying to convince himself and people that Lucy Lou and Only Iced Coffee are different people. Because I don't know. This is insane, man. This is insane.
If you try to disprove it, you're wrong and you're stupid. I don't know what else to say. It's just dumb to argue it. Just because it's the detractor logic doesn't make it true. You see? And again, it's something that I've always said. All right? It's a community effort is why I'm still here. Literally a community effort. All those people together contributing in the various ways that they do is why I continue to be successful after 16 years. That's it. It's a community effort. It's not one or two people coming by. It's not just OIC and Planet Jeff. If you think that, you're clinically insane. You should check yourself in immediately. And I'm not joking. You need help.
He's not joking, by the way. He's not joking.
Coming by. It's not just OIC and Planet Jeff. If you think that, you're clinically insane and you should check yourself in immediately. And I'm not joking. You need help.
He's not joking.
That's nuts.
I don't know. Take your own advice there, buddy.
Okay. I don't even know how else to make it clearer at this point. I really don't. I don't know how you can make it possibly clearer.
Yeah, Meester. Welcome, by the way.
Okay.
He hasn't even gotten over 1,000 views on gameplay in over a week, and it was on the game he dropped Wesley H. Yeah, that's crazy. You know what? Let's fact check this asshole right now. Like, for him to say he has thousands of supporters is crazy when he doesn't even get 1,000 views live or on his videos. I know you can't see the whole thing, but like, look at this. 757, 459, 466. This one here says 822, 480, 400, 645. Like, none of these even have 1,000 views, man. Let's try to find one. We'll go till we find one. Right here. Finally, a week ago, 1,000 views. Are you really trying to convince us that each one of those thousands is a different viewer and then also each one of them gave you money? Like, that's really what he's trying to say. Because he says he has 1,000 supporters. I don't know, unless supporters means something else whenever he wants it to.
Oh, let's see.
I don't know, man.
Avarice says, we see different names of supporters who come by and contribute every day. Exactly. You see it every day. All these different people.
Right.
Thank you, Venom Snake, who says, we're with you, keep up amazing work, you're the man. The Bloom says he keeps separating.
And that's oh my god, that's so convenient too, that he says this. This is great, as he sways. Right here.
Avarice says, we see different names of supporters who come by and contribute every day. Exactly. You see it every day. All these different people.
As he artistically sways, man. This is interesting too, because he knows the names of the people. He sees it when they tip him through PayPal. So of course he's going to use that as a shield because we don't see the names. So all we see is Lucy Lou or whatever, and then we see Only Iced Coffee on different days, and it's like, whoa, look, it's two different people. When it's like, dude, we know it's not. But no, he's going to try to gaslight you into thinking that it is. Because, of course, you don't see the names, and he does see the names.
Thank you, Venom Snake, who says, we're with you, keep up amazing work, you're the man. The Bloom says he keeps separating the streams. The stream isn't what's supported, it's the channel. Well, exactly true, right? The streams are where a lot of my support come in, but there's also people who are also watching the videos. That's ad revenue that I make. There's people who are members. They don't ever come to the stream, but they're still a member of the channel. That's support. It's like, how many more times can I explain logically and factually something to you before you realize your logic is flawed because you're listening to stupid idiots who just want to make
I'm listening to
logic
you,
to try
dude.
to prove a narrative that's false.
Oh my god.
I would not be here and successful today if I did not have positive people.
Successful. Like, the key word there is successful. I would not be here and successful today. What is success? Because I wouldn't define this as success. A guy sitting here with his little straw hat whose existence is miserable and it's just sad and pathetic. This is not success. With a wife who doesn't even love him, can't sit with him for 2 hours on a stream and fucking play a video game with him. This is not success. Like, you don't even get views, man. I get more views than you. This stream is gonna get more views than the past week of your, like, 2-3 weeks of your videos combined. Maybe, I don't fucking know. But at least a week. Like, come on. This is crazy.
Who just want to make toxic logic to try to prove a narrative that's false. I would not be here and successful today if I did not have positive people who like the content I put out supporting me. This is not a channel where I degrade myself doing stunts, sucking cucumbers and kissing cocks.
Oh my God.
This is not a channel where I...
Yeah, like, dude, you're wearing a hat. You're wearing your straw hat. I'm sorry I keep pausing him, but that's what I'm here for. I'm sorry.
Like the content I put out supporting me.
God damn,
This
man.
is not a channel where I degrade myself doing stunts, sucking cucumbers and kissing cocks. This is not a channel where I read out detractor messages that insult myself and my family members. This is not a channel where I constantly talk drama and gossip. This is not a channel where I slam other YouTubers. I don't do any of that shit to get attention. I make positive content for an audience, and I curate the content specifically because that's what they want. And in truth, they then support me because of it. Most YouTubers do not do this.
I don't even know what he means by he curates the content. What the fuck does he mean by that? Actually, factually, what does that mean? He curates it. I'm going to look up the definition. Curate, verb, meaning. Let's see. To carefully choose, arrange, and present different items in order to get a particular effect. How does he do that? Because he has playlists? Is a playlist curating it? I guess technically if you want to be Mr. Semantic. But like, dude, you don't curate anything. You don't even edit your videos.
They don't. They make content that's either lowbrow,
how about you curate out the boring
lowest common
parts,
denominator,
bitch?
just to stir up attention, or they have a mass appeal to a giant audience, out of which actually just a small amount contribute, but their audience is so huge, it ends up being a huge amount.
Nice.
I'm the opposite. I make content for a smaller audience, but that audience likes me so much, they all support in their own way, and it adds up to being success. If you don't understand that I'm different from everyone else out there, you've missed the note.
He's the
you
main
haven't
character.
paid attention to the 16 years that I just did things completely differently from everybody else, and that's the reason I'm still here. You won't ever get it then, because you just want to listen to the wrong morons. You don't actually live in reality world. Sorry. I'll still be here tomorrow having fun being successful, and you'll be miserable writhing around in your bed, hugging your fun being successful, and you'll
Double
be
jerk
miserable
off the
writhing
air.
around.
Let's go. Settle down, ladies. He's
I'll still
married.
be here
okay?
tomorrow having fun being successful, and you'll be miserable writhing around in your bed, hugging your Hatsune Miku body pillow and humping it furiously in agitation that I'm still here and positive and successful, and you're still a nobody, crying with your detractor friends about the fact that I am successful.
This is dumb too. This is dumb too, because he likes to claim that he doesn't know anything about anybody and he doesn't know, watch, or see anything, only what people tell him. But I don't know of anybody that sits here and cries about anything that has to do with this guy making money. Like, really? Do people even care? I know nobody I've talked to or collaborated with or anything in this chat. Like, why would you cry about it? I don't know what he's even trying to do. Because he has more detractor viewers than genuine ones. So who are you trying to fool? I don't know. Who are you trying to fool, man? It's so interesting. It's fascinating. This is what I mean by fascinating. It's a guy in his own bubble, convinced that everyone else is in the bubble and he's on the outside of the bubble. Like, he sees the bubble around him, but thinks that you're the one that's in it. It's crazy.
Okay? Sorry.
He's like in a zoo enclosure and thinks that you're the ones in the zoo.
I received a $2.99 tip.
Like, fucking hell, man.
Oh, let's see.
Ridiculous.
Love your look tonight. Which side of the shirt buttons on? Keep up the chill vibes. The shirt is fucked up. The shirt, I like the shirt, but it's broken. Look what happened. The seam came off.
What is happening? Get out of here. Let's go to the detractor part. Let's go. Come on. Fuck your shirt, man.
Okay, here we go. The detractors want to continue their narrative. Lease on Luxury says, what would happen if those few people stopped donating? Could the community be viable for the business? Yes. Because this has happened time and time and time and time and time and time again.
How?
Whenever one person walks out of that revolving door, someone else walks in.
Really? Like, okay.
That's how it works.
This is so dumb because he's just proving the point. You're only supported by a select few. And somehow magically you get a replacement when someone goes away. If it's not even the same person, which it usually is. That's just proving the point that you can't really support yourself without whales. You don't have a big enough community.
When you're a content creator that makes positive content, that's exactly how it works.
Cool.
You're going to see people walk in and out of your life constantly, and it's okay. Because as long as you're still there as a staple, continuing to make that style of content that's meaningful to people, some people will come back, and you'll get new people, and it will continue. It might not always be the same faces. It might not always be the same people. Hell, I've had different moderating teams over the years. I've had different people who do work for me behind the scenes and help me out over the years. But it doesn't matter because as long as I keep up the good fight, keep doing the good stuff, right? People like it and will keep coming in to support it no matter what. All right? It's been 16 years, highs and lows. I've been on where? On YouTube, on various different YouTube channels, on Blip TV, and on Daily Motion. I've been on Twitch. I've been on, excuse me, all these other places. And guess what? People still come with me. They're still with me along for this journey, right? Hasn't gone away. You don't know what you're talking about, right? Like, what on earth are you speaking of?
What on earth?
And so, now, wait a minute. You literally just changed the narrative. Just listen to this. What about the fake narrative? This is fragile. You're 4 years away from your bankruptcy. To save the house fundraiser. What is your narrative? You don't.
How is this related in any way? Like, what? This is a separate argument. This is a separate thing. Like, what?
Literally just change the narrative. Just listen to this. What about the fake narrative? This is fragile. You're 4 years away from your bankruptcy. To save the house fundraiser. What is your narrative? You don't have one. You literally just changed the story 3 times. First, your narrative is, I don't have enough consistent supporters. If a few go away, I fail. That's
okay. Let's look into this actually, because you proved his point. You just said when one whale goes away, you always get another whale, which means that you rely on whales, right? So this second statement here from this guy is clearly a second statement. It's a second thing. It's unrelated. He's just trying to call out your lies. You said you would be okay after the bankruptcy. Why is it that there's always a crisis?
happened a million times and I'm still here. I just declare, well, what's the next thing? Where's the next goalpost? Okay? You are in a crazy mania.
Okay.
Your mania has taken over your...
Like, dude! How is he real? How is this real? This truly is fucking Arkham Asylum. The Pigler. The fucking Adolf Pigler enclosure.
I just explained, well, what's the next thing? Where's the next goalpost? Okay? You are...
I feel like I'm going crazy. I actually am going crazy listening to this guy talk.
Are in a crazy mania. Your mania has taken over your small pea brain, and all you can do is
This is like Omega gaslighting. I can't believe this.
Think about the next thing to say negative. They're all false narratives. You are an insignificant human. You don't matter. It doesn't matter what you say in the chat right now or what you do. You're insignificant on this planet. Here's what you need to do. Get away from your device and go do something with your life that will affect someone in a positive way. And what you're going to find is that that is going to be way more meaningful both for you and for everyone else around you than for you sitting in your false narrative land.
Before he continues, man, like this just all is projecting because it all applies to himself. How about instead of sitting on stream here complaining about what people online say about you at the age of 42, you go make your wife feel better. You help her out with the laundry so she's not stressed instead of forcing her to come to your stream and complaining about what trolls say as a 42-year-old guy on the internet. Like, go make your fucking wife positive, man. Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck do you mean by any of this? This is so stupid.
Believing your toxic nonsense and thinking that it has any bearing on me or my life. It doesn't. I will still be here tomorrow and you'll still be miserable humping Hatsune Miku in your bed. All right?
Okay.
So do yourself a favor, get the fuck off my stream, get a life, and get the fuck into something positive. Because, man, your toxicity is embarrassing to the human race. You are literally an embarrassment to human beings on this fucking planet. Go away.
Okay.
Yikes. I just got a $6 tip.
Okay.
from the Blimp. We love you, man. Screw him. Thank you to the Blimp for another tip, a $6 tip. I appreciate that very much.
He keeps going. This keeps going.
I mean, these people can't even maintain a coherent thought for more than 10 seconds. The guy goes from detractor talking point to detractor talking point. He just bounces around parroting the same shit. And every time that something's, countered with a logical thing to disprove it, I gotta get to the next.
The logical thing was confirming that he indeed is supported by whales and then saying you should be locked in a mental asylum because you're crazy. That was the logical thing that he countered with, by the way, in case you're not paying attention. Very cool from this fucking guy.
Next one. I gotta get to the next one. Wait, no. You already look like an idiot.
You've already looked like an idiot because I said you're crazy. Therefore, you are crazy.
You don't get to now say 10 more things. You're already a moron.
Okay.
These people are just so dumb. They really don't understand it. There's no reasoning with someone who's so far gone. You just have to have them have a moment of realization at some point in their life that they're going to try to be better people, But sadly, I don't know if these people ever will. It seems like what's happened is there's this community of people who have this mania in their head, and they actually, no exaggeration, have formed communities of relationships, online relationships, of course, but relationships nonetheless, based on toxic behavior.
I don't know, man. Like, I'm trying to take a step back from my own head right now and just try to listen to this guy as if I don't know who he is. And when I'm listening to this, what's more likely? That this guy has a conspiracy against him, where everyone else is crazy, and everyone else is out to get him, and everyone else is involved in this, like, team-up thing that is just there to hate him, like a hate campaign? Or is it just that this guy is the negative one, and is the one that causes all this stuff, and, like, he's like the catalyst? This dude is responsible for it. Like, either everyone's crazy or you're crazy. What is harder to believe? I don't know, man. If I'm just a guy who doesn't know who you are, it makes more sense that you are just insane. This is actually insane. He needs to get off the internet, actually, for a while and get some fucking help, because this is so weird. It's so weird.
The only way they even get human interaction or any kind of attention is toxic behavior. So they have to keep that up, or else now they have to realize that their lives are miserable, trite, and meaningless.
Like, dude, we know your life. You don't have any friends. You don't even have a wife, pretty much. She doesn't want to spend time with you. The only meaning you get out of life is uploading YouTube gamer videos.
The only way they even get human interaction.
The only way you get human interaction is to start streaming. So, like, dude, I don't understand. How does this not apply to yourself? Why are you special?
Or any kind of attention is toxic behavior. So they have to keep that up, or else now they have to realize that their lives are miserable, trite, and meaningless. So they keep that toxic community going no matter what. Even if the narrative's completely false and fabricated, that's the only way that they feel like they have a meaning in their life. That is
like
ridiculously pathetic, sad, and dangerous. We can't have a society within a whole undergroup of people who literally just sit on their devices crapping on things all day.
I don't know. He doesn't see the irony in this. Rules for thee and not for me.
This is not productive.
I have nothing to add anymore.
Awful. This is going to be the ruining of human society if we allow it to continue. If you know someone like that, you have to go call them out and be like,
okay,
get the fuck out of your room.
Get the fuck out of your room.
Get the fuck off your phone.
Get off your phone. Get off your webcam. Get off the laptop. Please. Put the controller down, DSP. I know you're never going to see this or listen to this, but dude, you need fucking help, man. This is crazy. This is crazy. He's in the zoo enclosure and he sees people walking behind the glass, looking at him. And he thinks they're the ones in the zoo. He's like, that's what it is. That's what it is. It's crazy. He's like a monkey in a zoo.
Stop being a toxic douchebag to everything around you and get a life. Spend 5 minutes getting real life friends. Spend 5 minutes doing something positive with your life that is meaningful to other people around you. Stop being toxic. You're not going to help anything on earth. You're just going to burn this fucking planet down if you keep acting that way.
Oh, man.
It's insane. That guy, can you believe what the guy was saying in the chat? It literally, he was one detractor narrative. Okay, well, here's why that's wrong. Next one, next one, next one, next one. Rapid fire. Like he has his list, his checklist of shit, so he can copy paste them all in the chat. Dude, what the fuck is your problem? Like, wow, you need help. How do you not understand? And again, why don't they get it? They literally have a community of thousands of people who act like that around each other, right? It's insanity. If you contribute absolutely nothing positive to anyone on this planet,
Projection.
right?
Projection.
Why do you exist?
Projection.
Is that not, that should be the ultimate goal of every person, to at least put something out in their life that brightens the day of someone else, that makes someone else have a smile or feel good, right? Do something nice, and then we can all get along and we can all have a nice life together. Live and let live. Instead, everyone's got to burn down, attack, destroy, deride, be just gross to each other. How the hell can you go through life like that?
I don't know, man. Didn't you just shit on Apple today and say they're all idiots and stupid morons for their company going downhill? You know those are real people, right? Why did you shit on those people? Why did you do anything? Why do you talk shit about games? Dude, thank you so much.
If only Phil took his own advice.
Yeah, BB11, exactly. Thank you for the £2, man. It's insane. I don't even know what to say anymore. I really like the zoo enclosure analogy that I made. I don't know. I don't even know what to say anymore.
I just don't get it.
I just don't get it. Thank you for putting the words.
I would love for one of them to come up with a new narrative that hasn't been regurgitated for the last 5 to 10 years, because they don't have one. It's the same shit now in a loop. Because in truth, at one point in the past, I used to care so much that people would say this shit about me that I would go out of my way to try to like defend myself or actually like counter the narrative.
This
but
doesn't
after a
happen
while,
anymore?
I'd say it was about 5 years ago, I realized no matter what I said, they would just come up with another one.
Okay.
Really?
Thank you, VLX, for the
Phil
2.
exists. Guess the planet burns. Fire. Globe. Fire.
Exactly, VLX. God damn, man. Thank you so much for the 2.
So I just stopped. I realized at some point, it's becoming more harmful for me to waste time trying to defend myself than to actually just say fuck it and ignore it. And that's what I just started doing. Just fuck this and ignore it, right? All these morons out there make documentaries and shit about me, fucking interviews. What has it done? Nothing. I'm still here.
Okay.
I still make the same content. I still have a great life. They've done nothing. They personally benefit.
Again, this is all under him just assuming that people are trying to take him down. There's a conspiracy against him to take him down, when in reality, personally, I can only speak for myself, I don't want him to go anywhere, because you get shit like this. It's fascinating. He's like a lab specimen. It's crazy. It's just him assuming everyone is out to get him, when in reality, that's not really the case. Sure, there's some people, obviously, there's always bad apples in anything, but like, I think most people here especially just watch him burn himself down, burn every bridge around him until there's nothing left. And that's been going on for like 15 years now.
They did, because trust me,
it's really just for fun, man. And you're not a victim in all of it. You kind of created the monster, and you kind of did all of this to yourself.
Wouldn't have made the content if they wouldn't personally benefit from it.
And I've said it before, but it's like, when I first started watching this guy, I was kind of like, oh, why does everyone hate this guy? Like, why does everyone, I don't get it. Like, I thought, it was when he like broke up with Panda. And you just watch him. You just watch him. And you see right away. It doesn't take long to see that, whoa, this dude's fucking weird. He's special, man.
They're doing it for themselves. That's it. It's the only reason. No one else needed to be interviewed on Side Scrollers. I had to be. Why? Because they're going to get a benefit out of that. That's why.
Okay.
So there you go. So, these fucking nut jobs, man. I don't know how you can go through life like that. But that's the thing. Like,
hey, Wesley H, thank you for the
This
5.
rant yesterday made me truly pity Phil. Wanting better or worse for him means nothing, cause he doesn't want better for himself, he wants to suffer.
Yeah, that's the other part too, where it's just, you can't really help someone who doesn't want to be helped. It's very difficult, especially when they refuse to speak or to reach out to anybody, or even when they do reach out, he just cancels the documentary, or he refuses review text PC, or he burns the bridges with the only friends he's ever had, I think, pretty much. It's crazy. It's actually crazy.
I just stopped 5 years ago or whatever. I was like, I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm not going to entertain the nonsense, because all that does is let them.
Yeah, and I was going to say about the interview thing. Like, once he found out it was a interview, like question and answer kind of thing, he could have just canceled. He said he was okay with it. And they even asked him multiple times during the interview, do you want to keep going? Like, are you okay with this? And he said, yeah. He acted nonchalant and like he was okay with everything. Why is it bad now? You could have left at any time. You could have just said no. They gave you that out. But you like to just play the victim and say that they set you up. You could have just left, man.
Get more content and waste my audience's time. You guys don't want to sit here listening to me talk about every fucking conspiracy theory that comes out of their mouth. I've already talked about most of them, and they don't care. They continue anyway. So what's the point, right? What's the narrative? The narrative is they jerk off to each other all day, every day, you know, and I ignore them, and I continue on happy, and they're sitting there miserable every day. Well, who's the winner? You know? They're out of.
So with the interview, did he actually not know they were going to ask him questions? Like, they didn't blindside him, did they? I'm pretty sure he knew beforehand because they spoke about it at the beginning. They said, like, DSP had off limit topics and stuff. So it's like he did consult with them. Like, they didn't blindside him. Okay.
Their minds.
Exactly. Well, that's my point. Like, he could have just backed out.
So we're about
or
to
said no or stopped at any point when they asked him. I don't know.
Everyone, what a night! Holy moly,
man!
We talked about so many different topics at this point, right? Last chance if you want to ask something. Last chance if you want to shout out for something. I'm gonna be gone in about 5 or so minutes. So last chance.
Also, like the interview, I know Meerkat did a long thing going into specific detail. I've only seen a bit of it because it's really long. Check that out if you want to. Meerkat Mob's channel. The interview, what the fuck was I gonna say? Shit, I was gonna say something. Oh, right. It kind of says something that for the interview, you had someone who really didn't know anything about you. And his BS meter was going off, and he just didn't believe you. Because you just spoke to the guy. You just spoke to them, and they didn't believe you. So even when you speak to someone, you just don't come across as a believable, genuine person. So if anything, you saying that the interview made you look bad and all these things, it kind of really doesn't help your case. Because you spoke to these people, like, not physically, but as physically as you can get. You physically spoke to them. And they just didn't believe you. So it doesn't really make you look good or make you look like the victim when you say that they were out to get you and stuff.
Let's see how we end it here.
Yeah, got offered 50K, yeah.
Hobo I'm not going to try a VPN because number one, it costs money. Number two, it's too much of a risk. What if the VPN doesn't work and my IP still leaks? So I'm not wasting it. Just the risk of my IP getting out there is too much. It's a waste of everyone's time. So I'm not using Fightcade.
Why would the VPN not work?
The Blimp says, it's literal projection. These people lack something in their lives. Then they rationalize bad behavior towards someone that's targeted as a means to not address their own shortcomings. Exactly.
Nice bait.
I've always said this.
Nice
too.
bait. Nice bait, dude. I want to hear that again. One more time. We're almost done here. I'm sorry, guys. I keep pausing, but that's what I'm here for.
It's a waste of everyone's time, so I'm not using Fightcade.
This is good bait that he took literally.
The Blimp says, it's literal projection. These people lack something in their lives. Then they rationalize bad behavior towards someone that's targeted as a means to not address their own shortcomings. Exactly. I've always said this, too. Even if everything they've ever said about me was true, which 99% of it isn't. Some of it is because I am a flawed human, and I've made mistakes over the years, and I've changed for the better. I feel like the last 7 years of my life have been an epiphany where I've turned everything around, and I'm a much better person now, correct? But...
Correct. And him just saying I've changed and I am a much better person now. When you watch, speaking of the interview, it's like they just show that he hasn't. And that's why people bother him. It's not the fact that he makes offensive jokes, because if he wants to do that, fine. Whatever. If that's you, which it is him, just do it. Stop being a bitch. But to sit there and say that you've changed when you clearly haven't. I think it was today, live. He was saying, people think that I don't say what I want to say anymore, but fuck you, I say whatever I want. I don't pussyfoot around, whatever the fuck he was saying. So you haven't changed then. He keeps changing the narrative, speaking of changing. He just keeps changing the story. Sometimes he's changed, sometimes he's not. Sometimes he'll say whatever he wants, and sometimes he has to not say whatever he wants. Which is it? I don't know. This is why no one believes you.
Even if everything they've said is true about me, am I still the devil? None of the...
This is a good... Oh my god. This is so good.
Much better person now, correct? But even if everything they've said is true about me, am I still the devil?
Even if everything they said is true, am I the devil? Really? Really? Like, why do you gotta go to the extreme like that? If I did do bad things, well, did I do bad things? Are they really that bad? I know I hit you, honey, but like, was it really that hard? What the fuck? What is this? Really?
None of the things that I've done that they're claiming are real crimes or anything like that.
Real crimes.
It's just some bad behaviors that we don't like, right?
No,
and
it's you being a piece of shit
so if
to
you don't
everybody.
like the bad behaviors you accuse me of, go away.
Go away.
Why do you still stalk me every day?
Go away.
Why are you still watching? Right? Because you benefit from it because you make money on it.
Like, I don't understand how he sees his declining views and then says shit like go away. You know, most people did go away. It's like less people decided to stick around and hate watch you because you're funny. They watch you for different reasons now. But most of them did go away. That's exactly what happened. It's just a niche thing to be a detractor of Phil. I don't get it. And his whole argument about how we do this for money and he challenges people to demonetize videos and stuff. It's like, bro, if you really wanted to become famous for being a detractor, you wouldn't do it for DSP. You'd do it for someone more famous. Because he's irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. There's a limited audience here. It's a niche thing. It's not like a big giant marketplace where you can like dominate and fucking, I don't know, man. Whatever.
There was no money, there'd be no detractor community. I stand by that. Right now, I'll prove the point. You ready?
Like, there was already a detractor community before money was ever involved in anything. I really don't see his whole point here, and it keeps going, but I don't know.
Right now, to prove the point, I dare every one of these idiots.
Couldn't you use his same argument with Keemstar? Yeah.
The memologies, the duty streams, the restreamers, all of them.
Hey, big
demonetize your content for a whole month.
That's me.
Right now.
Hey, my shit was demonetized for like 2 months. When I got monetized, it instantly got demonetized, and I still was there. Like, dude, it has nothing to do with that. It's not like I'm sitting here begging. How about you stop fucking begging? Stop begging. How about you get your wife on stream? That's my challenge to you. Get your fucking wife to hang out with you for 2 hours, bitch. That's my challenge.
Be men.
Be a man. Go get your fucking, get your wife, bitch.
Be real men. And demonetize your content for a month and prove that you actually do it because you have a reason to do it. Because you feel like you're doing something good, a service, instead of we're just doing it to make money. I fucking dare you to demonetize your content for a month. Won't do it. You
Won't
do it
do
for
it.
money. That's why you make up the stuff to begin with.
It's such a dumb challenge. Please, nobody accept the quote-unquote challenge. Please don't. It's so dumb. It's just bait. It's like when he asked Tevin and he asked detractors in general to leave him alone for a year and then come back and see where he is. Like, shut the fuck up, man. Shut up. This is so stupid. How old are you? Like, really?
Yeah. You have no actual morality.
So
you have no
dumb,
leg
man.
to stand on. Nothing. You're wastes of life. You're not a single one. I already did this before. I did this a couple years ago too. I said the same thing. Never worked. They will never do it. Because the only reason that they do it was for the dollars to begin with. Right?
Like, speaking of challenges, man, get your wife on stream. That's my
Enough
challenge.
of that. Anyway, thank
It's
you,
so
everyone.
dumb. That whole argument is so flawed. I really dislike it because it's just like it's him trying to turn the argument, like the mirror, like he's trying to pull up the mirror against you without even addressing anything that you're saying about him. Because his whole argument there was, oh, even if I did do bad things, well, am I really that bad? Because you make monetization on your videos. Like, what? You're just trying to pull up a mirror to what I'm saying to you. It doesn't make any sense. It's so dumb. That doesn't really address anything that people are saying about you. It's just something to try and deflect. That's all it is. It's trying to put up a shield for anything. And it's like detractors aren't the ones sitting here and begging for money. And we don't rely on you guys in chat right now for our income, and we don't tell you, oh, I can't afford my electricity, I can't afford my internet bill, the electric bill. Like, it's really not the same thing. People can give their money to whoever they want, and if you put up the option, some people might have a problem with that. I personally don't. I don't think it really matters because we're not sitting here saying, guys, I need to afford my internet bill. Like, that's not what we do. At least I speak for myself. So I don't know. It's him just trying to deflect the whole argument, and I'm going off on a tangent now, but it's just really annoying. And I'm hoping nobody falls for his quote unquote challenge because it's really dumb.
I'm ready to adjourn. What a night. 2 hours of just chilling and having fun and various honest topics and good times. And thank you so much for the overwhelming support. It is greatly
my
appreciated.
parents are dying.
And one final thing, I will say this. I started off doing this. I'll say this again. FYI, I'm one man and you are many. Undoubtedly, tons of people will watch this tonight, right? People who are here, a good amount of people live, but there was also probably a good amount of people watching on demand. Please understand, like I said, there was a misunderstanding earlier today. Someone who I know thought that I was literally directly like attacking and insulting them on my stream earlier today.
Wait,
I
we saw this.
Wasn't. I don't even know what they were referencing or what they said, but they actually sent me a message after the fact saying I'm really hurt at what you said to me, and I was like, I didn't say that.
Wait a whoa! I just had major deja fucking vu. He said this on the live stream. Whoa! I just got super fucking lost.
I didn't say your name. I certainly didn't time you out or anything.
He even worded it in the same way today on the live stream. What the fuck?
Like, if I was angry with someone in chat, I would address you directly and I would time you out for it, right? Like, for example, that idiot detractor who kept derailing and moving the goalpost, he's gone. So he knows who he is. But, like, I think some people, sadly, they listen to my content and they misconstrue what I'm saying as something like, oh my God, Phil attacked. I literally didn't even say a word to this person.
This is dumb. It's dumb seems to be a fucking common theme with this guy. Him hiding behind, well, if I was talking about you, then I would have banned you. But the problem, though, is that DSP likes to just generalize, group people up into a certain category and say things like, well, the Apple Vision Pro is stupid, and if you bought one, you're stupid. But it's okay if you bought one, because, you know, this is just like my opinion, man. That's what he does. And then you're saying, wow, Phil, I can't believe you called me out and called me stupid. And he's like, well, I wasn't even talking about you. I was just saying, like, in general. That's what he does. That's the kind of weasel that he is. And that's the kind of things that he does on his stream. And he's hiding behind the fact that, well, I didn't ban you.
Today?
But, dude, you have such weird, out there opinions of generalizing people together and calling them one thing and then saying, well, I wasn't talking about you specifically.
But they think I did. So just be careful, because you have to understand.
It's like detractors. It's like you can't say anything to this guy because then he just labels you as a detractor. And then it's like, well, I wasn't talking about you specifically.
At any given moment when I'm streaming, I'm talking to hundreds of people or more. But it's more of a generalized thing. If I am talking directly to someone, I'll do my best to call you out, say your name. And if you get timed out or whatever, you know, you messed up. Not, you know, I'm not always just attacking someone. And I feel bad because this is a person who's a nice person. And I think that they had a bad day or something and they thought that I was attacking them. I totally didn't even say a word to them. I don't even know what they said in chat that they think I attacked them for. I have no clue. So,
okay.
I apologize to anyone out there who ever thinks that, like, I'm accidentally attacking or I'm attacking you directly or whatever. I guess sometimes it just happens again when I'm talking in generalities or whatever.
There you go. The generalities argument. I'm not attacking you specifically. I'm attacking a group of people. That makes it okay. As if that's any better. As if that's any sort of defense. It's just a deflection. That's not okay either way.
That some people would misconstrue something, but you know,
Misconstrue
I apologize. I'm a flawed guy.
Let me hear him say that again.
Directly or whatever. I guess sometimes it just happens again when I'm talking in generalities or whatever. That some people would misconstrue something, but you know.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I apologize for that. I'm a flawed guy.
I'm a flawed guy. DSP, I'm just a flawed guy. I know I called you a bitch, and I challenged you to get your wife on stream as a real man, but like, I'm just a flawed guy. I didn't mean to call you a weasel. I wasn't talking to you specifically. I was just talking about weasels in general, you know? I'm sorry. I'm just a flawed guy. I know I'm saying I'm sorry, but I'm also a flawed guy. I'm making an excuse for it.
Trying to do a stream that talks to and entertains hundreds at a time. It could be a daunting task. Sorry if anyone ever gets the wrong idea.
Sorry, okay? DSP, if you got the wrong idea. Please don't misconstrue what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm sorry when I called you a bitch. But I was clearly talking in generalities, okay? You bitch?
All right. I think that's it.
Get your wife on stream, bitch. All. That's the challenge.
Great night tonight. I had a good time with all of you.
Have a great night.
I hope to see you all. All right. Excellent.
As if being flawed absolves you of anything. That's a great point. Anyways, I'm getting too toxic for this shit. Man, that was like the most toxic I've ever gotten.
Here's the thing.
Yeah, anyways, I gotta get out of here before I get too toxic. Even more toxic. That was a lot of fun. I had a shit ton of fun with that stream. It's been a while. Gotta do this more often. Hey, big ups. Shoutouts in the chat, Darksy. Yeah, I'm the flawed guy. That should be a song. Speaking of songs. Or, I guess, showing of songs. I'm a flawed guy. I don't know. Anyways, not toxic enough, yeah, I know. Hey, Void, Internality, Chudgu, Grand Obson, Rebsy, G-Ferg, Jay Wessow, Gotta Fuck, BB11, Sean Forbes, Jand, Living Dead Girl. All of you guys, Darksea, of course. Pretty flawed for a white guy. And as always, Wesley, of course, Sniper Bait, Movie Sign, all you guys. Thank you for everything. That was very fun. I'll leave you with that. Well, let the song play you off, guys. Have a great day. Have a great night, wherever you are. And I'll see you next time. Hopefully soon. Peace out, guys.
I just want the give me the monster. I just want the
Vibrant and robust.
wow. I just want the bust. I just want the
Young out.
give me the monster. I just want the slam. Wow, it's big.
Where did the load go?
Huh?
I just want the bust.
Base.
Oh man. Bust. Give me the monster. Bust.
My wife.
Wow, it's big. Bust. I just want the bust. I just want the
Young out.
I just want the bust.
What was that noise?